eclipse work on a flat Earth?
Irrelevant. You're going up into the sky. No. Okay, so how does it work on your globe? Hey, stupid. Wait. How does it work on your globe? Stupid.
The moon is in between the sun and the Earth.
Yeah, how do you verify that? How do you verify that shit, stupid? How do you verify that shit, you stupid?
We can literally see it.
No, yeah, you can see some shit happening in the sky, and then you're making a correlation.
See it happening.
No, you see something else happening, stupid. Somebody's fucking spiraling, friends.
Let's go back.
Globers are spiraling. No.
Get back on that.
There is no AI talk. We're fucking crushing Globers right now, friend. Who the fuck is saying this?
So what is the moon to you? What do you think the moon is?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the ground.
I don't know.
Irrelevant.
I don't know.
I said irrelevant. I said fucking irrelevant, stupid.
I'm just asking you a question.
And I'm telling you, it's relevant. That's the answer.
Wait, I have a question. You said the moon is in between the sun and the earth, so how's it being blocked?
That's the question for the Glober.
The earth is casting a shadow on the moon.
But you said the moon is between the earth and the sun.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So then how is it being blocked?
The sunlight.
He can't. This is how stupid these people are.
Because you said it was between the earth and the sun. Can you maybe just do like a little drawing and put it in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I got you.
Whatever
Yeah,
is in your head.
She put the moon in between the sun and the earth. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. These people don't realize what they're saying. That's the crazy part. I ain't even stuck drawing this shit. It's gonna be crazy. Stupid fucking Globers. Oh shit! It doesn't take long, man. Did you already draw it or yo? 3 circles, buddy.
Oh yeah, I'm working on it, dude. Don't worry.
1 big, 1 medium, 1 small. Let's go. And make sure you draw the light ray paths. You know what I mean? How the light creates the shadow and shit. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Friend, I already ate half of this 14-inch pizza. I swear to God. I'll probably eat all of it. Fuck me. $14 regular crust.
Are you a pizza engineer?
No. I make pizzas for a living as a chef, yeah. But my initial education when I graduated was engineering, electrical, yes. Microprocessing major.
I see.
Yeah. I got a criminal record. Anyways, I don't get into it. Criminal record really stifles your fucking potential, especially in the fucking nerd field, you know? All these fucking nerds are all goody goodies.
Really? That's
man.
Shit.
Buddy, as soon as they look me up, I couldn't even fucking get a job for Uber at this one point. I was fucking struggling for work, right? And then Uber was like just live and popping up, and I'm like, okay, let me just fucking bike for them, you know, just get some money. Buddy, rejected.
Oh, look,
criminal record.
Check him on that. He didn't know what a fucking lunar eclipse was. He ran away.
Hey!
He left? Wait, he left?
Yeah. Well, he couldn't drive after he's gonna leave.
Obviously not. Well, let him get away.
Well, how are you gonna fucking stop him?
Well, you tell him that he's full of shit and he doesn't understand what a lunar eclipse was.
But we already told him that, and we told him to do it at drawing so that he realized that he's stupid, and then he realized that he's stupid, so he ran.
Yeah,
Whatever, egg on his face. Yeah. So don't worry. He got
I didn't
owned.
realize how retarded that was of him to say that.
Mhm. But yo, friends, this pizza, I'm telling you,
I'm not gonna actually. As soon as he comes back, I'm actually not gonna let him off the hook. So next time you see him, let me know.
Yeah,
That's
we can't
small.
bring that.
But friends, let me tell you, this pizza, yo, right? I'm 2/3 of it done.
Dude, we don't
Listen,
care about the pizza, bro.
It's a 14-inch pizza, brethren. It has
Pause, bro.
hot supersada, black olives, and hot chilies on this bitch.
Bro, we
Are
don't
you
care.
telling me
Dude.
that? Come on. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Haters. It's okay. Hey, CB, how's your girlfriend doing?
She's not yapping like you are right now.
Oh, yeah?
You should take a page out of her book and be quiet.
God damn. Who the fuck are you anyways, man?
I'm not yapping, so that's a start.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is this guy, please?
Yappuccino.
This guy. Who the fuck is this guy? Fucking guy. I'm just fucking with CB and you're like getting all like me, yapping me. What a fucking bitch, man. It's crazy.
All right, we got a grotesque here. Grotesque. What do you think about the Earth? You think it's a ball, or you think it's a flat plane?
Dingle shaped.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Please repeat.
I got a shy one, friends. Hey, friends, who has a day off tomorrow? This guy. Fuck yeah. I got a lot of shit to do, though. God damn. Work never stops.
Right. We got, what's this? Peter the Critical Thinker. You a globe earther, or are you a flat earther? Oh, I see you got flat in your thing. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical though. Is the moon an object, Peter?
Nope. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Nope.
Wait, you're objectifying the moon here?
Well, I mean, I don't have a reason why not to.
Yeah, we can't hear you with your Section 8 mic.
Right. How about now? Much better?
That's better.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a reason not to think that it is.
Really? What about like a new moon? What's up with that?
I don't know. It's just I see what you see, right? Sometimes the moon is, we see the full moon. Sometimes we see a little sliver of it. I don't know why.
I guess one more time. So what do you think about a new moon?
I think it's a situation where we don't see the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. So it's an object that flickers in and out of your perception.
Well, that's what I observe.
You don't observe anything with a new moon. So you do have
Right.
reasons not to think it's some sort of object.
That's not, sometimes I see a garbage truck and sometimes I don't because it
Do you
goes
think a
behind the
rainbow is
building.
an object?
No. I
Yeah.
mean, in a sense it is. It's objects reflecting light.
Do you think a rainbow is an object?
Yes.
Okay, well, we got the two answers there to the same question, but okay. So a rainbow is an object, just to be
Yeah.
clear. All right.
It's a collection of objects. Yeah.
No. The rainbow itself.
Yeah. It's a collection of objects like
I'm asking
anything
about
else.
the objects that make up a rainbow, which you would say are the droplets, right?
Is a garbage truck an object?
Hold on.
Is it?
Well, does an
course.
object in mass, Peter?
Well, let's help define terms first so we don't get lost.
No, but I understand what you're trying to say. The droplets of the rainbow would be the objects. I'll give you that.
Well,
But that's not what a
analogous
rainbow
to a
is, per
garbage
se.
truck is an object, but it's made up of many
Here we
billions
go.
or trillions of objects,
Here we go,
right?
bro.
Yeah, so it's the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same at all.
Well, you asked me,
rainbow
so
is
that's
some
in
sort
my
of-
view. In my view.
Optical phenomenon that isn't always there. I would not personally say
That's
that
true.
a rainbow is an object. When you can have droplets of water, sure, whatever. That's some sort of physical thing. But you can't grab a rainbow. You can't put it in a cup. You can't. It's not some type of object that you can take a chunk out of.
Okay.
The medium.
See the rainbow theory, but the rainbow is light an object? Does light have mass? Is that what you're saying right now, Peter? You think light has mass?
No, that's a different question. Does light have mass? No.
So rainbow's not an object.
Why not?
Cooked.
A garbage truck,
It's not
the only
like a
reason why
rainbow
you
is not
see a
analogous to a garbage truck.
Can you stop speaking
I
when
would
I'm
say-
speaking? Would that be?
I'm
I'll
kinda
wait until
roasting
you're
you.
done. Oh,
I'm
okay.
busy
So
roasting you
roast
right
me when
now.
I'm done talking, and then roast me.
But the fact that you're bringing up a garbage truck that's not analogous, I would
Oh,
actually
let's see
say
if it is.
I would say the moon is more similar to a rainbow than a garbage truck.
Okay, and I would say that the moon is more similar to a garbage truck than to a rainbow. How about that?
Okay. All right. Well, what kind
All
of
right.
garbage truck are you not able to see at any point in time?
For example, when it's dark outside, like pitch black, or when it goes behind the building.
Could you? So, what? The new moon is going behind something?
I don't know. I didn't make that claim.
Okay. So, what's a new moon?
I have no idea. I only know what I observed.
So, why would you analogize that to something, an object going behind another object?
It could be.
Okay. How?
Or it could be an object that's not illuminated, like a garbage truck, and during a pitch black night.
Could you still detect a garbage truck without?
Yeah, you could. You could
illumination?
run into it, or you could shoot a electromagnetic wave at it and see if it bounces back.
And then, what's an eclipse?
It's a situation where, well, depends which one, right? Where the moon
talking
becomes
about the new moon, of
invisible, or the sun.
So when the new moon is taking place, that's what, just something, an object not being illuminated?
I don't think so. That's not what the Globers say.
What do they say?
They say a new moon is when the moon is actually in front of, kind of in between you, not obstructing the sun, but at an angle where the face facing us is not visible because it's not illuminated.
So one more
That's
time,
what the
I think
Globers say.
I think you just contradicted yourself there. You said,
Well, let's see.
I originally
Let's
asked
see
you
if
if the new moon was not being illuminated. You said no, it's something else. And you said, well, it's in front of the sun and not being illuminated. So
The Globers, I just told you what the Globers say. They say that the new moon is a situation where the moon is fully illuminated, just on the sides that you're not looking at.
and how is that different than an eclipse?
An eclipse is where, in the globe model, where the sun moves in between, directly in line between the sun and the moon. So you see the moon, it's not a new moon. Like you see it, you see it, you see it, you don't see it, you don't see it, you don't see it, you see it, you see it, you see it. It's like that. It's a temporary situation, and it's a kind of a blip between two situations when you do see the moon, and then you don't see it for a relatively short period of time.
I actually think that both of those scenarios, a new moon and an eclipse, are both fairly decent reasons not to think it's some sort of physical object.
Well, you think many things,
Like what?
like what to have for dinner.
And what would that be?
It's probably the most strenuous mental activity you do during the entire day. It's that one. So carry on. Do you have any other questions for me? Other than that, I'm happy to listen to your lecture on the nature of the moon. Would you care to make some positive claims, maybe? I don't think
No,
so,
no
because
thanks.
you've been trained well. Your elders have taught you well not to ever make a positive claim. When somebody asks you what you want for dinner, you say, I'm not going to make any claims. So, but I thought I would try it, maybe. Maybe today you would dare to make a positive. It's Speculation Sunday. No punishment. Nobody's going to ban you from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Let's go. Make a positive claim.
It's Monday.
Or what?
All right, let's get over that guy. Thank you for your contribution. So, would you make a speculative claim? How about that?
I think you got spanked so hard by flat earthers, you're confused about what.
Dude, I got
You are.
spanked so hard by flat earthers I became one.
Yeah.
There you go. But it has nothing to do with the moon. The nature of the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So if you're trying to play some kind of trick here that the moon has to be non-physical, whatever that means, in order for the Earth to be flat, no, it doesn't. The Earth is flat observably. The moon could be made out of rock. We could have landed vehicles on the moon. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
All right,
That's
clip
it.
cord. Clip it out, brother. Go ahead and clip that.
Okay.
We'll make sure
So,
to tell all your Glober friends.
All right. What the moon is made of for the audience, where it is, how far it is, what shape it is, whether we deployed mechanical devices on it or not, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, clip it and rip it, boys.
You heard it here first.
I actually don't think you would have said that prior to getting spanked by flat earthers, but we appreciate the concession.
Well, I learned.
Oh, good boy.
That's repugnant.
I've seen worse.
I mean, you're objectifying rainbows. You're basically saying light has mass, but then you say it doesn't. I mean, I feel like that's a not very critical.
I think you stopped tracking like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, we did hear you say that a rainbow was a physical object, but hey,
Yeah, why not? I'll go with that.
Okay, well then I am tracking, Peter. You claimed the rainbow is an object. You're claiming the moon's an object. So I mean, I don't know if we can trust your judgment there, because what's a rainbow made out of? A rainbow's light, right?
Well, in that sense, everything's light. Everything you've ever seen is light.
Well, no,
Your
that's just
dick is light.
an object. That's light, not the light itself.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Rainbows
You'll
are
learn.
water,
You'll learn.
right? Rainbows are water.
Could be.
Would you want to read out the screenshot in the chat there, Peter, for us?
I've seen rainbows in puddles of oil. It wasn't water. Or maybe it was water mixed with the oil. Who knows?
That's iridescence. It's not the identical effect. A little different. Similar, though.
How's your dentist, Indio? Did you just visit your dentist again?
Well, here you go again. Can you just read out the chat?
What?
No, dude, I'm not looking at the chat.
You want me to read it for you?
Yes, please, in your sweet voice.
All right. Is a rainbow a physical object? No. A rainbow is not a physical object. You are not the father.
Who said this? Or are you citing something?
I said it.
Have you come here
okay.
to troll? Is that your purpose?
No,
tonight?
dude, I'm just answering questions.
Well, you did say that CB would be banned for making a positive claim, which is horseshit, and you know that.
Well, it's one of the biggest transgression one can make in this community.
That's horseshit.
When was the last time you made a positive claim?
You're a douche. Oh, what?
I was going to say something similar.
Okay. Well, you would. You got me there. It is Speculation Sunday, so we're not going to...
I do make positive claims all the time. All you have to do is pay attention.
True, but I only pay attention when you're on your good mic. But today you're on your OG mic.
Should have been around earlier.
Are you able to see the chat?
Dude, I'm not looking at the chat.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at my window.
Oh, do you see the moon?
No.
Oh, okay. What do you see?
Darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Is that because you're in the closet?
So let me ask my rainbow question. If a rainbow is millions or billions of individual droplets, how come they don't each create their own rainbow? Like if it's reflecting light, wouldn't each rain droplet have create its own little rainbow? So you'd be looking at millions of them and it would just look muddy.
You're asking good questions. I don't think humankind has understood rainbows yet. Still need to do that work.
But you understand them, right? To be physical.
I have an intuition. That's my intuition.
No, you said you would stand on it. Like literally.
Rainbows are a huge mystery to humankind.
But not to you, because they're physical objects.
No. I'm speculating about the rainbow.
No, you said you would stand on it. Why are you backing away now?
Dude, people say all sorts of things on the speculations on there.
But you just said you would stand on that. You'd back it out.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I'll take a risk.
Okay.
I'm going to speculate. If Peter actually thought the Earth was flat, he would cry himself to sleep every single night.
I mean, it is kind of funny. Like, you've changed characters quite a few different times. And
I have a question
you're in this
for you,
confused state now. Like the flat Earth.
I have a question for you.
That's pretty cute. I appreciate that, though. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, and it's a serious question. If I gave you 150 American dollars, would you be able to purchase a microphone and configure it for Indio so he can use the same quality microphone that you have?
Oh, you want me to switch mics? Okay, hold on.
CB, that was a question for you. 150.
I'm just curious.
You purchase a microphone.
If I told you to keep the 150, would you take his meat out of your mouth?
I'll do that. I'll do it for free. Listen, 150.
Okay, well, go ahead, bro. You stalk the guy on Twitter. You just can't stop talking about India, bro. Put your hate boner away.
Microphone of your choosing. It could be a $50 microphone. Could be $100 microphone. You get to keep the rest.
Keep the 150 and take his meat out of your mouth. Yeah.
Want me to do some ASMR?
Oh, much better.
That get you off.
Yes, much better. Thank you. That wasn't difficult.
Golly, bro.
Were you on your Temu Bluetooth? Were you on your Temu Bluetooth headphones or what?
Hey, what was that mic you were on before you popped in there, Peter?
Dude,
what was that Section 8 mic you had before you popped in?
That is the biggest disappointment.
Mike.
These are pretty sweet headphones, but for some reason they have horrible microphone,
All right, well, maybe you should keep that 150 for yourself, dog.
Aren't you using
Dude, they cost like $250.
All right, well, save up.
I already have them, duh.
I figured out that price and microphone quality are not correlated.
Yeah, these are more for listening. They're like these clip-on earbuds from Bose. Pretty good for cycling. I use them for cycling. But horrible microphone, Jesus.
I got a sport headset, so you wrap around your ears to augment your hearing.
What kind of sports do you do, Indio? Weightlifting?
Well, yeah, that isn't exactly a sport. It's called resistance training.
True. What is it? Chess? What's your favorite?
I mean, I used to play basketball. I just don't play no more.
Well,
I
me too. Me
football
too.
in high school. So.
Yeah.
Wait, Peter, are you're this bored? You're coming to hang out with your ops?
You guys are the only friends I have in the whole world.
I don't doubt that.
I really don't ride bikes. I'm more of a competitive person.
Nice.
Though I guess you can compete with yourself riding a bike, beat your own records or something.
You can. I use it for commute, kind of a mix of a workout and a commute,
Nobody cares what you think.
Do you think cycling translates into other activities?
Just a bit of a cardio, so leg workout and overall stamina improvement.
Yeah, so you think that you could go run and that you'd be a better runner because you ride a bike?
Oh, definitely. But I hate running, so never gonna
Definitely
do it.
not.
Come on, man, you're running from the
Or
argument
Twitter.
right now. You're running from the debate right now.
Yeah, but that's the
you love running.
It's not literal running. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you love it.
Yeah.
So you get better exercise because it's what's called a repeated bout effect. Okay, so you'll get
Not
better
sure
at
what
bike
that
riding
is.
because you're more and more efficient at that. But there is no cross capacity.
Yeah,
Not gonna
probably
get better
not.
at running because you're bike riding.
Yeah, probably not. But if you have a heart rate, sustain 140 for an hour, that's helps with something.
Yeah, but the thing is, like the VO2 max and things like that. That's because using muscles in that configuration, you're using everything more efficiently. But you're going to be using different muscles, and your
I never thought about it
the
in
efficiency
such
is not as
scientific
high.
ways. I just
So
get on my bike
you'll
and
have
go.
the same VO2 max, but your output will be a lot lower.
You nailed it.
Your ability to work, your work output will be lower.
Probably.
So you should do like Iron Man. That might help you out. Do the
That
swimming.
would bore me to death.
Which part? The swimming or the running part?
No, I hate doing any sort of workout that's a workout for the purpose of working out. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It bores me. So I have to. I mean, the only one I can do is rowing, but that's because it's. I don't know. I like it for some reason, like a rowing machine. But anything else just bores the heck out of me.
you do aerobics too? Fuck, dude. You wear leggings and do aerobics? The fuck kind of exercise are you doing, Peter?
Yeah, I don't do that
Yeah,
one.
dude.
I just do
Swing
it
a fucking
sometimes.
sledgehammer.
What?
Swing a sledgehammer. Do some man activities, man. You're freaking rowing aerobics. You gonna jazzercise?
I only
next?
like to do. I like to do just practical things.
Do you do jazzercise?
What is that?
Yeah, it's his favorite. Twinkle Toes over here.
Freaking, what was the guy's name? Richard Simmons?
The Kiss guy? No, that's
No,
Gene Simmons. No idea,
How
man.
long have you been in America?
Long enough.
Not long enough to remember Richard Simmons?
I'm not good at pop culture. I only consume the pop culture that I like.
You couldn't turn on a television and not see his dumb face on an
I have
infomercial.
never turned on television in America as long as I've been here.
Oh, well, yeah, that explains it. Well, I mean, there was a lot of DVDs floating around in Walmart and every other store.
Well, don't own that many DVDs either.
Why don't you weight train, Peter?
Boring.
I mean, it's boring.
Super boring. I tried. Boring.
Why is it supposed to be entertaining? You listen to music, so it's really just lifting weights while you're listening to music, ultimately.
It's boring.
Okay.
That's why you got no hose.
I see me going right for the frickin' jugular. It might be boring, Peter, but it's the only human activity that reduces all-cause mortality.
That's true. I know that. Yeah, it's just boring. It's a subjective thing.
Just die sooner. I don't care.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
I'm trying to help you out,
We all-
man. I
we
want
all
you to
carry
live a
our
long
crosses.
time. I want to live long enough to see you actually be a flat earther.
Okay,
So I might
well,
have to live for a very long time for that to happen.
dude, we'll see.
Well, Peter, do you know who? There's a couple fake flat earthers running around named Word Salad and Andrew. They've stolen your shtick, dude. They've
Nobody
stolen
can
your
steal
act
my
of
shtick.
they've stolen your act of like, I'm only helping flat earthers trying to improve their arguments. They've stolen it, dude. You
Nah,
might
they
want to
don't.
sue them.
Yeah, no. I don't know who those people are, but I know that they're horrible.
Well, your thing of like, hey man, I just want flat earthers to stop making bad flat earth arguments, and I don't.
Okay,
want
I'll give
flat
you a
earthers to
puzzle.
straw
Are you-
man the globe?
Are you up
so
for
I'm
a
gonna
puzzle?
Help out everybody. What? Go ahead.
I tried giving people this puzzle, and But no offense to our community, not everybody has a IQ above 80.
Our community.
Right. So, but I think you, Indio, if you make sure that CB doesn't interrupt, because I know he will, I think you would actually think through the puzzle at least. We might disagree on the conclusions, but knowing you, you will at least think through it. So, I will proceed. First of all, has nothing to do with the Earth. So please don't invoke the Earth or cosmology or anything like that, all right? So here's the situation. We have a container, a box, and it's full of gas. What we know is that the pressure, P, equals nRT divided by V, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So there is a pressure at this moment in time in this box equal to nRT divided by V. And pressure, as we know, is defined as the normal force exerted on the walls of the container, right?
Okay.
So that the value of that force is nRT divided by V. Now, we turn on a mechanism that's built into the walls of the box. It's an electromagnet that repels the particles of the gas in such a way that they never touch the walls of the container. So effectively what we've done, we've reduced the V a little bit, right, by some small amount to make sure that there's a buffer where the particles cannot enter kind of close to the walls, right? So far, so good?
Yeah.
Okay. So since none of the particles are exerting any force on the walls of the container, is there still pressure in the box?
No. Well, I mean, there's still the original pressure.
The original pressure is still there?
Yes.
nRT divided by V, where V is the volume of the box?
Well, gas can't do work on itself, so.
So the original pressure P is still there?
Yeah, it has to be the original pressure. The temperature would probably go up.
But the particles are not hitting the walls.
Yeah, that's fine, but okay. Maybe it's
So
a
are you
paradox
saying
or
there can
something,
be?
But what
Are
I'm
you
saying
saying?
is, but we know gas can't do work on itself. What's
No, I get it. I'm not asking about that. What I'm asking is, if the particles
That's what it
are
would have
not,
to be, Peter, because where are the collisions taking place? The pressure is the collisions.
Okay, I agree
So
that there's
without
pressure.
the container, without the walls, there's no collisions.
Okay, but the
It would have to be
particles are
doing
not
work on
bouncing
itself.
off the wall.
It would be a self-sustained pressure. The gas is pressurizing the gas.
But the particles are not hitting the walls anymore.
Chat said you have a new wall.
Did you not just hear what I said?
bro.
Yeah, the gas would have to be pressurizing the gas.
Okay, so how do you explain the
So
situation?
which gas particles pressurize which gas particles?
I don't know, but let me ask you a question. You're giving me too much information. I didn't ask for like the full explanation. I want to go slow. So the particles are not hitting the walls of the container at all.
You're so full of shit.
The chat answered it
Why am
for you. You've created a new wall.
Okay. How?
So there you go.
How did I create the new wall?
Well, you said you have that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a different wall. You said you imbued the container, the walls of the container, with an electromagnetism. So now the wall, instead of being whatever the original wall was created out or made out of, because you didn't specify what that was made out of. Was it cardboard? Was it glass? Was it?
It was glass.
Was that? I mean,
yeah.
So now the wall is electromagnetic.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the container is not physical anymore? Or the walls of it?
Well, the walls of it are now magnet. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll accept that.
All right.
I don't accept that at all.
Oh, India won't. So why don't you discuss?
What's going to go up is the pressure, not the temperature. pressure, temperature, volume thing.
I didn't ask about
The other
temperature.
ones can go,
Temperature is
the other ones
embedded in
can
the
move,
pressure.
and one can stay the same. The pressure would stay
Good.
the same, and the temperature would
P
go up.
equals nRT divided by V. So I'm not asking about temperature
T,
because
what's
it's
the
part
T,
of.
dude?
Yeah, it's part of the P. So don't tell me stories about the temperature or any of the values because
the
we
P can
defined
stay
that
the
P.
same if the V and T change, right?
All right.
If they change relative with respect to each other, say T is
Exactly.
cut in half and V is increased by half or doubled.
Yeah, V has decreased slightly, right? Because we reduced the volume by repelling or kind of making the box smaller with the electromagnetic field. So T has to go up proportionally. Because we know N and R remain the same. R is a constant, N is the same number of molecules. So T had to go up, V went up, V is in the denominator, so T had to go.
What did you say is a constant?
R.
The Reynolds number?
Yeah.
What is the Reynolds number, Peter?
I have no idea. Is the constant?
Okay, it's a constant, but it.
All right, there you go. That's all we need to know.
Elucidated through other variables.
Fantastic.
Right? So that Reynolds number actually is some other physical relationship.
Great. N has not changed.
Variables.
In this setup, N has not changed. R has not changed. V has increased. In the denominator, T had to increase to have the same P. Alternatively, T did not increase, and then pressure dropped. Increased. Dropped. No, because V was reduced. Sorry, increased. Yes. That we all agree because this is obvious, right? P equals nRT divided by V. There's no magic here. V decreases in the denominator, increases the entire value of P. The question is this.
Oh,
how does that affect this situation?
He doesn't have to change at all.
All right, cool. So true if T drops, but here's the situation. We have a situation before and after, before we turned on the electromagnetic field and after. And in both situations, there is gas pressure. But in one of the situations, the particles do not interact with the wall of the container. Therefore, the definition that pressure is the normal force exerted on the walls of a container is no longer true.
Because of your magical hypothetical that you created?
Well, I'm going to leave, there's
unilaterally change the definition and the laws of thermodynamics.
There's a big plot twist at the NCB, but you're not ready for it.
No, I told you what would happen. They make magnetic bottles. We know how to make them. I know what they have to do. They can't even make one unless they lower the temperature of the freaking molecules to some ridiculously low fucking number. Fucking goddamn negative 243 fucking Kelvin or something.
Yeah, still pressure though.
You're making like an unphysical example.
How's that an unphysical example?
I detailed it all in the chat already.
Because the kinetic energy of the particles is above some temperature. You can't create a magnetic or electric field strong enough in the first place. And if you did probably have a fucking electric field that strong, you'd surpass the Schwinger limit and probably have Schwinger creation.
Okay, so in the equation P,
right?
Yeah, let me ask you this. Yeah, help me out here. In the equation P equals nRT divided by V.
All the time, bro. Every time you get him in a corner, he just weasels out the corner.
Yeah. Where does it say in the equation P equals nRT divided by V that T cannot be half a Kelvin?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that at all.
Okay, so there's still a P, right? As long as the right side is not 0, then there's still P, correct?
Yeah.
The non-zero P. All right, thank you very much. So with the definition, yes?
But Peter, what you're missing is to even know there's a pressure, you have to measure it, and you're going to need a surface.
But to measure pressure, all I need to know is N, R, T, and V.
No, you wouldn't know the pressure. You could calculate the pressure, and then confirm the values, you would actually need to measure it, and you would need a surface.
So are you saying there are situations where I know the N, know the R, know the T, know the V, but P could be anything else?
Yeah, could be anything else.
But P equals nRT divided by V.
No, P equals the force exerted on the walls of a container.
Which is nRT divided by V.
Okay, Peter. Really simple.
This is why I love coming here.
So this is very simple.
Very simple.
Pressure doesn't have a meaning. Its pressure is a surface area, correct?
No.
Pressure is not a surface area.
If it were a surface area, then a unit of pressure would be a
Pounds per
square
square
meter.
inch.
Yeah, that's not a surface area.
It's the units are a surface area, right? Pounds
Well,
per
pound
square
is
inch.
not. Pound is a unit of surface area.
Dude, you know what I'm saying, dude.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, then I'll be very explicit then. Okay, you want
Be
to
very
fucking play games. I don't know why you want to do this, but
Well, I
whatever.
thought you were gonna think through the puzzle with me, and you're just obfuscating.
It's the force
There is no
exerted
puzzle.
per unit area, okay? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, square
Force
inch,
exerted
not
per
square
unit
cube.
area.
Not
Yeah,
cube.
pound is a unit of
P
force.
equals nRT. Where is the air force per unit area in the other side of the equation from P?
Where's what?
Force per unit area in the other side of the equation.
When you add up all the units on the right, they're gonna result in the unit for pressure.
Oh, really? So how do I
Yes.
get the surface area from the B?
Why would you have the surface area?
Because P is measured in surface area.
No, it's a unit of surface
that's
area,
measured,
square
of
meter.
course. It's a
You don't know the total surface area of the container. Pound per square
Oh,
inch
right.
means per
Right,
square
right.
inch. It doesn't matter how
That's
big the
right.
container is. Okay.
Yeah, square, not cube.
Yeah, it's square. It's
Yeah.
force exerted on a surface area.
On a unit of surface area.
That's right. So how did we get our unit of surface area from the other side of the equation from the B?
You don't.
Because
It's
P
a
is in a
unit.
surface area, right? Reynolds number is in a surface area, right?
You don't get it, right? You don't get it.
No, you don't.
You don't get it. What it means to have a unit with a dimension.
You can have a
He doesn't get it at all.
volume. Right? You can have a volume that can have all different types of
intellectual ability.
So the question you're asking me, Indio, is if I told you there's a value of velocity 5 meters per second, and I told you that the second is a unit, like an arbitrary second, it doesn't make any
Okay.
sense to ask me how long it has passed.
There's an equality.
Like you're asking me
an
how big
equal
this.
sign. The equal sign is an equality, right?
Okay.
So it's an identity. So pressure.
It's an identity, yes.
Yes, exactly. So how do you get the force per square units area, right? How do you get the force per unit area?
You get it from the expression on the right side.
Okay, which part?
All of them.
It's math, Indio, you fucking retard. It's math.
It's dimensional analysis in physics. Dimensional analysis.
He doesn't understand how the formula works. He just
he
keep
does
running in circles.
Dimensional analysis.
Oh, I
you
do
take
understand.
the units on the right, you know which one multiply, which one divide, and at the end you must get the same unit that's on the left. That's
Okay,
dimensional
but
analysis.
Okay, so how from the cube do I get the square?
You don't. You have stuff on top.
What does that mean? I have stuff on top. Is that the scientific term, stuff on
NRT.
top?
Those
NRT.
units. Yes.
Right. Okay, what is N? What's the variable N stand for?
Look at all of them.
What does the variable N stand for?
I don't know of memory. Look
What's
at
the
all of them.
Yeah, and I can't
So,
get a square. I
here's-
can't get a unit. Can't get a force per unit area out of those.
I guarantee you that here's what I know without knowing what those individual letters are. I'll bet money on it. There will be one unit of length up there, 1 meter. Let's use SI units so we don't sound like idiots at the moment. So at the bottom, you have meter cubed. There's going to be 1 meter to the power of 1 at the top. So it's going to reduce itself. The bottom is going to reduce itself to meter squared. And then you have you're going to have a unit resulting from the other things, a unit of force. Newton is a unit of force, by the way, in SI, right? So you're going to have Newton divided by meters squared.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Peter. If I have a volume, unit volume sphere, unit volume fucking inverted fucking star,
Yeah.
which one has more surface area?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. There's a
Not at
finite
all. The
number of
volume.
molecules.
You
There's
have
a
the
finite
volume.
number
On
of
the right,
molecules.
you have the volume. You take N, you take R, which is a constant, you take a T, you take the volume of the container could be of any shape.
Which could, but can have various surface areas, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Now the surface area doesn't matter when the units
Of course
are
it
in
doesn't.
force per fucking surface area.
Because you don't understand what a
India, are
pressure
you this stupid? Are you really exposing yourself as this fucking stupid,
Yeah,
India?
booger
Holy
smoker,
shit.
as if you're
a fucking
cheerleading
retard,
me.
bro.
He
You
has no
can't
idea.
follow this?
He has no
Follow
idea.
what? What am I following?
Why don't you spell it out for us, Booger?
Shut up,
You
booger
got it,
smoker.
right?
He can't. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's a fucking senseless cheerleader. Put your pom-poms down.
He has no idea.
There's no pom-poms. It's just literally astounding how stupid you are. It's
When I give you a system, Indio, I'm going to help you.
Amazing argument. Amazing.
Indio, I'm going to help you. Hey, guy, don't interrupt.
This is. It's just converting through units. That's all it is.
Why don't you tell us, Booger? You got it, right? You want to spell it out for everybody in the chat? Go ahead, buddy. Nothing?
Do all volumes have the same surface area? Do all volumes have the same surface area? Okay, what you guys don't understand, there's something called Avogadro's law.
Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Let me give you an explanation here, Indio,
So
just to
Peter,
help
what
out.
you don't get, dude, there's something called Avogadro's law. You know what that is?
It's too complicated for us right
The
now.
Avogadro's law. So
It doesn't matter.
So that any gas of the same pressure and temperature have the identical number of molecules. Okay, whether it's helium, oxygen, whatever. Say if it's at freaking 1 cubic meter with fucking 100 degrees Fahrenheit of oxygen and hydrogen. If you count the number of molecules, it's the same. So if you change the surface area, but you have the same number of fucking molecules, it can't possibly be the same force per unit area. Because you have a fixed number of molecules.
That there's a system with an N, an R, a T, and a certain volume.
Shut up, dude.
You automatically know.
You don't automatically know anything.
So I have a riddle. Let us go through this riddle, and I will never get to the very end of this. I'm just going to yap and yap, create magical hypotheticals, and then try to cash it in as some sort of reality later on.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Fuckers just can't take the fucking L, dude. How long were you working on that?
It's probably still in the
No,
works, yeah?
I know. I like. How long were you working on that? I'll make up some unphysical, magical fairy fucking land where there's magnetic and electric fields that repel stuff from the fucking walls of a container.
Don't worry.
And then
This has nothing to do with the Earth at all.
There's no
But
pressure.
At the end of it, I'm going to try to say the Earth was exactly like this.
Pressure.
So what would be?
Well, pressure is defined a certain way. It means it's a statement about a certain thing. That's a certain thing that's measured, right? Hey, man, how fucking hard are these gas molecules hitting this fucking wall? Okay, it's pretty fucking simple. Now, if you say, hey, the gas molecules aren't hitting the wall, well, then you don't have a pressure by definition.
So what was he saying, that the unit for the N would be some weird abstract thing to what? So the thing balances out, all the units balance out or something like that? That's not what N is, dude. N is the number of moles of substance. he might be talking about R because it's the gas constant. That might be like some weird, ratio of units in order to balance things out. But that's not the end, dude.
Yeah, and he was like, well, the pressure has to change if we change V. No, it doesn't, because the temperature can change. And that's what does happen. It's how the internal combustion engine works. The pressure stays the same in the internal combustion engine. The volume is what changes, and the temperature changes.
I don't know. He started screaming about dimensional analysis like it was some gotcha. All that is converting units. I don't know what kind of point he was trying to make. Him and Booger Smoker was like, you don't even understand dimensional analysis. What point?
Yeah, I mean, and that just like destroys an entire field of mathematics where they try to figure out what do they call it? Space saving freaking geometric forms. Or packing. It's called the packing freaking I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Like you have a volume, but every volume doesn't have a fucking the same surface area on the inside.
Yeah, you just want an excuse to sound smart because this is the shit they're talking about here, right? The units needing to balance out. The R in this case, hold on, I'll just put it in the chat there. According to Wiki, it's just, I know it's not a source, but it's a reference, whatever. Here are the units that can be used in there you go. So R, I guess it's one of those. Shit, did I take the wrong one?
Hey, even ChatGPT, fucking, I have to fucking goddamn, I'm having to do this more and more, like ask fucking the stupid large language model something because everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, and like when ChatGPT says it, all of a sudden it's right. No, volumes do not all have the same surface area. 2 3-dimensional figures come the same volume but different surface areas depending on their shape. For example, 1 by 1 by 4 centimeter rectangular prism has a volume of 4 cubic centimeters and a surface area of 18 square centimeters, while a 1 by 2 by 2 centimeter prism has the same 4 cubic centimeter volume, but the surface area is 16 square centimeters. So where'd the extra energy go, dude?
I'm a little puzzled why Booger was throwing around like some serious insults.
That's all you can do. He's playing pom-pom shaking cheerleader.
Well, we gave him the floor to explain, and he went dead silent.
Peter are you really look up his skirt when after in DMs in about 15 minutes for cheerleading him.
I mean, are you guys surprised? He smokes boogers, dude. Who knows what's
quiet all day? Well, this hypothetical started off on a bad footing anyway. It's always funny when they start off. So you have a container. Oh, really?
And then we're gonna come up with some concocted thing where we have no container inside the container.
Exactly. Yeah. Think of a container, and then inside of it you have like magic, and therefore that's like how the Earth is. But don't worry, my example doesn't have anything to do with the Earth. Okay, buddy. Classic. We also have.
So let's review. We have a container. There's a fixed number of atoms of gas. You change the volume. Okay, fine. How do you change the pressure? You have a fixed number of volumes of gas, but the surface areas of different volumes could have different surface areas. But how are you going to maintain the pressure? The temperature has to fucking change.
Welcome back, Garana Dick.
That might be a
Long
cool
time no see.
experiment to do. Is like take a fixed volume that you can like instantaneously change the internal surface area, and then see what happens. Like in the example they gave of different prism shapes.
Does anybody understand what point Peter was trying to make about dimensional analysis? Like, why did he think that was like some?
Hey, I got a question.
Wait, do you want that answered? Or no?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Basically, what I heard was you got this formula with two. Let's say you multiply two of the variables together. One variable is of one unit and one is of the other. If they're not the same unit, you're going to have like a resulting value in the units combined by those two, whatever those two were, right? So if you're going to need to like cancel one of them out to get a unit that you want at the end of the equation, when everything is done, you need something that kind of like blends it all and cancels shit out. And that's when he was talking about like, oh, well, what do you need to do that? That's when he was talking about, meters divided by something else, and he was saying that the n, right, the n in the equation is of that unit type, and you have to quote unquote analyze the situation using dimensional analysis to either obtain that or to figure out what that would be if you're designing this in the first place, whatever, right? But he was wrong because n is just the number of moles, but he was saying n is in one of those units. He was wrong about that. It's the R that is. And he got the unit wrong, but never mind that. He got the variable wrong too. So it was just like one of those moments where he really just wanted to grasp at straws to try and get something to pin India
Well,
on.
here's the thing, and you brought up a good point. It's the number of moles, and nothing is getting in and out, right? So he can even change gases. It's still going to be the same number of moles if you keep everything else the same, right? If you keep the pressure, temperature, volume the same, and you I want oxygen, I want helium, I want hydrogen, I want xenon gas. They're all going to have the same number of moles. That value is never going to change. So it doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't tell us how to get this, foot-pounds per square inch, right? How do we get to that? From that formula. You don't know the shape of the volume because the volume number itself, the 1 meter squared, doesn't tell you the surface area that fixed number of molecules, assuming they're evenly distributed, right? Right? We're going for like static pressure. Assuming they're evenly distributed, you have, I'm pretty sure that when you have a number, and the larger the number you divide it by, the less the resulting value is. So if we have 100 molecules and we have a fixed volume of 1 fucking meters cubed, but then depending on the shape, then you'll have a surface area of whatever, let's say 8 meters squared or versus 10 meters squared. Well, you still have the same number of molecules to distribute on each of those surfaces. The pressure on one has to be different than the pressure on the other. Right? If you kept the temperature steady. They can't be the same. But they are the same, so the temperature has to change.
Am I able to ask a question?
Oh yeah, sorry, Goran. Go for it. We're
It's
on
all
our
good.
own shit.
So I came back here, long time listener, first time commenter. I saw something on Twitter just a moment ago, and let me see what you guys think. So, they said if you could see all the planets in the telescope as, round, then why wouldn't we?
Why would we be?
Well, if everything else up there is round, I don't know.
Yeah. Why would we be like everything else?
Well, I could ask him a
Pattern-
question. Let me ask
pattern
you a question,
recognition?
Moron. Can
Pattern
you name?
recognition? What pattern?
We're not up there.
Well, let me ask him my. This is my go-to question here. Can you name a resemblance between what you observe here and what you see in the sky? Like any resemblance?
Yeah, complete.
No, but like,
Wait,
can I ask
no,
you-
hold on. No.
I know,
So your
no,
answer
but
is
hold on.
no.
Can I
So
follow
if
that
you- if
logic
there-
train, though?
Just so your answer is no. There's no
But can I-
resemblance between the Earth and those things. So then why
Well,
would you
no,
start to compare the two?
It's the same. It's similar as if I was on the surface of the moon, right? If I was on the moon and I was looking at Earth and everything
begging
else.
the question, bro.
Yeah, that is begging the question.
No,
Again,
those things are up there, and the Earth is down here.
The Earth
Right,
isn't
but it's
like
all
those things in
perspective
any
of where
way,
you're
shape, or
standing.
form.
You're assuming that the Earth shares the quality with the moon, or that the moon shares a quality with the Earth, as in it's a surface you could stand on.
Well, if we're all part of the same space, wouldn't we share similar characteristics?
You're thinking of a flat Earth in the heliocentric model, bro.
Yeah,
We're not
let's
taking the globe out and replacing it with a flat disk in the solar system, in outer space. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah, that is weird for you to think that that's what we think.
You've adopted inadvertently the Copernican principle, which says that Earth has no unique place in the universe. There is no evidence to support that principle. It's philosophical.
Isn't it a religious claim?
That claim that the Earth has no unique place in the universe, yeah, that's pretty religious.
No, it's the inverse is religious. If we do have a
No,
unique
both
place.
are religious. Doesn't matter. There's no evidence either way, right? From the surface of the Earth, you can't tell if the Earth's unique or not, right?
Well, standing on it, yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, where you stand somewhere else.
Yeah, right. There's nowhere else to stand. That's a good point.
Spaceport,
right,
bro.
Spaceports, yeah. They always want to view the Earth from outer space. Well, we could just take there is no outer space, Goron. So that's not a deal
I guess
you can give.
But
that
we
leads us to
can
my
say
next
that
question
Earth is
of
unique. I want to say though, we can say that the Earth is unique, right? We're the only things with water, life. Like if you look around the Earth, it doesn't look like anything in the sky. It doesn't follow rules that of things that are in the sky, like lack of parallax and all these other observations that I'm not going to get into because they're complicated. I mean, if you want,
those are features of the Earth,
yeah,
right?
but
I'm talking about
were
the
things that
geometrical
you
shape.
would say, hey, there's similarities here, right? Hey, these two, I'm making similar observations, Earth and something else. Maybe they're the same. But if we don't observe any similarities, there's no reason to think they're the same.
There you go.
And do we have observable similarities that you can point to justify, hey, they're the same? Earth's not unique.
So would you guys say the Earth is unique?
Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me? Yeah,
You just said you couldn't name any resemblances.
You're the
So
only
yeah,
place with
you think that.
But wait, no, he
The only
said he
place
thinks
with
that
you
the
on
Earth
it,
is
bro.
unique.
You think that too.
Okay, but hold on. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But I have a question for Indio then. If you claim it's unique, how can you make that claim without knowing the full extent of the geographical shape of the Earth?
Why would you say it's similar to these other things without knowing that either?
Okay, because
No, that's not the question
I
at this
see
moment. though.
nothing. I observe, and neither does anybody else. Nothing similar to anything else. That's why it's unique.
But you have to have the perspective to make that observation.
Who?
You don't have the perspective either.
Right. So we both have claims.
But you're
that
saying,
are
but you're
founded
saying
in-
it's similar to these other things without that perspective.
Why do I need to see the whole thing? You're making the logical. It's like the fallacy of composition. That the parts need to be the same as the whole, or some shit like that.
Okay, well, let's not reference what's above then. And I actually want to know, what is above?
Well, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow in the first place. I look up, I see planets around, therefore the Earth is around. That's a leap of logic in the same form as I looked out of my window, I saw trees, therefore I am a tree. It's the same logical form. It's identical. Okay? How do you know you're not a tree? Because you look at yourself, you see you're not a tree, right? Correct?
Yeah.
So how do we know the Earth's not a planet? Because we can look at the Earth and see that it's not a planet.
We can't look at the Earth from the perspective of space, though.
We can't.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can't make a judgment on its shape because we don't see the full perspective.
How do you know that perspective even exists in the first place?
Oh, well, is this philosophy or like I don't get that
perspective that you can go to a place where you can see Earth in its totality. What makes you think that? TV show?
Let me think about that. I guess I don't necessarily claim you have to see the totality. You just have to see enough to make a judgment.
How much is that?
I don't know. If I got sent up there, I could, fly around a little bit and make a judgment.
That's a question. That's the very thing you're trying to prove in the first place. You have to assume the thing is true to prove the thing is true?
But aren't we both making claims here that we can't prove?
We can observe the Earth to be flat and motionless. We don't need to make any claims about that. You observe it that way. I observe it that way. We all observe it that way.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't have...
Some people have imagined that is not the way the Earth actually is. That it's something else. That it's for some reason, even though flat things usually look flat, in this case, this flat thing that looks flat is not actually flat. It's actually curving into a ball. But that's in someone's imagination.
So who's to say the Earth doesn't shift? Because there's no solid flat Earth map, right? So who's to say the the perspective of the Earth doesn't shift based upon the viewer?
What does that mean? I don't even.
The way it was put to me is how in video games, and I'm drawing an analogy. I get it; it's not the same, but it gets the point across. If we're in a video game, right? When you're looking forward in the video game, whatever is rendered to the right and behind you isn't rendered in. Doesn't mean it's not there. It's just you're not looking there. So it's it could change. If this is such a metaphysical concept of the because it kind of is in a sense if we don't have a map still of what the shape.
No sense.
It does.
Earth, we see the Earth as flat and motionless, and if we don't have a map, it's a metaphysical concept. You just put logic and turned it right on its head. Because maps are abstract ideas. They're representative of something that's real. Okay? The map is the abstract concept, not the fucking Earth.
So then shouldn't we be able to judge the geometrical shape based off what you...
Yeah, we can. We can measure it, dude. We can measure the Earth for what it is.
Okay, can you send me the flat Earth then on just a diagram or something? Something I could look at?
What do you mean? Like an orthographic diagram of the Earth?
Like a flat Earth interpretation of a flat Earth's map.
Let's just cut the shit. You want a picture of the Earth?
Yeah, okay. Not from NASA, but from you guys.
Yeah, you want a picture of the Earth from space. You want a picture of the flat Earth from fucking space.
Why?
Well, that's what he wants, dude. Let's just cut the shit. That's what he actually wants. He wants a cartoon to compete with the other cartoon. And even if I showed it to you, you would then go, well, NASA's got 1,000 pictures, and you only have 1. Or you have 5, or you have 10. But NASA's got 10 million.
But you guys have 0. And wait. Have 1.
But dude, hold on.
Take picture from a place that don't exist, dude.
There it is right there.
They have 0.
You're fucking retarded.
You came in heated, bro. Shut the fuck up. That's not a point of view you're ever going to be able to get. This idea of being able to see the Earth from outside the Earth, you can't see that. It's in the same way, what's his name? Who are we talking to? Garanadic. That'd be like me asking you to show me a diagram of the whole universe.
So, no, that's I feel like that's
No,
if I can elaborate, well, I can't even elaborate. If I'm letting
well, just let me. Can you just say? Are you able to give me a like miniature version or like a depiction or a diagram or a universe of the universe?
No.
Okay, why?
Because I haven't explored it, so I guess I don't have it.
There you go. Could you go outside of the universe and like see it from the outside?
This is the thing. I don't know. These are questions I don't know the answer to, and I'm not afraid to. Time. But this is the thing. Like you guys have like also revolve, and I'm a flat earther to an extent. But I have questions about. There's things I don't align with, obviously, but with you guys. But my point being is that if we chart on a map distances from here to here, right, and we have the whole plane of the Earth, which we can measure, then why can't we get a geographical shape?
Prove they're correct.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Nick?
I mean, planes and ships use them all the time.
They use the stars, dude.
No, they use like the compass too. I mean, there's other factors.
No. First of all, they use the compass to a degree, but compasses are highly inaccurate, especially in the south. Okay, there's something called magnetic declination. Compasses don't actually point north and south, like point to the South Pole or North Pole. It's not how they actually work. They align to the magnetic field locally to wherever you are. And that may or may not point north and south, depends on where you are. It can point 90 degrees different from north and south. You could be facing east, and your compass reads north. This happens. But that coordinate system itself, this is where you guys just, I understand you guys have a shit fucking education. I got the same shit education. So it's really simple. The coordinate system of latitude and longitude itself, okay, is based upon the stars and the sun. Longitude being based on the sun and latitude being based on the stars. It's not based on the Earth itself. There are no points on the Earth of any particular latitude and longitude. We agree on them by convention. We all agree, hey, New York City is this latitude and longitude. We all agree on it. We'll agree on shit. In fact, it even says it in the International Terrestrial Reference System. That's how they actually assign latitude and longitude.
So then,
by convention means they all agree on it. It's an agreement.
I understand, but this is the thing. There's no agreement in the flat Earth community of what that would make Earth metaphysical in the literal sense if. We can't map out what it looks like. It's metaphysical by nature if we can't map it out.
From where? From a place that don't exist?
Exactly, bro. This is why I asked you about the universe. You're not going to be able to map the universe because you can't go outside of it, bro. It's the same.
Is the Earth as big as the universe?
No, we're saying it has this. It's similar in characteristic where you can't go outside of it and then see it in totality for starters. And like you said, it's probably fairly large and not been fully explored. So it's the same thing, really. The universe.
Ain't no one before the modern
era easily transverse the universe and not get into the observable edge of the universe.
What edge, dude?
Okay, well, I would say probably no one's been to the boundaries of reality, regardless of what your worldview is. So for this guy asking us, can you give me like a depiction or can you draw all of reality on a piece of paper? No one's going to be able to do that, whether you think it's flat or round.
You can draw all of where you have been. That is called mapping.
There you go. And we have lots of those.
Yeah,
so,
but hold on. The choice of coordinate systems is arbitrary, right?
Lots of them.
Yeah, the choice.
They say I have lots of maps of my city.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
You drunk?
It doesn't make any sense. You need one map.
There is no one map. Even the globe doesn't have just one map of the world.
You're sounding stupid.
Yeah, that's because they globe. Well, actually,
no.
There is no such thing as the map.
Okay, there's the state plane coordinate. Shut up, bro. Shut up.
I already know what he's going to say.
The state plane coordinate system is one map that your state uses, and then the United States, the USGS, uses a different coordinate system, and then GPS uses a whole nother coordinate system. There's no unified fucking map or unified coordinate system. It's an arbitrary
Which furthers
what
my
he was going
point.
to say, what he was going to say is, if it was flat, you should be able to fly up in the sky, look down, take a picture, and trace around countries.
We do have a map of the planet. So do you have?
You don't have. You don't have.
Okay,
like the world that you think you were on.
Okay, yeah. I want you to demonstrate this map of the planet. I want you to tell me, using only the planet, nothing in the sky, how to find my latitude and longitude right now.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
you said
a
you have a map of the planet. So
yes,
if you have a map of the
you
planet,
know where places are relative to each other.
Yeah, so I can use the planet to figure out where I am, right? So I want to know where I am, latitude, longitude, where am I, how do I find it, what device do I use, what measurements do I take?
Do you know where things and places are relative to each other?
To a degree.
To a degree.
Yeah, to a degree. Do you think that
So isn't it applicable to scale?
Dude, do you know that... listen, do you think that... Oh my God, am I going to have this fucking conversation with fucking morons? I guess I am.
You don't... I mean,
you guys don't know anything about maps or map making. You guys know nothing about maps or map making. You're trying to have a conversation that you're not going to understand, even for fucking 5 minutes. Okay? Distances between 2 points on the surface of the Earth are calculated, not measured. They're calculated using the Habersign... They're calculated using the Habersign formula. Okay? They're not measured. The distance between New York and LA, not measured. Distance between New York and London, not measured. Distance between New York and Sydney, not measured. They're calculated. They're calculations. They're not measured. And those calculations don't actually measure distances. We know this because there's a thing in geodetic surveying called deflection of the vertical. Okay, this is when the celestial sphere does not align with the terrestrial measurements. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Change the subject because you're just going to get buried. It's not esoteric.
Distance from New York to Sydney is about 10,000 miles.
How do you know that?
What?
How do you know that? How do you know the distance?
Because you can accurately time it and test it. You can say, I'm going to go X miles an hour. I'm going to go X miles an hour.
How do you know your speed?
Flying this
how do you know your speed? How do you know your speed?
And I'm going to see how long it takes. If you go 10 miles at 10 miles an hour.
You're going on mute if you don't answer the question. How do you know your speed?
It's a basic math.
Basic math. That's how you know your speed.
If you take distance and you put it over time.
You don't know the distance. That's the thing you're trying to figure out.
Oh my God. You can use a fucking... any sensor, GPS. You can use that
sensor.
Now that won't work because GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is on a plane. So you're gonna have to try again.
And how'd they do it before that?
Longitude.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's actually complicated. Wow.
Yeah, it's esoteric.
Plus, they claim to have known the continent's layout on your globe before GPS. So how'd they do it then?
Maps.
Just chant maps. I'll just chant maps.
Yes. Believe it or not,
I'm the map. I'm the map.
People know how to map.
You can't map the Earth because you guys don't know what the shape is, and it might be ever evolving. Who knows what it is?
It's called the Public Land Survey System, State Plane Survey System. The Earth is mapped. We use a Cartesian grid coordinate system. It's well known.
No, you're saying, if I heard you correctly, all the maps are
actually used.
No, you said no map is the same, right? So if that's true, if no map is the same,
no one said no.
That's what I heard.
Same. That's what I heard. What, in your dream world, in your pipe fucking smoke, dude? Like what?
No, you said that all the maps that like globers, utilize are not consistent with each other, correct?
No, they're not.
Do you have one map that represents the whole Earth?
This is why it's hard to have this conversation with someone like you. And it's not because you're dumb. It's because it's not as straightforward as you've been taught. I said, hey, man, you got a bad education. It's not your fault you were educated poorly. Conversion.
Freddie, who's the most respected scientist that believes the Earth is flat?
No one cares. That's not even on topic.
That would be an appeal to authority anyway.
No, but like the point
is, there's
no category error. You when it comes to actual science. So
okay,
just lay off on the ad
It's
hoc.
not science.
Okay, it's not science, and we've talked to scientists, and that's the only thing that matters is what's their evidence, not
Right?
their
Yeah,
title.
but just no scientists that are
What is their
respected.
evidence? What is the most respected scientist?
No, but you made a claim about education, and I'm pointing out to you that by any metric of education
that you've had,
you can't point to me one higher level educated person who has a postdoctoral degree that believes this stuff.
Okay, that's nonsense.
There's some amongst us.
Utter nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about.
Find me the most respected people who believe this stuff, and
Dr. Mike Heffron,
I'll
Dr.
match it
John
up.
D. Okay, do you want
Let's
me
see
to go
how many
on?
of them split the atom.
What do you mean split the atom?
It doesn't matter who we present. You're
He's
not. You're gonna
freaking
have to
losing his mind, dude.
Yeah, dude. JJ, just mute up, dude. You're way off kilter here.
Fucking talk.
It's similar. It's in the same vein. Like, no, once you've established the geometry of the surface, no amount of asking for a map and not getting one falsifies the established geometry of the surface.
Well, what would y'all say to like Greeks who
established geometry?
What about the Greeks who, way back in the day, they calculated the distance of the sun traveled, and they were able to accurately
calculated the
guess
distance the sun traveled? Gee, that's a new one.
Well, shadows that the sun casted,
shadows of the
and
sun.
they were able to determine the Earth's circumference thousands of years ago before.
Okay.
Why don't you walk us through it?
Did you just read that 7 minutes ago?
Well, I'm just curious, like, what y'all
Why
think
don't you
about
walk
that?
us through it?
I mean, a lot of people
This
know
is a
that,
common problem.
JJ, just shut the fuck up, dude.
Hold on, yeah, mic up or mute up, buddy. So this is a common problem we have. You guys just read something, and we're gonna spend the next 30 minutes explaining it to you. And whereas you can just on your own, maybe just read it and think about it for a second,
And not assume that no one here has seen it either.
There's peer-reviewed papers admitting that Eratosthenes, the little experiment you're talking about with the sticks and fucking shadows, don't prove anything because it also works on a flat Earth.
But there's no flat Earth model.
Oh my god.
What does that even mean?
It means that if you guys are going to claim that the measurable
What does it mean? Just tell me what it means to be no flat Earth model. What does that mean?
It means you can't accurately judge something unless you have a model to represent
I can't accurately judge. Okay, I have a fucking dog. I don't have a model of my dog. Is my dog not here?
You could see the full perspective of your dog, though.
Okay, what if I was a blind person? That's my seeing eye dog.
You could feel it up and feel it around it, and then
I don't have a model. It can't possibly exist. I don't have a model.
Well, the model can be created with the sense of touch.
Oh, really? I'm going to create a model of a dog.
I think you have to scale your analogy to something bigger than a dog.
Look,
for this
do it with the universe.
You're just like iterating, you're puking out freaking goddamn globetard talking points. Okay, it's all you're doing. A model of what? Scientific models are phenomenon. What phenomenon would you like a model of?
Okay, so you're saying there's
which phenomenon? No, I'm not. So I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay, just listen to my words and go with those, not the ones you just fill in the blanks on. Okay, which phenomenon would you like a model of?
I just feel like if we're going to discuss the features of something, we should know the full extent of it. That's all I'm saying.
Do that with the universe. I guarantee you cannot.
Is the surface of the Earth mostly water?
So we've been told.
Is the surface of the Earth mostly covered in water?
From observable, yeah, I would say. But we haven't discovered the full Earth, so we don't know.
Yeah, that's fine, but we know that most of the surface of the Earth is water. The surface of the Earth that we have access to is mostly water.
Exactly. You have to put an asterisk on it because I think that's important.
Fine.
Is that what's been discovered? Yeah.
Doesn't determine whether the surface of that water is curving or not determine what the Earth is. Can the water of the Earth be flat and the Earth be a ball?
Maybe.
Maybe.
If it's
so the entire oceans of the world could all be flat and the Earth's still a ball.
what if we just don't understand the concepts behind it yet? Like we just don't
We're
understand.
brains in a jar too. Every fucking time, dude. You guys just bail out. Like, what if we just throwing it?
What if it's ever terraforming?
We made it up. Yeah. What if
people
you're
have
going to Mars
experiences?
and-
People have experiences of things changing on the Earth all the time. So, like, the Earth could be terraforming. That's my point. Is that we just don't know what it really is, and that's why I say it's metaphysical.
That's your escape, dude.
Okay.
That's just, you're just making a mental escape because you can't accept that the Earth is a globe, so you're going to try to just blow up all reality.
I don't think it's a globe, but I also don't
100%
know if
certain
it's
of
flat.
anything.
You mean it's flat? Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's flat to an extent. I just don't know the geographical. Like, I think the problem is that, like, since we don't have a map of it, it's like we can't make a claim about anything.
There's tons of maps already covered this.
Give me one. Give me one.
There's like 75 in the chat. I got you.
Okay, got you.
Fucking maps all over the place. The only difference between one map and the other is the choice of coordinate systems. You're confusing.
Are these maps complete?
System. Listen, brother, you're confusing the coordinate system with the features on the map. Do you understand? The coordinate systems we use is not the Earth; it's the sky. I don't know why you don't understand this. You can't find your latitude and longitude if you can't see the fucking sky.
Okay.
Right? How would you find it? Okay, imagine this. It's completely cloudy. I give you $1 trillion and you can use any scientific fucking instrument you want. How do you find your location without seeing the stars, sun, moon, or planets?
Well, planes do it all the time.
How?
By maps and coordinates and GPS and all that
Coordinate
stuff.
systems in the sky, dude. That's what I want to know. Find your coordinate. You can't see the sky. How do you do that?
Well, you could just point
something called Earth centered, Earth fixed. I know on your phone it shows you latitude and longitude, but that's not what GPS actually measures. It measures in a coordinate system called Earth centered, Earth fixed, which is on a plane, a flat fucking plane.
You could use a what's it called? And except in the fringe cases of the South, like you were saying, you could use a compass. So that's not using the stars.
The South is in fringe cases, man.
Well, it is because you said it's in like the deep, like the southern region.
That's the worst deflection of the vertical, but it's everywhere. It's even in North America, in Europe, and everywhere else.
Okay, so then you're saying a compass wouldn't be accurate if I used it.
Okay, listen, it's accurate enough to get you, like, bro, it's really simple. People don't take, especially when you're traveling on Earth, say you're Lewis and Clark and you want to travel to the fucking Missouri fucking border, right? From, New York. Yeah, you're going to use a compass. Are you going to fucking be able to pinpoint fucking land somewhere? No, but you'll get generally where you want to go. Right? The same way Columbus did. Columbus was fucking lost. Okay? Completely lost.
Well, back then, your ship can get thrown off by winds and stuff like that, so that's a different situation.
Well, he had an astrolabe. He should be able to use the stars to figure out where he was. But apparently, he was using the wrong globe.
None of this means the Earth isn't flat anyway. Your standard is shit, bro.
Yeah, I mean, so says you.
Well, I mean, concerning Columbus, they didn't know that there was land there in the first place. I thought that was a straight route to Asia, right?
God,
so,
dude.
I mean...
They were using Ptolemy's he was lost because he was using Ptolemy's fucking globe, dude. He was also, the accuracy of his instrument was freaking off by 15 miles per day. He's fucking lost, starving, got found by some Indians. They helped him out, and then he came back to skin them alive.
Yeah, I think Columbus knew his latitude, but not his longitude.
Who knows what Columbus...
So the maps aren't accurate when they're using it.
They're accurate. He didn't have a map. How was
you said he was using something.
How do you use a map in the ocean? Take a right turn at that wave.
What were you saying he was using to navigate?
An astrolabe.
Sorry, can you type that? Labe?
Labe. Labe.
It's an old navigation device.
Let me look. Let me look this up. Give me a second.
It kind of looks like a compass a little bit.
What do you navigate with labia? Anyway. Yeah, I'm sick.
So if your boat was to get knocked around with winds and you got thrown around, like this would center you back, supposedly?
It gives you a rough position within the coordinate system. Yeah, it'll give you a rough position. Like I said, within a 15-mile circle.
So then if he's using this and if it's rough, then why did he get lost?
Because it's 15 miles per day, and it took 4 months. And every day he has to correct. And plus, ships don't
Maybe
go in
had
a
some
direction,
cloudy
right?
nights.
Yeah, so ships have a course and they have a heading. So they'll be pointed in a direction, but that's not necessarily the way they're going. Right? Because you have currents.
Yeah, but he should have been able to course correct eventually when he saw the sky.
He got into the Gulf Stream, and that's why he fucking ended up in Cuba. Okay?
Yeah, from the stars, he could only determine the latitude, not the longitude. That's why.
This is interesting.
You have to have accurate clocks in order to determine longitude, and those didn't exist until the 1700s.
What's the clock format?
To determine the exact time, so that they knew what the longitude was.
But that's based upon what? The time is based on what?
The solar noon. I mean, if you
Yes,
if you know what
the sun. There we go.
Solar
The
noon
sun.
where? Solar noon where?
Depending on where you are, the solar noon will be at different times. So if you have an
Greenwich.
clock, you can tell where you are. Well, I mean, it wasn't based on Greenwich back then, but you know, he probably knew when solar.
No, it was based on Paris, France back then. Prime meridian was in Paris.
Yay, Paris. Anyway, the point is that coordinate system, the latitude and longitude, is based upon the sky. You can't use it for fucking the ocean. Take a left at that wave, take a right at that frickin', trough. Don't work. That's why there's maps and mapping. It's like I said, coordinate systems are fucking.
So are you saying mapping is an abstract concept?
Yeah. You thought mapping that was like the actual Earth?
To an extent.
Have you ever heard of the map territory problem?
No.
Okay, map territory problem says to make it 100% faithful map of some place, the map would need to be the size of that place.
Well, yeah, due to scaling purposes, of course. But
Well, yeah. And then there's other problems. So there's a known coastline problem. If you try to measure the outline of a coastline, yeah, whatever length, so say you used miles versus inches to measure the coastline length. When you sum, like one, right, I'm going to take a bunch of measurements in miles and then sum them up and get a value. Okay, this is the length of the coastline. But if I use inches and I sum those up, I'm going to have a longer length than I did when I had miles. The sum is going to be different. So the unit of measure determines how long a coastline is.
well, yeah, because miles you have a limit, and then if it goes above that with inches, then of course it's going to be longer with the inches because the inches. Yeah, of course. Like if it's 1500 versus 1501, so you're in. If it's so, say it's 1500.3 miles, right? Just as an example. You're going to round down, so they're going to probably just say 1500.
I'm not talking about rounding errors, dude. I'm not talking about.
Well, then how are you saying that inches is greater than the mile measurement? I don't get it.
Because you can measure with a finer fidelity the smaller the unit, right? So if I have so say I have a bay, right, or a cove or something, and I'm using units of miles. So that's my smallest unit. Smallest. And the cove is half a mile. I'm going to measure that cove as a mile, even though it's a half a mile. Right? The freaking edge, my little ruler is not going to measure the little undulations that make up that cove. Now, if I take a freaking inch, right, I can measure the entire length of that cove, right? A little semicircle. And I can measure the length of a coastline with a higher fidelity. So I have my little rulers. I can fit more into the nooks and crannies and little spaces of the coast to measure the distance. And then when I summit, I'm going to end up with a longer distance than if I use the giant fucking ruler. It's called the
Yeah, so you'll get a more accurate map.
Is it more accurate? Because it goes to infinity.
Well, so if you go down to like
you have an
millimeters,
infinite
you'll get-
coastline. You're gonna freaking measure the coastline of England and come up with an infinite coastline because you use nanometers.
I think it's all roughly the same, though. I don't think it's like drastically off.
No, it gets drastically off. It's definitely drastically off. I'll post a video in the chat from number file.
Because it seems like you're arguing terraforming to an extent. If they're all not
farming, what?
Because if they're all not
farming,
because if they're all not, if you get 75 maps and 75, and they're all not entirely accurate, then that has to prove that it's not.
Maps are made for particular purposes. They're accurate for the purpose they're made for. For instance, the Gleason's map says on it, time and longitude calculator. For that purpose, it's perfectly accurate. If you want to know the flora and fauna of frickin' New Zealand, though, it fucking's useless. Doesn't say that on the map. If you want to know the topography of frickin' the Andes, useless. It's not made for that purpose. If you want to know how long it takes to fly from fucking London to Paris on the Concorde, it's fucking useless. It isn't going to tell you anything. Right? Maps are made for particular purposes, and they're only good for that purpose.
Okay.
I try to extend things beyond what their purpose is. Do you think you can navigate the Earth with a globe? Like an actual physical globe. Like you get in the airplane, you bring your globe with you. Like, oh, I want to fly to New York. Let's bring this globe.
No, I'm just saying you can't navigate the Earth in its entirety. Therefore, you can't make a judgment on its characteristics or how it behaves.
Yeah, we can, because all we need to know is the profile of water. Is the water curving? Yes. No. That's it.
Can I ask you?
No. All we need to know is because it's a dichotomy.
Can I ask you this? Can you know
what
the
a
full
dichotomy
extent?
is? No, hold on, dude. You're not gonna whistle past this shit, dude. You know what a dichotomy is, right? There's only two choices.
Yeah, right.
We have two choices: flat or curved.
I don't think that's the case.
Okay, what's the third choice?
The third choice is, similar to how, like, have you ever heard of the observer effect with subatomic particles? Do you know what that is?
Flat or curved, dude. What's the third choice?
Oh, I'm telling you right now.
There is no third choice.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay, just saying the observer effect. Okay.
No, I'm trying to
you know
explain a
goddamn
broader
anything about quantum mechanics, and you're gonna say a bunch of stupid shit that you saw on the Discovery Channel. Okay, I'm really not in the mood.
I'm just
science and
trying to
bullshit,
explain.
dude. It's just pop science and bullshit you're about to spew at me.
No, I'm just saying, like, we're comprised of, if in our entirety we appear to be physical, right? But at our subatomic level, we are a combination of, something that's not physical. It's energy, right? Energy
that is physical, though.
It's okay. It's not okay. It's a mix of physical and energy, which is not entirely physical, right?
Energy is physical. Entirely physical. Defined as a quantity of work performed on a system.
Yeah, he's correct. Energy and matter is the physical world.
Right. But I'm talking about like a solidified, like we are.
E equals MC squared.
The energy is ever changing. It's not trackable and traceable, right? So it's like that's why I brought up the observer effect, where people see different subatomic patterns based upon who's observing. Similarly, I think if that's the case,
Stop it. Get some help.
None of that is true. I don't know.
None of that's true. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right at all. Why don't you look into the observer effect and subatomic particles and tell me I'm wrong?
The observer effect, the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics
for fun. And what the observer effect is a device that is used to perform a measurement at subatomic scales. Changes the thing you're trying to measure. So any attempt to interact with the system, like a quantum system, is going to result in the system being changed. So you can't ever truly measure it. That's what that is. That's nothing.
I'm not saying interact. You can interact too, but I'm saying just the observing aspect, because two people can observe the same thing on that.
That's not what
tool.
happened.
I don't think you know what observe means in this context. It's not like eyeballs watching. That's not what physicists mean when they say that.
So how are they observing the particle? You're using your eyeballs to observe.
Trying to measure it. So, like, remember when I said there's a measurement taken? That's what's meant by observe.
In measurement, hold on, but you need to clarify. Measurement means any interaction with a subatomic particle, with a quantum particle. Any interaction is considered a measurement. Any interaction is considering an observation. Any interaction.
Any
so
interaction
there are
that you
interactions,
provoke,
there are weak limit interactions that you can gain some knowledge from, but you got to do millions and millions of freaking, it isn't enough to collapse the wave function, but you can discern some information out of that.
That has to do with like it's there's like a property of an object called, like, I think it's length or
it's called weak measurement. That's what it's called. It's not strong enough to collapse the wave function.
My point being is that you can't accurately, determine the fundamentals of us or any object based on subatomic particles.
Can you
Therefore,
prove you have hands?
I apply the same concept over to the Earth.
Fallacy of composition, dude.
No, I think that's a fair one, though.
No, it's a logical fallacy. You're presupposing that the whole has to be the same as the parts. We know at the macroscopic level, quantum effects don't mean a goddamn thing. Though we can experimentally do make some macroscopic things, do quantum behaviors, such as freaking super cold rubidium atoms, make a Bose-Einstein, condense it. But that's a whole nother fucking thing altogether.
Oh, well, why macroscopic objects don't, why we don't observe like quantum behavior, like that's known. Is that what your objection is?
I don't have an objection. His objection is he's trying to blow up reality because flat versus globe.
Correction. That's correct. I think it's all our perceived reality, and we don't know the full extent of the Earth, and I don't think we ever will.
Yeah, no one knows anything. You can't know the Earth is flat.
Well, it puts you in a more
dude.
It puts you in a more reasonable position than making claims upon something you don't know the full context of.
You want to know what the reasonable position is? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. That's the most reasonable position.
Right, based off perception. I get that.
No shit. How else do you experience the world? Do fucking telekinesis?
Perception is different through each person, which perception does not mean or necessitate.
Yeah, but there are universals.
Universal patterns that are recognized, but those also can be flawed.
Okay, so what? It doesn't have to be perfect. No one went outside and said, dude, fucking looks very globular today.
Right.
And I've argued with you guys this before too. You guys don't even know the full depth of the ocean. That's an important factor.
Yeah, we don't. Because we're not making a claim about that. We're only making a claim about one aspect of the surface.
Yeah, but water conforming
You're claiming to know all the other stuff that you want to know.
Water conforming
Not knowing the answers to your questions does not invalidate the methodology and the results that we get from measuring the surface of the Earth.
No, I'm just saying.
Wait, why haven't you guys published your results like in a
Hold
paper?
on, I want to attack this water thing really quick again.
What journal was going to publish that, Nabels?
Okay, then just publish it online.
What journal is going to? It is published online. Do you want it?
Okay, where's your paper?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat.
Because if you're going to use the water because I know you guys use the water a lot to prove the Earth being flat, and if that's the case, then we have to know the full.
That? Why do we do
because
that?
It's flat and level in lakes.
No,
and
but why do we use the water?
Because it's level and surface, right?
No, because the most of the surface of the Earth is supposed to be fucking water, dude, and it's supposed to conform the fucking gravity into the shape of a fucking ball.
Right, but if you don't know
right, none of that's important. Oh yeah, right.
Because I'm getting at a greater point.
It's listen, brother. It's integral to the fucking globe claim. is that the gravity forms a bulk, a water-covered fucking ball, Earth into a ball. So the water has to be curving. Has to be. It's a necessity. Okay, this is the argument, maybe you're not familiar with it. It's called the necessary condition argument. X is a necessary condition of Y. Okay? Y is globe. X is curvature. Curvature is the necessary condition of globe. So if we can show that the necessary condition doesn't exist, then we eliminate globe.
But I'm not arguing for the globe. I think I've made that clear.
You're arguing for the reality doesn't exist. Yeah, you've made that clear.
Yeah, so so that's why that's that whole last point you just made is irrelevant to me because that's not what I believe. But my point being is
we don't
with the water, with the ocean, with the water and the ocean, because I'm trying to give you guys different perspectives because I know you hear the globers all the time, but this is different than globers, right? So if
we've heard this before too.
Well, I mean, mine's more unique,
dude. Nearly a decade, I've heard it all from you guys.
I'm sure you have, but like, as I'm saying though, is the water. If we're using water as a metric to determine something, then we have to know the full aspects of water and where it's like located. Because that's
why do we need to know it in its entirety?
Because you're using it as a tool to measure.
So
measure what your claim is.
That's not a reason. You just told me what I'm doing. Why?
Yeah, you have to understand the full properties of the water.
Why?
You can't understand the full
the same thing twice. Why?
Because you're using it as a tool.
Yeah, you're describing what I'm doing again. Now, why? I'm going to ask you again. You're not telling me why.
Why does using it as a tool disqualify us from being able to use it as a tool?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
We want to know why can't we use it as a tool if we don't know the Earth in its entirety? Why?
I had to draw an analogy, I guess, because I'm sure you guys are getting my point.
We don't need an analogy. We only need this because we're talking about this.
I feel like you're purposefully misunderstanding my point.
We have water. It's all connected. We're pretty sure we know from experience that connected water all does the same thing on the surface. So you said we need to know all of its in entirety, and we can't use a smaller sample to infer that the entire surface is doing this one thing in this small place.
Right?
Why? Don't interrupt me, please. Why? Let me finish. Now, please tell us why that is an unjustified inference.
Because if, for example, the water is being propulsed to the surface from something underground, that would change the properties or how water acts in its very nature, and that's the ocean. I'm just giving an example
of acts in its very nature. What does that even mean?
Because so if the water is emerging from somewhere beneath, right, and it's not, and it's being propulsed up, or maybe it could be many ways it's being held down on Earth.
How does that change the surface?
Not in the perception.
So I can fill up a bathtub from the bottom, right? In the surface,
okay, I guess what you're arguing is based on your current perception,
right? But the tub level goes up, but the water on the surface stays flat, right?
I don't know. I guess I'm arguing something that's a little bit next level, so it might be a little.
Posture, like that's gonna work. Like you're gonna trick somebody in this chat. Give me a break, dude.
I'm not trying to use gimmicks. I'm just like I feel like my point.
I didn't say gimmicks. I didn't even say gimmicks. You did. That's funny. Out yourself.
Well, you're insinuating I'm using like some sort of gimmick, but
no, I said posture. You're posturing. Next level? No, it's basic fucking Billy, bro.
Okay. All right.
Hey guys. This feels a little dishonest.
Oh God, here we go. The concern.
Well, it's just that every time I bring up Cavendish.
Okay,
right?
we'll get the cookies and milk out. What's wrong, Nables?
Just every time I bring up Cavendish, right?
Do you actually know how it works now?
One of you guys will say,
"Let's observe."
Well, how do you know that generalizes to everywhere on Earth? Such that everywhere.
Well, yeah, that is justified, though. The justified question.
Yeah, but somebody just said, like, literally 5 seconds ago, we can't use a smaller sample of water to generalize how it behaves across the entire planet.
But no. There's a connection between the water. They're literally physically connected. And water intermolecularly is connected by dimers. So they're technically just one fucking giant connected fucking unit of matter through dimers to electrostatic interactions.
How does that respond to my point?
Because there's no connection between a falling object and Cavendish. None at all.
No, you missed the point, which is that he's arguing you can use a smaller sample of water to generalize, say something true about how water behaves across the planet.
Uh-huh.
But why can't you do the same thing for Cavendish?
I just told you. Because nothing falls in Cavendish. It's not even the same phenomenon.
Okay, so you think science can only deal with cause and effect?
What are you asking me what I think science thinks about? Why are you asking me that?
Because you have an idea of science that every...
now you're going to tell me what I think. Then that's the next one. Oh, great. Tell me more about
He
what
jumped
I think.
from Cavendish pretty quick, India.
Well, you told me what you think. So now I'm telling you...
I did. No, you told me what I think.
No, you just said a second ago that science deals with cause and effect. Did you not?
No.
No? You didn't?
No. You said you put it onto him.
No, he said...
Not India said it. You said it.
Dude, your script is fucking up, dude. Am I fucking up your script?
You're saying Cavendish isn't an experiment because it doesn't have an observed phenomenon that we can,
That's not what I said.
identify a cause and effect.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's no logical connection between the apparatus of Cavendish and a falling object. There's no logical connection between those observations.
No, there is. It's the observed attraction between two massive objects.
That's your claim. Now we want the logic.
Wait, hold on. What do you think logic is?
Not claims.
Wait, are we doing science or are we doing?
You're
logic?
gonna get fucking booted if you don't start being honest like right now. Because I'm already.
Are we doing? You just have to be honest.
Okay, no,
dude.
you just can go all fucking mute. Fuck yourself. Not even playing, dude. Not in the mood.
He did elucidate my point quite well, though.
What point is that?
That you can't reference smaller bodies of water to.
That wasn't his point.
He did. You can't reference smaller bodies of water.
His point.
Well, I haven't even finished my sentence.
I've talked to him before. I've talked to him about Cavendish before. You don't understand his point.
I don't know. I don't understand the Cavendish thing, of course, but he was drawing parallels. But before he drew the parallel to Cavendish, I don't understand Cavendish. But the point he made before Cavendish was saying that you can't compare smaller bodies of water to the properties of the large body of water of ocean without knowing the full extent.
Yeah, why?
Because you don't know the full extent of the.
But why? That's not a reason.
I'm giving it to So because.
You said you don't know the full extent. Oh, why? So what? Why does that matter? Well, because you don't know the full extent.
The full extent, the full extent explains how could explain how water truly acts, not what we perceive it to be acting as.
Fuck gibberish, dude! What are you even saying?
Because the properties of water magically change when we go from a small lake to a large lake.
If the water's beneath the surface is acts in a different way and it's propulsed up, then
we never mentioned beneath the surface.
Oh,
we're talking about the surface properties.
And I'm talking about the water beneath. If it's because we don't know.
Oh, so you're not even talking about the same thing. There's 98% of your problem.
Yeah, I guess we're.
You should track a bit better, mate.
All of us can imagine some scenario where this would not be valid, right? Like if Aquaman fucking used his powers and got all the fucking sea creatures in the world to have a party in the middle of fucking the Atlantic, there'd be a big hump of water because all the fucking sea animals would be there. Yeah, we can all make up some bullshit. Okay? We're in the real world right now. We're trying to deal with what really happens.
Right.
Some fucking hypothetical scenario about unknown fucking water columns squirting fucking water up so that the surface of the ocean bulges. Okay?
Right. Well, perception doesn't necessarily. Perception doesn't
I'm actually
necessitate
surprised
reality.
that you said the water underneath has any effect on the surface. That's
you have to know what's beneath.
We should probably clip that. That might be the dumbest thing I've heard all week.
All right, so be it. I don't understand what's up with all the aggression and hostility. I mean, I've been pretty mild mannered. I feel like.
Yeah. So.
Oh no! Time to time police.
No, I'm not but you guys cut me off and you jump on tag team. I mean, that's just not really like a
because you're.
Here we go. Let me get the violins out.
Fucking shut your hole. Admitted you were a Glober and moved on. soon as you say the fake flat earther, you're a flat earther and you're a fake as fuck motherfucker, you're gonna get the horns, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm just because flat Earth.
Yeah, you're fake as fuck, dude. You're transparent. You're a LARPer. You're full of shit. That's why you're getting an attitude.
So so now you chastised him for saying what you believe. Now you're trying to say what I believe. I think that's a contradiction too.
You said you believe in a flat Earth. You did.
A version of it. I said I believe in a version, not
what
aligned
version?
with your.
That alone is.
Yeah, what version of it do you believe in?
Mine is the Earth is ever terraforming, and we can't understand the full concept of it.
So how does flat Earth terraform into flat Earth?
Because the perceived reality that we all live amongst, it's going to be flat, but in reality, it's different. If you go beyond the ice wall or beneath the surface, it's much different. That's my point.
Do you believe in an ice wall?
I do believe in the ice wall, but since we don't know what's beyond it, then and also what's beneath the water to the fullest extent, I don't make a claim about what the Earth and its capabilities are. Unlike these guys.
But where is the ice wall?
Holy fuck, this guy.
Like, do you have pictures and videos of it?
No, let him go, man.
Are you claiming there's an ice wall?
Dude, he's not. He's the other kind of flat earther.
You claiming there's an ice wall? Kind of like.
Well, yeah, there is an ice wall.
You mean like the ones that they talk about in the encyclopedia?
I don't know what you're referencing. I'm talking about the ice wall that Operation High Jump tried to go over. That's the ice wall I'm talking about.
I think it would be the same one.
Okay, so I'm not trying to catch you up. I'm just saying I don't know if you're referencing the same as me. Some people have different interpretations of the ice wall.
Well, I mean, specifically the one in the encyclopedia is like, I mean, read about it.
Well, technically, like ice wall could be just any wall of ice in the Arctic. So I'm trying to clarify. I'm talking about the ice wall that you cannot go over, or no one's gone over yet.
Okay, so other than what we've read in a book, what are you asking us? Because I know you don't think we know more than you.
I think you guys have just come set on a position that you're going to fall into the same trap that the Globers fall into of asserting something that you don't fully understand yet.
Oh,
well, are you a bigot?
You understand?
Are you a bigot?
No, that's why I'm having the conversation. A bigot
okay, good. So you're not a bigot. So tell me where I would go wrong.
Oh, did you join late, or have you been there the whole time?
Yeah, he just got here.
Oh, well, I mean, Indio,
So
if you want to truthfully
nah, you can do it. You can defend yourself, dude. I don't want no part of this shit.
What mistake could I potentially make? What's that?
Okay, I guess to summarize it in the most concise way possible is because we don't know what's beyond the ice wall and we don't know what's beneath the fullest extent of the body of ocean of water to its deepest levels and what's beneath the earth, I don't think we can make any claims about what the surface and how the surface acts on Earth truly.
That's non sequitur. The surface of the Earth and the edge of a football field; those are two totally different things, right? Like that's
correct.
Dumb.
Well, you can also, but you can't. Okay.
So help me out. Where would I make? Where would I make? Okay. Let me out. Where would I make this mistake? Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Now. So water, right? You use water.
Correct me if I'm.
Okay,
no.
Go ahead.
No. Are you going to be a bigot? You going to tell me what I use?
No, I would never. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, so I use flight, and specifically, I look at the part where they're using trigonometry to land and to take off, where the ground distance is a horizontal distance of, for example, 80 miles. That's all I need. Where would the error come in? I can't say that. I can't say that because ice wall what? Like I don't get it.
So what if so let's go. Yeah, I'll explain. So if past, let's skip the water for now, but what about if we go past the ice wall, right, which has been undiscovered and not researched yet, and and we find that the Earth does curve in certain aspects, but not in the same way a circular Earth would, right? But it has curvature, or different, a different ability.
Sounds like you're making the mistake, because you definitely did say going beyond what you said you can't make any claims about
right
ground.
Because
but then you said,
beyond
well,
the flat Earth,
let's pretend and imagine that it's curved. Well, first of all,
is beyond the ice wall part of the Earth?
First of all,
the answer is yes.
You understand that you can consider, like, between waves a curve, because the Earth is not 2D. So let's deal with that first, right? Hills and whatnot, we would call those like curves. Now, further to that, though, the Earth being an orientation, so much so that we can literally use it no matter where we are as a horizontal plane of reference, because that's an orientation. I don't understand how talking about ice walls at all would change the fact that we use the entire Earth as the orientation of horizontal.
Okay, when you talk about the Earth being flat, you're talking about the entirety and totality of the Earth being flat, correct?
The horizontalness, yeah, because an orientation can hold on, wait a minute. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, because you just started talking really fast.
You guys do that to me often, so I'm sorry. I picked up bad habits. Go on.
You're right. So have I. Now, horizontal. That's an orientation. So either we have a horizontal orientation, like as it's defined, or we're going to redefine horizontal orientation to be infinity vectors. So it's either how it's defined or it's something else.
Okay. I think I do understand what you're saying. So let me ask you this. And it's going to be a very quick, succession of questions. First, is what's beyond the ice wall, which we have not discovered, is that part of the Earth?
Why would I be talking about what I don't know? First of all, I don't know about it. I don't know about.
And I'm talking about the totality.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the totality. I'm talking about the 80 miles that I can.
Well, this isn't the 80 miles of Earth channel. This is the flat Earth channel, the entirety.
Yeah, because the Earth's orientation is flat. How do we know? Because you have 80 miles of flatness, which you can't have on a sphere. That's
based on
what
what's already been discovered. I agree with you. I'm asking.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not playing coy. I'm not doing any more than that. That's it. If you want to go out and make claims about the ice wall and how there could potentially be a big ass flat diameter, and then beyond that, perhaps it's curving somehow, you can do that. I don't have to do that, because the Earth measures flat. I know how much curvature there should be in 80 miles. There is zero.
So when you say then if I'm understanding your position, I don't want to say your guys because that's not right. But if I'm understanding your position correctly, then is if I'm understanding, you're saying that based on the knowledge we do have of what we've discovered on this Earth is horizontally flat on the axis, right? Then you should. So you don't hold to the belief that the entirety of the Earth is flat. Because that's not the entirety. That's just a portion of it.
Right. All of the navigational surface that we know about isn't the whole Earth. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So maybe it should be 24/7 known flat Earth, not like, it's not.
Isn't that what the globe is? It's the known territory until they just found new islands and shit. Like, what did they not know that the Earth was a globe because they didn't know about other islands and other territories? No, that's ridiculous. So again, the orientation is the same, regardless of how much more or how little we've discovered. I mean, this is really a dumb conversation, actually.
It's dumb for people who can't elevate.
It really is.
I'm sure.
I just thought I'd play with you at this point. I can't squeeze any more blood out of this stone. It's dumb as
No,
hell.
I get you. It's hard to follow like abstract and different concepts that are like not
abstract is not real. I'm talking about measurements. Those aren't
abstract is real.
No, it's literally defined as not real.
All right. So I'm glad we found common ground, though, that you don't know the entirety of Earth. Therefore, I think
What, you don't know this, so how are you going to validate your claims?
Well, yeah, no shit. I'm from Brooklyn. Why the fuck would I claim to have a vast knowledge of the entire Earth? I just know that the 80 miles from JFK in New York to wherever is definitely flat for them to be ascending and descending planes. So seeing is that that's over 2,000 miles of no curvature anywhere, I'm good with that.
Okay, but what if there's hundreds of thousands of more miles beyond? That's my point. Is you
the
guys
whole
can't make
process
any
of
definitive
aviation he's referencing.
You can't make definitive claims. I don't make definitive claims. You guys do. That's the problem.
Bullshit. You've just made one.
It's 80 miles.
Sorry, he's just demonstrated the landing and takeoff procedure using trigonometry from an airport local to him. The same procedure happens at every single fucking airport.
What?
The same procedure, use of trigonometry, is used at every single airport for landing and takeoff of an aircraft. Have you not been following along?
Yeah, I asked a question about how he knows something is 80 miles.
Okay.
Hold on, JJ. We'll get to you in a bit, dude. You're a bit too low IQ for this conversation right now. But for Garana Dick, what kind of surface can you present that's overall curving and then there's flatness there?
I can't, and that's why actually I think my extent of my argument's been, it's been made, and I think I've made my point. It's resonated with some, maybe not with others. That's fine. So maybe someone else could take over. But like I said, I have my beliefs. You guys have yours.
Yeah, it's like, why does a fly look like it's standing? No.
Hold on, JJ, bro. You're getting roasted in the chat. I would be willing to say that if it was curving here, it's curving everywhere. Yeah, you are. So, but I'd also say that if it's flat here, it's flat everywhere. I don't.
You guys are using the same.
I don't think I would say that if it's flat, damn near everywhere, it's probably curving over there, or vice versa. That if it was curving everywhere, well, no. There's a chance there's flatness over there.
Yeah,
it's either
the
one
same
or the
way.
other.
There's a chance we could be curved because if you look the same, it loops back to the beginning of my argument where I was talking about the planets in the sky, and by the planets and of what we see in the sky that are all circular, it only follows that we could be as well. But you guys don't want to extend.
It only follows we could be.
but you guys denied that, and I denied the same thing.
No, dude. Yeah, I mean you're right. You
guys denied me the same thing.
Dude, please, I'll entertain it. You said it seems to follow that we could be like those things. Okay, but we'd have to prove whether we are or not, and that would be by measuring the surface, wouldn't it?
No, because earlier in the conversation we were talking about how you can only do that by being you have to be outside of the Earth to measure that truly.
What, measure the surface? We have to be away from the surface.
Right, because it's something.
No, we have to measure across the surface. It's called surveying.
Yeah,
when we measure across the land.
As Indio said, you get 75 maps and 75 different types of maps, or they're not all entirely the same.
What are you talking about maps for?
Jedi's not surveying maps, my friend. He's surveying the land.
Which is what's used to put on the maps, correct?
Right, so all of the map world that you know of is flat. Everything other than the mapped Earth, like probably beyond the ice wall, is not mapped, so I wouldn't know. But for all intents and purposes, all of the map land, that's flat. So again, to your question, we don't know that anything beyond that is curved. Like that's
we don't judge the Earth based on other planets. So why do we do that? Why don't we hold the same yardstick to the current plane of what we know of Earth beyond what's past the ice wall? That's the only point I was making.
Right, you keep bringing up this freaking ice wall. Where have you imagined this from?
I haven't imagined it. I studied and have resources.
Have you been there?
No, I've never been there.
Okay, so have you imagined it?
No, I've studied it.
You've studied it, and what have you studied about this ice wall? Please tell us more about it.
He's
So the
actually
ice wall.
saying that potentially beyond it, it could be curving. So everything up
Yeah.
until that point, all he's saying is, how do you know beyond that it's not curving? That's literally
Exactly. You're
his
catching
only
on.
question. So
Because
because
he's got
we're
the
not going to
idea
make
that
a
an ice
claim
wall is
to,
surrounding us, Eli.
because we're not going to make an argument from ignorance. Because, see, and this is what Glober dumb shits always do, right?
I'm not a
They try to
Glober.
force you. They try to force you to make fallacies like arguments from ignorance or affirming the consequent or begging the question or whatever the case. Like because they're viruses. They need you to download the same stupid ass low vibrational consciousness that they use.
See, you're putting a lot of things onto me, which I've not done to you guys, which I think is unfair. Because I've said multiple times. I've said multiple times. I am not. I've said multiple times that
Are you a
I am
Glober?
not a Glober. I am
So
not
then
a
why the
Glober.
fuck are you opening your mic? I'm talking about Globers. Hit dog
Well,
holler.
you said you're talking about me when referencing. Who are you talking to right now? Who are you talking to in the past
Do
5-10
you think
minutes?
you're the only person that says what you've said?
So why are you bringing up Globers when I'm the one talking, and why are you referencing them? Why does that have to
Because
do
I'm
with
talking
me and
about
my
other
argument?
Globers that say the same shit that you said.
Okay, great. So
Argument
you're
from ignorance.
insinuating I'm a Glober, are you not?
Yes, you are a Glober, dude.
No, I'm not.
Well, if the cat fits.
Insinuating you say the same
No,
shit that they do.
thank you, Jedi. The only person that I'm sorry, the
All right, no cheerleading. He can speak for himself.
I'm sorry, Creation Bear and the other guy, but Jedi is right. No, I didn't insinuate anything. I just know that you say the same things that stupid, low vibrational globe earthers do.
Gotcha. So just because I don't believe in your version of the flat Earth, I'm now a Glober. Okay, makes sense. Got it.
Did I say that?
He's not. No, he definitely didn't say that either.
Hold on. Did I say that? Did I say that?
So why are you talking about Globers then? It has no relevance.
No,
I don't understand why you even brought it up.
Another question. I'm
You're a
sorry.
Glober.
Did I
All
say
right, there we
that?
go. He said it. I'm a Glober. There we go. That's
All
what
right,
he said.
y'all are helping him. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Did I say what you said?
No, but your cohorts did.
No, but did I say that?
Okay, I'm done. You guys can talk to another person.
Did I say that?
But you guys don't
Did
argue.
I say that? Or did I say that you say the same shit that dumb, retard, low vibrational Globers do when they ask us to commit these fallacies? The one you specifically are asking me to commit is the argument from ignorance.
Let's rewind a couple of minutes or seconds before that. You said this is what happens when these Globers come in. Who are you referencing when you say these Globers coming in? I'm not a Glober. That's my point. You're trying to be evasive now, but you were trying to put me into a Glober category. But fine, so be it.
No, you said it. I said these Globers. So who did I reference?
Okay.
Who did I reference?
I don't care what the Globers think. So I mean,
no, but who did I reference when I said these Globers? I referenced these Globers, right?
Me, yeah.
No, I didn't. You said you weren't a Glober. I was referencing these Globers. See, these Globers. This is what they do. That's what I was telling you. And then because I guess you felt guilty or you thought I was calling you a Glober, you're like, oh, no, I was telling you that what you're doing is what happens when these Globers come in here all day long and ask us to do the same stupid shit that you do. But
no,
I can't believe you don't understand. I can't believe you don't
I don't think it's fair
understand.
because they're
I can't
arguing.
believe that. Oh, look at this.
I don't think that's
coming up. Yeah, so I don't think you really are serious because every time I say something, you just move the goalpost. You're talking about something else. You said, you tried to charge me with charging you with a number of things. And multiple times I've said, have I said that? And you said, well, which means no, the fuck I have not. The bottom line is, I don't have to make an argument from ignorance and speculate what's beyond what I do know to tell you what I already know based on what I've experienced. That's retarded. But that's what you're asking me to do. I think you're retarded. I didn't call you a Glober either, did I?
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Thanks.
JJ, you're getting cooked in the chat, by the way. JJ is getting cooked in the chat.
What's this? You have to deny reality to believe that. Believe what? Believe the ground is curved when you witness it as flat. Dear JJ.
Wait, the moon rocks are fake. NPR said that.
Oh my.
You didn't know that? JJ, we hear you breathing.
Oh, am I?
You know
am I
that-
something?
You
Yeah,
know
I'm
the
pretty sure NPR didn't say that the moon does not have rocks on it.
Oh no, they
rock-
hold on. Actually, what you typed out word for word is actually what they said, bar for bar.
I'm sure there are people talking fake moon rocks, but there are real moon rocks.
No. I mean, do you wanna read out what you typed again? The moon rocks are fake. Here's what NPR said.
There's no
The
rocks on the
same
moon.
thing.
No rocks on the moon.
You just cooked yourself, dude.
Send me.
That was beautiful. It's in the chat. There's NBC News, NPR. What else you want?
Yeah, moon rock. Okay, yes, that is a semantic retort. That's a semantic correction.
Oh, it just says what you said, bar for bar, word for word. Gotta love when they cook
Yes,
themselves,
because it
right?
is referring to a specific moon rock.
So they're fake.
Well,
Not all moon rocks.
Let me go ahead. Do you
It
think?
does not say all
do you-
moon rocks
do you
are fake. It's talking about one from 1969.
Wait, why is it
The longer you talk,
fake?
the more you're gonna cook yourself. The longer you talk, because I'm trying to get in here and ask you if you think that the rock. Sorry. Do you think that the moon is made up of something other than what Earth is made up of?
What do you mean? Like it has a different composition, obviously.
How? The moon is a broken
As you
off.
can notice, no, I'll make it clear to you.
Fuck up, bro. I
You asked
have
me
a
a question.
follow up, and you answered it. Didn't you?
And then you said
answer
how, and then you said how, and I'm explaining it to you.
I'm not done with my question. How the fuck do you think that it's different when it's claimed to be a piece of the Earth broken off?
Because if you look at the composition of it, and you can do this, you can look at a telescope. They exist, and if you look at the surface, you will not see water.
No. What the fuck?
You will
does
not
water
see.
have to
Telling this
do
nigga
with
retarded,
sediment?
bro.
Yo, yeah, this nigga. That's the shit. That's when the N-word. That's when it comes because that's so stupid. Damn. What?
I mean, what are you having trouble with here? Like you
What
don't know what it is.
What I'm having trouble with, what I'm having trouble with is the rocks that.
Like I can explain to you what the moon is if you want.
You believe
You can explain. You don't even know the mainstream
I can tell you what the moon is.
rocks that originated from the.
Do you know what the moon is?
Say it really nice and clear.
Do you know what the moon is or not?
By muting you first.
You don't know what it is.
So I've muted you, so now I'm going to speak clearly.
He's
And when
gone.
you speak like a retard, it's going to be totally fine. Okay, so he
Instant
disappeared.
transmission.
So for anybody who doesn't know, they claimed that the rock is just a broken off piece of the Earth. I don't know why the fuck people think moon rocks are supposed to be something other than the shit that you pick up from Snoop Dogg's dispensary or whoever.
Okay, so I can give the full backstory. They say everything on the moon is the same as the Earth, all the pieces and parts, except for they found one unique mineral called tranquilite. But then they found that on Earth too and had to recant all that shit. So the moon is a chunk of the Earth.
Well, you can clearly see it's different. When you look at a telescope, there's the water.
It's obviously different, he said. Obviously. It's completely different. I seen Earth from spaceports. And it looked totally fucking... Yo, it's so low tier in here today.
That's sad, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's sad. It's like if I can't interrupt you and be a fucking retard, I'm just gonna leave.
Well, Goranadic says there's unified dogma. Could you give us one example?
Well, I've been in this channel many times, and I've spoken, and that guy's spoken, and someone else has spoken since I've been here that disagree with the dogma of this, or
Can
consensus.
you give us one example of dogma?
I can give an example of dogma. As a matter of fact, I can actually post it in the chat. Remember when what was it called? Royal Air Force Academy, Cranfield something said dogma is as may be, but I can't remember. Something to do with the fact that when you're a navigator, you're going to have to throw all that globe spinning bullshit out, basically, to survive. Okay? So they're saying the dogma that you learned at school, when you're trying to survive as a navigator, fuck that. That dogma.
All right. Well,
Anything else, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to tell my point, but you guys apparently want to say it for me. I mean, I can either type it.
Would you just to name one thing? We're still waiting.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So when you guys don't criticize each other, that insinuates that you guys all follow the same dogma, or else why don't you guys criticize each other?
What dogma is
Can you
that?
name one thing?
All right, hold on. Hey,
No, let him answer. I really want to get this answer because he's saying you guys have you all agree on things. So what's one thing we agree?
Right. So like you could just take the inverse of what the point I made. You guys all disagree with my point. So that's an example of you all coming to consensus.
Maybe you're just a fucking idiot. You ever consider that?
Right. So everyone that
Should we ask a fifth time? Maybe we could ask a sixth time. What's the unified dogma? Go ahead.
Right. Yes, you guys. All right, the point escapes you, I guess.
So when you
the fact that you're not able to name anything.
Hold on a second. When you went to and you got a wrong answer on a test in school, did you go to the principal and said, "This isn't the wrong answer. You guys are just being dogmatic"?
Right. So you guys are the oracle, and everyone else that disagrees is a layman and an idiot.
And sidestep.
What? No, that's what we're still trying to get to CB cooking you.
Do you guys disagree on any points, or do you guys all just like
name one point we all agree on. Maybe we'll ask a seventh time. Name one thing we all agree on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys all agree that the Earth is definitively flat.
There you go.
Congratulations. And the whole world doesn't think the opposite? Wouldn't that be like...
Well, I'm just saying, I held a
you don't
different
really have much
perspective than
there.
the JJ guy, but yet
Your
you guys
perspective is illogical, incoherent, and non sequitur. Doesn't logically follow. If the Earth is flat, you can change the terrain and it's still flat, right? With your morphing terrain theory, or does it morph between flat and globe?
It's unknown. That's the point.
It's an unknown. What can we know? Can we know anything? What can we know?
That's a good question. I mean, if you follow
brains in a jar, buddy?
You know who Socrates is? Have you ever heard of that guy?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, gotcha. So everything can be fundamentally challenged at its core. Any concept, any idea, any belief, right? And
what?
What?
Can I interrupt? He says so. I don't want you to answer that. Listen. Everything that he just said has nothing to do with tangible reality like a measurement, because Socrates wouldn't be talking about a measurement, would he?
Well, he talks about he would question you on what is tangible reality. That's my point. Is everything can be questioned, right?
No,
So
it wouldn't,
when you
because if
invoke
he had
terms,
if he had a 12-inch dick, I'm pretty sure he's gonna just tell you, no, it's 12 inches.
Hey,
Don't
yo.
believe it, feel it.
well, no, Socrates would actually question you on your claim. That's my point. It's like it goes down to a
For what?
fundamental level
The
on
ability to ask a
everything.
question that doesn't make the question coherent, sensical, or anything. So what? Anyone can question anything. Big deal.
Well, that's what. Yeah,
Does it have merit?
I'm a rabid skeptic, but you guys follow dogma similar to Globers.
Oh, you're a
That's all.
rabid skeptic. You sure about that?
I believe so.
You couldn't really even
You
name
believe
it.
so? So there's a possibility you are not a rabid skeptic? Yeah, exactly. You're a snake eating its own fucking tail.
Wait, should we just ask him if he's on
Your
Discord right now?
worldview is incoherent, okay? You 99%ers, you have an incoherent worldview because you saying, I'm only 99% sure of anything. Well, are you sure of that? That you're actually 99% sure? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm 99% sure. And the
Okay,
opposite
so you're
of that
using
would
the
mean,
Socratic
listen,
method of
that would mean
questioning.
there's,
Good for
that would
you.
mean, that would mean there's a vastly small chance that you actually are sure.
Yeah.
And that
I'm
you're
unsure of my
delusional.
uncertainty. Okay, that's
You're
a fair
delusional
way.
about your own skepticism.
No, I think no. That's not
Nah. Yeah, it's a snake eating its own tail. There's no way out, brother.
all right. Well,
Okay. Are you 99% sure that like you exist?
I exist in a sense. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Are you a 99% sure of that?
99% sure.
Whatever
I
percent you
exist.
want to put.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I exist. I'm not sure if you guys exist. I guess. You know.
Okay. Are you sure? What? Give it. See,
I
you're sure
think
you exist,
I
but
think
you're not.
therefore I am.
Yeah,
Type
you're
of
sure
deal.
you exist, but you're not sure we exist. Are you sure if you're not sure we exist?
I'm not sure of that. No.
So you're not. So there's a possibility that you are sure we exist.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You could.
So there's a possibility that you are 100% certain that we exist.
So are you saying? So are you trying to argue there's no certainty in anything?
No, I'm using your freaking train of logic, dude.
Yeah.
You
So
can't
that
be
my train of
100% sure of anything, including the statement that I can't be 100% sure of anything.
correct. So now you're starting to.
So there's a
understand the
possibility, but there's a possibility you are sure.
Yeah, you're trying to use logic to explain something that is not logical. Yeah,
I'm gonna do logic. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying
You're
to do.
trying to do gotchas on me in a sense, but it's not working.
No. It's
You
not
got yourself.
Look, it's not just for you. It's for anybody that takes this super skeptic 99.99% worldview. It's unsustainable. It's incoherent. It can't be maintained because it leads to absurd conclusions. This is called a reduction to absurdity.
No.
That means
I
that
think
you,
what leads to
you don't
absurd
even know your own mind.
Yeah.
And whether you're
okay,
actually...
right.
Why are you interrupting me? So then it would mean that you don't know your own mind and whether you're actually unsure or not, and that you actually are sure. Okay? You can't make any universal claims about anything, including your certainty.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a possibility you are 100% certain and you're actually not a super skeptic.
Well, you can't know. Yeah, you can't be sure of anything unless you're God Himself. So I guess we all live in this state of
He's not getting it.
That's interesting.
Because
I think it's very ironic that you call us all oracles.
What?
Yeah, I think it's ironic that you called us all the oracles, right? Before, when you've been for the past couple of hours demanding of us something which we say we're not certain of.
No, I'm demanding you to be consistent because you're claiming something with the.
That's ironic. That's fucking super ironic. You're demanding someone be consistent with an absolute mess, incoherent worldview that's the bother for one that actually does know things objectively true.
So are you gonna argue against that? If there is some curvature behind the ice wall, doesn't that completely shatter your worldview?
No, that's an argument. Hold on. First of all, again, hold on. Again, are you retarded? Didn't
Yes.
I?
Yeah,
He's
see, this is the common trend I pointed out in the chat. Yeah.
No, it's not a trend. It's I told you to respond. I gave you a response to that. Why wasn't it good enough?
Hey, why don't you tell us? Hey, here's a better one, Elijah.
Wait.
What did he? What was his response? I want him to say it back. I want to say it back. Make sure you heard it.
What was my response?
You went on a diatribe about globers and something of the sort.
What was my response to you saying that there could be curvature beyond the ice wall? What fallacy did I say you could?
Yeah, you said you're going to argue in known reality, not on what could be beyond an ice wall, and I get that.
Excuse me. What was the fallacy that you committed? That I said you committed by doing
I don't know what the term of the fallacy is. I know the crux of your argument, though.
I wasn't even here. I bet I can guess. What you said was incorrect.
No, it wasn't. You actually did say that. You said that I can't tell you.
What you're saying is a fallacy. So you putting it on me is already starting off in the wrong decimal place.
Okay. So if you had a table in front of you, hold on. I have a question. Can I have a question? Actually, I do have a question now. I think that would drive my point home. So if we had a table, if you had a table in front of you, a table in front of you, right? And then there were drapes over the right side and there were drapes over the left side of it. So you can't see the full completion of the table. But you were to say, based on the observable surface in front of me that I can see, it is flat. But then you raise the curtains and you see that the table curves at the ends. Wouldn't that make sense that you made a judgment on something?
It's a flat table, retard.
Okay, that's a false equivalence because tables are solid, right? They can actually have multivariate properties, whereas fluids cannot.
Yeah. So,
like the ocean.
What are you saying? Like curved on the surface, or like a flat table that's rounded?
A flat table, like in the middle, and then there's curtains.
Meniscus. Can you show us an example of this table?
I mean, I think you can find one on Google.
It's not the table.
Go ahead.
We get the point again.
Yeah.
By definition, tables are flat.
You asked us why we call this place 24/7 flat Earth. It's because the observable, navigatable map world that we do have information on is flat. Now you're saying, well, perhaps beyond that, there could be something else that would betray the fact that what you've measured as flat, beyond that, is like a little not flat. And the bottom line is it wouldn't change the surface that I've already mapped out, number one. And number two, you're trying to force me into an argument from ignorance. Because why the fuck would I say, well, actually, the thing that I've measured to be flat might not be flat because of this thing that I imagine, don't even know exists, could be something else. That's
Fair enough.
Something
So then,
only a retard would say.
Fair enough. So then, on the table analogy, then then it's the same concept of I can only argue what I've seen on the table with the curtains rather than what's beyond the curtains. I get it. Yeah.
That's literally the whole, so call it the globe, because the globe is a flat Earth, a model. So anyway, the whole.
Now I'm just trying to figure out the flat Earth model.
So the whole globe is flat because the globe is a projection of flat measurements. So that whole thing is flat. So if you're going to say, well, beyond the globe itself that I believe in, not you, globers, beyond that, there could be some curvature because the projection of the globe is actually flat.
Right. Exactly. I'm not claiming for it to be spherical. I never claimed for it to be spherical. I'm just saying that it could not be flat beyond certain areas. That's all.
Look, I'm not talking about beyond certain areas. I'm talking about the globe, and the globe is flat because that projection.
Well, I agree with you on that.
That
I agree with you on
projection.
that.
That projection was ascertained by elevation angles from the surface with horizontal adjacents.
And I agree that the globe is not consistent, therefore we disregard it. Yeah, of course.
I didn't say that.
Well, it follows, I guess. But anyways,
that has nothing to do with what I said. I didn't even say that at all. The globe is quite fine, actually.
Can you post an example or depiction of this flat, mostly flat thing that's curving later or somewhere else?
No,
Can you post something?
that's a perversion of my viewpoint because that's not. I'm not claiming that.
Well, I just
It's
want to see any example where this is taking
right,
place.
and I want to see.
Can you
Okay,
post
fair
one?
enough. I'll post mine after you guys post your flat Earth model in its entirety.
Yeah, it's called a
Well,
globe.
we already covered how that's not possible. Remember,
Great, and
I
mine's
asked
not
you to hold
possible
on,
either.
hold on. Oh, then why are you putting it forward as an example that of possibility that we could go to some other place and then find curvature? If you're saying that's
But
not possible,
I gave him an answer though, where he can't have an out because I'm
No, I
offering
know.
the globe. What are you offering?
I think you've been the most consistent of the bunch.
Yeah,
I
okay,
definitely
but
agree.
I'm offering the globe. What are you offering? That's the question.
Oh, I'm offering ambiguity and unknown and uncertainty. No
Okay,
definitives.
so then
That's
you
all.
can't. So then you can't do anything. So
But you just
when he
can't call
asked me,
everybody stupid and retarded that disagrees. Is all I'm trying to get at.
you know, I said it's
I'm just calling
retarded to
you
get
stupid
me.
and retarded.
Hey. I said it's retarded to try to force a logically thinking human being into a fallacy called argument from ignorance. That's retarded. That's what I said.
Okay.
And then when you didn't repeat it, no, before you didn't repeat it, you skate past it before. And so I was like, oh, you're a retard then. Because I explained it to you. And then I tried to help you out. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was trying to help you out. All you had to do is say, no, that's not an argument from ignorance. And then I would have slowed the whole room down and said, okay, wait, you're saying that I charged you with something that you actually didn't do. I'd be a piece of shit if that was the case. So let's dig into this. But we already know that that's the fallacy that you committed and are trying to get me to commit. Because that's what it is. It's actually kind of it's self. What's the word? It's in the words. Argument from ignorance. You're asking me to make claims about something I can't possibly know.
Yeah, and then when you 5 minutes ago, you guys asked me when I came back. You asked me what was my explanation to you of your argument of what beyond the flatter, beyond the ice wall.
I don't have an argument for that. So
Yeah,
why
no,
would you? How could
exactly.
you
But I
possibly?
paraphrased what you
Who
said.
asked you to? Who asked you to answer that? How could I ask you to answer a question with a premise that I didn't give you? That's why I'm saying that's retarded. I can't not say that. That's super retarded. No,
Okay.
that didn't happen. That did not happen. Not between you and I. And this is recorded.
Someone called me retarded, and
I called you retarded. I did.
Yeah, and you called the other guy
but-
retarded. And
but what
all
you
I said in the
just
chat was
now-
there's a common
what you
trend of
said
this.
just now didn't happen. The common trend is if you say something retarded and I say, hey, this is retarded and here's why. Do you know what a fallacy is? It's fallacious reasoning, doesn't actually mean anything. And then you go, well, who cares? You're a retard. If you want to call that a common trend, that's fine. But it's facts. It's not like I'm just calling you a retard carte blanche.
Right, but that's a
explain
perception of based off what you've studied and what you've come to your conclusions on. I could do the same for myself and what you claim, but I don't.
I'll give you $1,000 if you can take this live stream and reverse what I did to you back onto me because I was actually wrong. I'll give you $1,000. What I just said is also recorded.
Nah,
so go do that. So yeah, because exactly.
I just think a more honest label of the room would be like 24/7 anti-globe because, like I was saying, you can't make a definitive claim
Hold
about the
on.
Earth. But anyways,
Wait. That's a lie. Because the first thing I told you is that the
Water's
Earth
flat.
is measured flat, and I didn't use water. I used plane ascension and descension in the trigonometry they use, and I gave you an example of 80 miles of a flat horizontal adjacent. I didn't mention anything anti-globe in there. I just mentioned what I'm doing, which had nothing to do with any globe rhetoric. It wasn't anti anything. It was pro fucking flat. And that's how the fuck you do that shit, son.
nice. All right, cool. Got it.
Cooked.
Well done.
Yeah, Goran, I'll give you a depiction of the whole Earth as soon as you give me one of the universe, bro. Easy.
So you guys say I talk past you and I don't listen, but I think you guys are doing the same now to me, where I've told you I don't have a model of my perceived Earth. So you're asking an impossible task.
Why not? What would you expect
I'm
out of,
unaware of the extent of the Earth, so that's not possible. That's a fair.
Okay. Well,
yeah, there you
would
go.
you accept that as an answer for the folks here in this panel?
No, because
No.
because
Okay,
I'm not
there you
making a
go.
claim of what the Earth is.
There you
That's the
go.
problem. You guys are.
No, I'm not making a claim as to what the Earth is either. I just said that 80 miles of it is horizontally flat, and that's actually just a measurement everywhere you go.
No, but you're claiming that hundreds of miles are horizontally flat.
Yeah, because if we're
So
talking
you do have a claim of the Earth is. So you just lied.
Hey, I have an answer for
JJ's a
you.
retard.
I can also use.
Be honest.
Hello. I can also answer that as well. If you shut the fuck up, do I have to mute you? You think because I only use 80 miles, I'm not prepared to go all the way to 3,000 miles? Is that what you think? You don't think that I can take an elevation angle of Polaris, and ultimately get the calculation of me being 3,000 miles away and that being a horizontal distance? Because that's fucking flat too. So now what? So now what?
You cannot see everything at once. Your flat measurements are based off of relatively short distances. Like, please.
No. If I'm looking at Polaris, oh my god, he's retarded. This is what I'm saying. If I'm looking at Polaris,
don't lie then.
Where's my mute button? Oh my god, here we go. Since he's gonna try to talk through me, you know what? I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to say what you want, and then I'm gonna continue with what I was saying. So that because I don't want to hear your fucking mouth when I'm responding. So go ahead and say what you're gonna say. I didn't even have to mute him that time. Look at that. Like, yo, they weak as shit, bro.
He left already.
Weak as shit. Weak as shit. The water's on. It's been on. The water's on and it's been on. What? Hello. The water's on. Go wash your bum. I will punch you in your thyroid. What? I'm gonna check. Sorry. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, Goran, I just don't know why you wouldn't accept that same answer that you're willing to provide. If we were to say the same thing, you wouldn't accept that as an answer. I find that strange.
He's White Knight for Scott Mackey. Oh my god. Enough said. You don't have to type anything else, brother, or say anything, just leave it alone. Well, Goran, if you think it's not flat, post up your measurements. Cut the bullshit. Stop whining inside chat. If you don't have any measurements, kick rocks.
And remember, what he's presenting is some sort of example where you have all this flatness, and then way over there's something curving. So I asked him to provide an example of this, and he's like, "I can't." So why would you put that forth as a possibility? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Also enables your hot miking.
And just think about it. We would actually be able to cover for those of us who want to flex our knowledge beyond water being level. The only way to do that is not to let them talk about what they're talking about, because it's gonna not make sense anyway. And then you're gonna try to insert, what there, and they're just gonna reposition or move or not understand what you said, so reassert. And what I'm saying is this: it'd be so much funner, so much more fun if we were talking to people that were honest. Because it's like, if that conversation where I was like, well, that's an argument from ignorance, that's dumb. But I mean, the navigatable world is flat. Like, oh, okay. So what do y'all think about moon landers? Or okay, so what do y'all think about gravity? Or okay, so we would be able to actually tackle more things and educate people with more, whether it's useless knowledge or not, if they would concede when they need to, versus going around in a circle of nonsense. Him. All he wants to tell him, like you said, it's like, okay, so ultimately what I'm hearing from y'all is you shouldn't call it flat because you don't know what's where you haven't been. So what kind of conversation are we supposed to have now?
We should learn the full extent of the Earth before you go making claims. Is my argument.
Awesome. So what's gravity?
Oh, wow, damn, man. Y'all are fast. So I can't make the claim that in airplanes taking off and landing that, for example, they use 80 miles of horizontal flat. Because that's the only thing I told you. And
Sorry,
then I
I'm
also
focused
told you
on the
that.
side chat.
And then I also told you. Then I also told you that the globe projection is also built off of flat measurements. So can I not say those things? Because those are the only claims that I made. So are you saying I can't say those things?
No, I've guided you to adjust your claim because that's not
no. So you're a bigot then.
No, I just. I mean, I forced.
So what
you.
did I initially say? What did I initially say that you forced?
I mean, you claim the Earth is flat, right? But now we have to put asterisks on it and say the Earth is flat from what we observed already, not what the entirety is, which we don't know. That's the point.
Sorry, Elijah. I've already cooked him on this point. I told you to give us an example where something's flat and then also curving.
Right. I can't prove something that when I haven't been to the full extents of the Earth, so there's not something I could prove there. Neither for you
can
you, by the way.
I'm not saying you need to go to the boundaries of Earth. I'm asking you to provide any single example where you have something that's flat and also curving.
Right. I can't do that because I don't have the entirety of the Earth, which is necessary.
No, I'm not asking you to do that with just any object. And because remember, you brought up a table. Can you provide an object where this is taking place?
I'll just put it simply. I'm not going to argue a claim about the entirety of something I do not know the entirety of.
One more time, since it's not clocking.
Yeah, I guess.
Can you provide any example? I'm not asking you to go to the boundaries of Earth to show me this curvature, which you say might exist over there. I'm asking you to potentially present some sort of object, a phenomenon, anything. You brought up a table where you have something that's flat and then also curving. Anything?
Yeah, so like the rounded edges of the table in my example would be an example of that. There are tables that are flat from a
that's a flat table then, ding dong.
No, it's not, because it curves at the edges, which would make it not flat.
Those guys are fucking retard, dude.
It is
the table itself is flat. That's what we're saying, is that the surface is flat.
The majority of the surface.
CB, don't see anything on it. It's not flat. It might slide off because there's curves at the edges.
The majority of the surface.
That's the part that he's actually too ignorant to understand.
Right. Okay. Here we go.
One of the first things. Yeah. Here we go.
You're the lowest IQ in this panel right now.
One of the first things that I also told you about was the difference between flat and flat, aka flat as smooth in 2D. Like mean sea level. So that right there is sort of abstract, right? And then you have horizontal. So if you have a table with divots in it, let's say the divots are at the end, it's still sitting horizontally. So what's happening at the end is not going to change the horizontality of the table because its position and orientation is horizontal.
What if it loops into a sphere at the edges and beneath?
You what?
Yeah, I don't.
What if Santa Claus is tapping his missus there? What do he fucking do?
I'm serious. He's not serious because people aren't.
No, he's just being a clown.
People aren't this stupid. People are this devious.
The firmament's a circle, is it not, or a sphere?
Here we fucking go.
No.
What is the firmament?
We don't.
I have a quick update regarding my spaceship I was going to build. My crypto account crashed, so we're.
Thank you. Well, here I have a table in the chat. Can you take a look at this side chat? I have posted a table there for you. Would you say this is a flat table?
No, not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, we're talking about the surface, remember? So,
well, that's shifting the goalpost, so that's not the question.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Remember, when we talk about flat, we're saying the surface of the Earth is flat. We're not actually depicting any type of shape. Because flat's not a shape, remember? If I told you to draw the shape flat, you'd be the only correct answer is, well, that's not a shape. So when we say, is it a flat table, we're talking about the surface. So would you say the surface of that table is flat?
I don't know. I made my point pretty clear. I think I'll
Just
let
answer
some
the
other one.
question. I know you're getting cooked. I know it's uncomfortable to get cooked.
Right. No, it's actually no.
Would you say the surface of that table is flat? Yes or no?
Your thoughts misrepresented.
What's annoying is you not
could just
answering
answer it
questions.
yourself. So we just want to know whether you think the surface of that table is flat, yes or no.
No, not in its entirety. No, it's not.
So would you say the surface of that table is curving?
I would say it's a mixture. It's a mixture of flat, not flat, and then at the ends of it curves a little bit. Yeah, I mean it's hard to really give a clear answer.
So would you agree that like the nature of the table is to like hold things on top of it? So this was at like a coffee shop. So if the waitress brought me a cup of coffee and put it on the end, I mean, the goal is to have the coffee on the table, not slide off and hit the floor or my lap or whatever. You'd agree with that?
Right, but you can also place it at the edges of the table where it could slide off, and then it still wouldn't negate my point that it's a curved table also.
That doesn't make any sense. The point is that the table of the surface of the table is flat. So that it holds things like
what would you call
coffee?
Got you. So let me ask you this.
So the reason why I took this picture is because clearly it's not a smooth table, right? There are divots and cracks and stuff like that, but it's still a flat surface. That's the nature of a table. So even though it may be rounded at like a circular table, but it's still flat at the surface.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to get at, is that of course the surface of the earth is not perfectly smooth like this table. We don't know the boundaries and extent of the earth, so we're not even making any shape claim like, oh, it's a big disc or it's a big box or whatever. We're just saying the surface is flat like this table, like all tables, I would say.
Okay, so look at this
the purpose of the table.
Yeah, let's look at this table that I posted.
Yeah, another flat table. Yep, got it.
Yeah, no, really, it's a flat, right? So if you look at the left and the right corner, that's flat.
The table is flat, yeah.
No,
the purpose of the table.
Not in its entirety. Why don't you look at the left and the right side
We're
of it?
struggling with basic geometry and shit. Surface, the top of the table is horizontal. The legs are vertical.
What's the corners? What would you call that?
Floor is sitting on horizontal too.
Yeah,
the corners.
So you've got two horizontal planes.
Yeah.
They're not horizontal because they would be a squared edge.
Would you say this is an overall rounded object, or it's like a flat?
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm just arguing.
Okay, well, great. So it's not overall
water
round.
inside that fucking cup is horizontal.
Yeah, and what would happen if you placed the cup slightly over the edge? It would what?
It'd fucking fall off, dude.
Of course, because it's a rounded edge. It's not entirely flat.
Well, that's nice.
So are you saying the Earth is like that?
I'm saying it's a possibility, which you guys can't seem to grasp.
So you're just talking shit.
So the surface would be flat until we get to the ends where it's vertical straight down.
Yeah, well, you can't argue the entirety
is still
of something.
flat, though, isn't it?
You can't. You guys would be slam dunk.
You can't either, Goran.
Wait, so
if you're claiming we can't argue something that we haven't been to the entirety of, you haven't either. So how can you argue against the exact same thing that we haven't been?
Wait, but you wouldn't say this is a rounded table, correct?
The Earth as we know it is a fairer way of saying what you guys believe, but you guys don't phrase it.
That's it. There is no what we don't know. There's only what we know. This is what Elijah was pointing out to you before.
Yeah, and what I was pointing out is I've refused to get an answer on for whatever reason, which I know the reason, but I ask you, so if we say the Earth is flat, that typically means the entirety by default. So but I ask you guys,
if I haven't been out there, Goran, how the shit am I going to know what its entirety is?
You don't feel the wheel on your back?
He don't care.
Elijah, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. So I'm asking you.
So what you're saying is we can't make a claim to something we haven't been.
Of course, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, they both are.
Okay, so where have you been? Please enlighten everyone so we can know what is and what is not.
I am agnostic on what it is. I am
You're a fucking swine. Why don't you answer the question? You've been to the United States, you've been to Australia, you've been to Canada, you've been to China.
Or are you just been to your mum's basement and you're sitting there thinking you're all that in a bag of chips?
Yeah, the latter. You got me.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly.
This isn't a rounded table, by the way, just so everyone's clear.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's a table with rounded edges.
The entirety of that table is flat if you consider its orientation, that being positioned between two horizontal planes, the floor and the top and the surface, the top surface of the where you're going to place your cup, right? One horizontal plane, the floor, another horizontal plane, and there's changes in the middle. Oh no!
And the water inside the cup's a horizontal plane.
The truth of the matter is, he thought he was going to come in with his psychobabble bullshit. And he didn't understand, like, he thought that he was going to get away with not making any claims, but actually all he did was try to get us to argue from ignorance, which is dumb. He wasn't expecting me to come in here and tell him that. But he fell flat at that moment. He probably fell flat way before I got here, but he was definitely dead right there. And then when he said, well, so you're just anti-globe, and I'm like, when I told you how the earth is measured flat, I didn't mention globe at all or anti-globe at all. He's dead right there too. So I don't have to speak about globe. I can talk directly how it's measured flat. There's really nothing he has other than, well, beyond this ice wall that you haven't claimed, perhaps it's curving there and all the way around. Ultimately, what he's saying is maybe it's a bigger ball. So you're going to throw out your whole cosmology, the distance to the moon, which means they didn't go to the moon, the distance to the sun, which means...
I never said it's a bigger ball.
Else.
That's not what I believe. I don't think...
I didn't say... Well, okay, my bad. So let me be more clear. You tried to insinuate that perhaps beyond the curtain, the table could curve all the way back around on itself, which would be a bigger ball.
No,
because a circle is 2D. So if you're gonna have a concrete thing in reality, and it's going to be 360 degrees, that's a sphere. That's a ball.
Allow me to clarify. We don't know. So if it could curve, that table is just an example of, one example.
But my point is, you're making an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from ignorance. So you're saying, well, you can't make any claims, and then I said, well, I can't make any claims about 80 miles of flat, and then you said, well, you guys shouldn't say that the whole Earth is flat. Then I said, well, the Earth, as far as the globe is concerned, is flat because the globe is a projection of a bunch of flat measurements.
Yeah.
Well, and then you said what? What was your response to that? Yeah, well, you didn't really have anything other than to restart your bullshit.
No.
Until somebody else bit. Right?
That's your perception of what happened, but I don't think that. Anyways, you missed.
You're right. You're right. You can just come and say that I've actually lied about something. But
you perverted my argument.
But 20 minutes ago, I told you, hey, if you think I've perverted something, that this is not the words that I use, but 20 minutes ago, I offered you $1,000 because you were lying then. I'm going to offer you $1,000 now to pull from the live stream where I've perverted an argument you made, because you didn't do anything but argue from ignorance and try to get us to do it.
So I'll take my $1,000 through Zelle when I reference what you just said a moment ago, where you said, I believe what I'm trying to argue is that beyond the surfaces that we know of, it curves and goes into a sphere beyond that. I never said that once. It could. My claim is that it could fall off for all we...
You did say that.
No, I did not. I said it. I never once claimed that. I never.
Are you going to give me $1,000 if you did say, not specifically those words, but when I said, so the whole surface is flat, And you said, well, beyond the curtain, because that's where the curtain bullshit started coming. You was like, what about over there? And I was like, well, horizontal is an orientation.
Yeah.
And then you said, well, what if it keeps going underneath itself? What the fuck does that mean if it doesn't mean what I'm saying it means?
Because curvature can cut off. It doesn't have to necessarily be a sphere, is what I'm getting at. You said that I said it has to be a sphere. I never said that once.
So it could be a hemisphere or something?
It could curve off, and it could.
So it's already flat. And then you're saying it could curve and then just stop right there.
Correct. Exactly. We don't know. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You said all the way around.
No, I never said that once. Why don't you clip that? Because I never said that once. I said it's a possibility, maybe, but I never said that's definitively.
Oh, okay. So when you see everything you said was only possibility because you're arguing from ignorance. So you didn't make any claims. Yeah. So you can't say that I'm saying you made a claim. Everything that I'm saying you said was speculative from the jump.
Right. But you're pigeonholing my argument into it. You're pigeonholing my argument.
But you did say that. But you did say that. But you did say that.
You're pigeonholing my argument.
You did say that, though.
Okay. All right. Got it.
You did say that. You did say that. There's no reason for me to remember you. Like, I'm like, yo, the surface is fucking flat. Why? You're like, well, for all I know, it could go all the way around from the bottom. That's not exactly the word you use, but I guarantee you it's the exact same thing. What you did say, because I heard you. Did anybody else hear him when he said that, or am I wrong? Does he deserve $1,000?
You can keep your 1,000. I won't collect.
You can't collect because you're wrong. So bottom line is, see how it started to turn into, again, it's an argument from ignorance that you're trying to get us to commit. If you can't commit it, you're going to attempt to make us commit it. So if we don't allow you to do that, we actually don't have anything to talk about and the conversation's over.
That's fine. You guys can argue with someone else. I'll just listen. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying you don't have to engage. I'm saying that's literally the only point you have.
Right. And I've kind of exhausted my argument. So that's why I'm saying you guys can move on to someone else. But I will engage in the side chat.
Didn't really have an argument in the first place.
Okay, so says you.
You didn't have an argument. You tried to get us to commit an argument from ignorance. That's not an argument.
Okay, got it.
Well, is it?
I'll say it for the last time. You cannot make a claim about the entirety of something based on the perceived knowledge we have.
What you can?
We're not doing that, dummy. We already walked through this with you. We're talking about the surface. You're talking about the shape. Pay attention.
Yeah, and the that's funny because the shape is part of the surface.
If someone said the surface of that table was flat, would they be wrong?
There's a surface of the table that's not a portion of the surface.
Hold on, I'll ask you again. I'll ask since you're not answering. If someone said the surface of that table that you posted was flat, would they be wrong?
No, because majority of it is flat.
There you go.
But that doesn't account for the
except for the bits that I don't want to be flat because I want to use it to argue with CB.
That's what we're saying. Just like what someone could say, just like you agreed that you could say the surface of that table is flat, we're saying the surface of the earth is flat. There's no issue there.
Just because most people say the table is flat, it doesn't mean it's necessarily entirely flat.
Say that.
Right, but it's not. It's based on what the common. It's not.
Are you sure you're a flat earther?
Okay, what would the common person say that table is? The surface of that table. What would they say?
They would say, so if you put that table side by side with a table that has squared edges, they would say...
No, there was no other table in the question.
We're talking about the surface of the table.
If you were to sit that table in front of the average moron, what would they call it?
They would call it a table with rounded edges.
Exactly. You don't want to fucking answer. You're a slime.
We're talking about the surface of the table. What would the common person say the surface of that table is?
Right. Is the edges of the table not the surface?
We're talking about the surface, which you just said yourself. You'd say it was flat. So what would the common person say?
Yeah, majority of the surface is flat, but not all of the surface is flat. So that's the correct answer.
It's a flat table, brother. That's the whole purpose of a table. So you can put stuff on it and it will stay there. Like, well, you don't really have a good point when you're like, oh, the edges are rounded. Okay, that's not the purpose of a table.
Take out the table aspect. It could just be a piece of wood.
Take out the table.
You're ascribing a descriptor to something that's irrelevant to the point, because you could have something that has a flat surface for the most part and it curves at the edges.
Actually,
not going to school.
Do you ever realize?
Elijah, you're hot micing again. I always use the example of like, and I probably would turn my camera on, but I think there's too many people in here. But if you just look around your room at all the surfaces around you, you'll see how things are either curving or they're not. There's not a whole lot of examples where it's like the surface is curving and flat at the same time, like you're trying to describe.
Right, unless it's like an artistic
Even the table
creation
example
of
that
some
you posted
sort.
is a good example of that, where it's like it's either curving or it's flat. There's no like curving and flat type of thing. So, you don't really have a good point here. I mean, my desk, flat surface. My iPad has like a flat surface with like the edges or the corners around it, but that's still a flat surface. It doesn't make it not flat. The TV in front of me, flat. The computer, flat. My water bottle, rounded. The microphone, rounded. So,
okay, so let me ask you this.
That's what we're saying. You're saying, you're making claims about the entirety.
Okay,
any surface is going to be like this. It's either all flat or all curving.
Okay, so this is a better example then. So say we have a bowl.
The water bottle is not all curving. That would mean
what if we have a bowl? Hold on.
Even this guy didn't get it. Booker Smoker, you're too much of a retard. I just talked about this, dude.
We have a bowl.
Is your water bottle all
the bottom of the if you listen closely, it's either curving or flat. So there's going to be the rounded part of my iPad and then the flat part of my iPad, just like the water bottle. The bottom of it's flat, the rounded edges. It's either there's not one surface that's doing both at the same time.
I'm glad you called it an edge, Booger Smoker, thus defining a different component to the surface.
Stupid, dude.
Has a rounded edge?
Booger, just call me, dude. Like you, dumb monkey ass up.
Okay, so the bowl. Let's go back to the bowl. So it's still part of the overall object, right? The bottom is still a part of the overall object, even though the top of the surface.
But it's not the side.
What?
Keep going.
Okay, so say we had a bowl. Say we had a bowl, and then let's cover, just for the argument's sake, we'll cover the top of the bowl with a piece of paper, right? And we'll make the paper on the edges conform to the edge of the bowl so that it's flat at the top. So now we have a flat surface on the top, and then beneath the bowl we have a curvature, which is it's not flat, right? But it's
so top, bottom, two totally separate components.
It's two different things.
So this could be this bowl could be a representation of Earth, where when you say it's flat, yes, the top side could be flat, and I agree, but that's not the entirety of the object we're talking about, which is where you guys fall.
Well, if that's the case, then you better get outside and start digging holes.
Making that claim,
I'm gonna ask him again. Are you a bigot? Are you a bigot?
No.
Did you?
Big Daddy, you were right to question that before, man.
Right. Did anyone in here, as a matter of fact, I kind of heard people saying the opposite of this, but did you hear anyone tell you the shape of the Earth? That's question one. I'm going to give a follow-up. Just say yes or no.
At which point? Like growing up?
Did anybody tell you about the shape of the Earth at all in any aspect?
I mean, the shape of the Earth in here. Arguing against. I guess because arguing against the globe.
No, not arguing against. No. Did anyone say, "Hey, it's this shape"? Because if they didn't, then it's safe to say that nobody claimed anything about a shape. Did anybody tell you a shape of the Earth at all?
And if so, what was that shape?
Arguing against.
Just say no. Just say no. Just say no, so that we can move forward. Just say.
I'm giving. I mean, you're not letting me.
Close-ended question.
Yes or no, dude.
Because that's not true. You're not even. It's not even fun because you're not even being honest about something as simple as this.
Okay, I'll answer it. So has anyone said anything? Yeah, the answer is yes. You guys have said something about the
Okay,
shape.
and what shape was that?
What shape?
Bullshit.
So it is not the Earth, or I mean, it is not round or sphere. That is not a sphere. Is the claim of the shape.
What shape are they saying it is?
No, they're claiming it's what.
Goran. Okay, maybe we should reword this. Did somebody?
I'm about to reword. No. Let me reword it like this, because I'm gonna call you retarded after
Go
this
ahead.
analogy.
You've done it many times.
You are
Yeah,
retarded.
but I said after, because again, every time I've called you retarded has been justified. So
in your mind, yeah,
this
of course.
this container that I'm holding isn't an orange. Did I tell you what shape it was?
No, a more accurate would be saying this orange is not a square. This orange is not a square. Is necessitating that it's you're
Okay,
claiming
that is not what he said at all. This container is not an orange or a sphere.
We're talking about shapes. Orange is a fruit.
Orange is a sphere.
Flat's not a shape either.
Yeah, so
retard.
let's go back to shapes.
So let's go back. Okay, so this container that I'm holding in my hand is not a sphere. Am I telling you what shape it is by telling you what it's not?
You're giving an example of it not being.
The correct answer is no.
Am I telling you what it is?
You're not thinking deep enough. Neither of you are.
So then
this guy's a fucking retard, dude. Honestly, let's move on to this dumbass. I'll give you one more chance. What shape are the flat earthers saying the Earth is? Go.
So
no. Just let him answer.
Because he killed.
Give him the one last chance. Come on,
yeah, you guys can move on to someone else. I think I've exhausted.
I'll give you one more shot, dude. What shape are the flat earthers saying the Earth is?
He passed.
Hey, dude, every time you pull up on him, he goes silent.
Like, I didn't ask him to start talking again. He already said that he was going to disengage, and then 5 minutes later, for whatever reason, he started talking again. I don't know.
Because I type in the side chat and
You're
you guys say,
dude.
Because I type in the side chat and you guys say Goron this and that. So I mean, you're trying to engage again, but I won't engage I'll just engage in the side chat from here on out.
No, you won't probably.
Point of clarity: who is Goron? Who's Goron?
He's an idiot.
A retard.
Yeah, well, that's true.
How about this? Why
That
don't we
has
ask
been
Matt
established.
what shape are the flat earthers saying the Earth is, Matt?
Shape? What fucking shape? The Earth is measured flat. Flat's not a shape. I don't know what. Who fucking knows what shape? It's an angle measurement to a star.
Yeah, we were talking to this.
That gives me my global.
We were talking to this bigot.
That gives me my.
We were talking to this bigot that was trying to say that we were wrong because with this table example, talking about the entirety of it, he's trying to equate that to flat earthers in here who have made a claim about the whole earth. Now, only thing I've heard us say is that, well, nobody knows the shape of the earth. We're only talking about the surface that we've measured and navigated. And then he goes on to say, well, you guys are wrong because you're trying to talk about the entirety of the earth. You, my friend, are a bigot and a liar.
Let's ask Booker Smoker
Sounds
if he
like
agrees.
projection and
Well, it's recorded, though. It's recorded. You're definitely going to be clipped. You're definitely going to be clipped. So that's facts. At some point, I don't know what you guys think. This shit is going to be gold in 2030 when people are bored of it, other stuff, and there's nothing going on, and this shit just happens to resurface. You're going to be one of the people getting slam fucking dunked on.
What do you say, Booger Sugar?
Huh? What's the question?
Are flat earthers saying that the Earth is a certain shape?
Yes. No, they have
Okay,
no idea
and what?
the shape of the earth is.
There you go. Ta-da! All right, there you go.
The surface is either curved or flat, right? That's basic geometry, right? You know that, right? So
I'll agree with that.
if
Yeah.
it's flat, then it has to be a plane. A plane is flat. You know what a plane is? It's a two-dimensional flat surface, right? That's a flat Earth.
Incorrect.
If the Earth is truly flat, like exactly flat,
You
it's
don't hear
just
what
a
I'm saying by
two-dimensional
incorrect, or are you a bigot as well?
If the Earth has no curvature, it's just flat, then it's a plane.
Okay. Well.
And and I know that.
Okay. Well,
It can
there's
also
two
be a
different.
square.
Do you know that there's two different definitions? Do you know that there's two different definitions of flat? Before we continue.
Yeah, flat just means no curvature.
Right, but do you know that there's two definitions though?
Well, it's a geometric concept. How are you? Geometry. It's, I think.
Oh, okay. Do you know that
flat? A line is flat. A line has no curvature.
I don't think you. Okay. Yes. Do you know that there are two definitions? Yes or no?
I believe I believe they define it as.
Yes
an
or
object
no?
like a line that has no curvature.
Jesus
a length
Louise,
that has no
guys! Like,
curvature.
what the fuck does he keep repeating
Yeah,
himself?
what's the other? If that's
I heard what you said. Yes or no?
I don't know of any other definition.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the other synonymous word of flat as horizon or horizontal or straight or level? Have you heard of that?
Right. Yeah. Lines.
Okay. So that's an orientation. So you would have you would have a plane that is an orientation parallel to the surface of the earth that isn't 2D. Now, the surface of the earth isn't 2D, but it lays out as horizontal.
Yeah, of course, we live in a three-dimensional universe. You know.
Right. So just like the table that I'm looking at, the table that I'm looking at right now, it's not actually flat. It has curves in it if you look close enough, but it's horizontal though, aka flat though.
Yeah, if you go from
just like the example I gave, you have waves and undulations on the water, just like the divots in this table right here, but it's horizontally oriented. That's why you can be 30,000 feet in the sky.
Almost no object
30,000 feet in the sky and be horizontal with the earth.
You're right that true flatness or no curvature whatsoever, that almost never happens in nature. Everything has some curvature. But when you know what we mean when we say something's flat, your table is flat. That's correct. Your table is, even though it's not literally exactly down to
when we say the earth is flat, we're not talking about like as a table. We're talking about like as an orientation.
If you say the earth is flat, you're saying it's
I'm
like
sorry. I just need you to not be a bigot and not tell me what I'm saying it's like, because I literally just told you the bigot that it's not like that. So I just said, so it's not like the table, and you just told me, no, your position is it is like the table. You're a bigot.
If it's not like a table, then what is it?
You're a bigot. I know you heard me. I know you heard my explanation and shit. Like, so it's like we're not gonna play super retard. I know you understood what I just said. We just had a whole conversation, even though you were like, we were.
I know you said it's not like a table. Then I asked, then what is it? If it's not like that, then what is it?
No. We're beyond that. I literally explained to you how it's not like a table, and then I gave you examples. And then I gave you examples of what it's like. And then you ignored all of that for whatever reason. And then you said that my position is it's like the table. Now you're a bigot.
It's like a table in its flatness.
Because for some reason, you literally didn't hear anything I said. And instead you charged me with something I didn't say. I don't understand why you would do that unless you had preconceived.
So let me ask you this: do you actually care, or do you not care? Are you just trolling, or do you actually care about reality?
That's what I'm saying. Do you have preconceived biases against
Do you
me
actually
that
care about being truthful, or do you not care? Because I think you don't actually.
Watch this.
Do you care about listening to the answers or not? Because obviously it doesn't sound like it.
No, it's fine. I'm going to mute him and then unmute him when I'm not talking so that it sounds better. Like, I'm still going to let him talk, but it's going to sound better when I'm muting and unmuting him. So, again, when I was explaining to you that we don't mean flat as in 2D, you didn't hear me say that. Am I correct? Because you just tried to tell me that that was my position, which means you didn't hear me. Right?
I never said 2D. A table is flat, but it's not. It's a three-dimensional object.
Okay, but I didn't say the Earth
is still three-dimensional. We just call it flat.
Okay. But I didn't say that a table was like the Earth, did I?
Is a table flat?
I gave you two definitions of flat.
Is a table flat? Yes or no?
I gave you two definitions of flat.
Okay, so you're not answering. So yeah, you don't actually care. That's exactly.
Okay, so you're actually a retard. So you actually don't care about the conversation. Because when I said it's oriented as flat, what was your response? What was that? So it's oriented as flat because we're not actually talking about the smoothness of it. Just like with waves, it's oriented flat, but we're not talking about the undulation on the surface of the waters. What part of that didn't you understand? I'm sorry, what part of that didn't you understand? You're definitely not on mute, so your mic is wide open and prepared to tell the world what part of that you didn't understand. But you don't have anywhere to go because you are a bigot and you are trying to pigeonhole this whole thing to a 2D service, which doesn't exist in reality. Because I remember you initially coming in hot talking about it can't possibly be. Am I wrong? Did he not come in hot like as if he was going to start talking about how no surface is 2D? He didn't say it, he says. But what was his point in talking about how nothing's flat? Because he didn't know I was gonna agree with him in the beginning. He's still silent, by the way. He's not on mute. Oh, these bigots disgust me, man. You know, racism comes from bigotry, so you're like worse. You're the worst scum of the earth.
Oh, I didn't know you were a racist.
If they can't straw man you, they don't have shit. If they can't straw man you, they don't have shit. You got to force our position to be that the world is 2D so you can say, that's retarded. It's not 2D. That's how retarded y'all are.
More like an object, like Goron is saying. Oh, well, it must be like an object that's sitting on something else, so there must be a bottom and all this other stuff. Like,
in the end,
anything like that.
In the end, he was saying that we are on a globe, on a ball with a flat surface. That was he was going to. I mean,
Like, watch this. I could just ask Goron. I know for a fact he's not going to have an answer. What's on the bottom of the universe?
So this fuckwit's just got a hard-on over semantics. So, Goran, would you think it acceptable that we're even called flat earthers at all, considering the fact that there's hills and valleys and shit all over this planar realm?
No, I don't have an issue with that.
Why not? That's incorrectly named.
Because I think you guys don't focus enough on the edge.
I think you're a fuckwit. You're focusing on shit, trying to get us to argue something that's non-relevant.
How do we focus on a beneath?
Big Daddy
Where is
smacked
that?
the shit out of you earlier, and you're too stupid to even listen to it. Or arrogant, or ignorant, either way.
Or retarded.
The edge behind the ice wall. And then he goes from the ice wall to the firmament. To the.
We don't even claim a fucking ice wall.
I know. That's what I was asking. Nobody claimed ice wall. Nobody claimed firmament. He's just bringing all this shit up.
Oh, okay. So then where do you go? Where's the edge of it? Why can't you keep going?
Why are you assuming an edge? Why are you assuming an edge?
Well, have you been to the full extent of the Earth?
Why are you assuming an edge?
There has to be an end, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Says
are you
who?
claiming that? Hold on. Time out. Are you claiming where the edge is?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So let me answer your question. I'm from Brooklyn. Now, I haven't been to the edge of Earth, but I do understand that planes have to land and they have to take off and they have to treat the Earth as if it's a flat, non-rotating surface. And when you do the trigonometry, you can get up to 80 miles, give or take, is probably a little more than that when it comes to this calculation. So, that fact being out the way, me being from Brooklyn, I'm not making a claim about where the extent of the Earth is just because it measures flat. Now, are you? Are you?
Is Brooklyn flat based on, yeah, I guess it is.
Are you making a claim as to where the end of the Earth may be?
I'm asking you guys where it is, but you guys don't want to answer.
No, I don't know. That's the answer.
Why can't you answer it? Why
No.
He just did.
The answer is I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because I haven't been there.
Can it be explored? Is it not possible? Like, why can't it be done?
I don't know.
So you guys have no ideas of what's beyond how far it goes.
I don't know.
Dude, the dishonesty is disgusting. We already covered this.
It's fine, but look, we're two buddies. And it's like, like when a girl is like, no, I have a boyfriend. And you're like, yeah, but come on, let me.
No, I'm a Christian. I don't do that. I can't relate with this analogy.
Let me get your number.
Yeah, I would never do that.
And it's like, no, I have a boyfriend. And it's like, okay, well, can I get your Instagram? And it's like, no, I have a boyfriend. And it's like, well, can I get your email address? No, I have a. So, where's the edge? I don't know. So you can't tell me what's at the edge. You guys don't know. No, I don't know. So do you think that you should be making claims about, planes taking off? And yes, but you don't know. That's correct. No, I don't know. What am I missing?
I guess I'm just confused as to why, because it seems like this is interesting, because I've never heard that you guys don't claim there's an ice wall, because from what I've heard,
you're a bigot. I thought, wait.
Covered this earlier, dude.
Who's you guys? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you people. I mean, come on.
No, but I'm saying, did anyone in here bring up ice wall at
Well, I'm
all?
curious. I'm asking out of curiosity. I believe
because you're a bigot.
No, but I'm asking you. You say you don't know. How do you not know?
What do you mean? How do I not know?
How do you not know? You guys surely have investigated this.
No, I didn't. No, I haven't investigated it. No, I've investigated.
Oh, so you don't care for it?
I've investigated what I just told you I've investigated.
Why haven't you investigated this?
Well, I haven't.
Why not?
Because I haven't.
Wouldn't you think
I
it's
gotta
important?
tag in here. I'm sorry, I gotta tag in here. Earlier I asked you about the boundaries of the universe and if you could provide me a depiction of the universe. You said I can't because I haven't fully explored it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but we
told
could
you
travel
that I
on
do.
Earth. We
Well,
can't
hold on,
travel
I'm
in
gonna
the
stop you right
universe.
there. I gotta stop you. I told you that I would be willing to provide that exact same answer for the exact same reason back to you, but you wouldn't accept that. You don't remember having this
It's a
conversation?
false analogy, though, because you can't explore the universe.
No, I gotta
You
stop
can
you.
explore the Earth's
Hold
surface.
on, I gotta stop you there. It is exactly the same analogy because the flat Earth is not like the globe in any way, shape, or form. The globe is an object embedded within some very large place that hasn't been fully explored. You don't know where the boundaries are. You don't know what shape it is. You don't know what's on the bottom of it, etc., etc., etc. Flat Earth is like that. It's not like the globe. It's not an object that you can go on the bottom side of it, etc. It's exactly the same analogy. It's not clocking to you, but can't help you any better than that, bro. It's exactly like the universe. The exact answer that you said, well, I don't know, can't go there, not fully explored. That's exactly the answer we're going to provide right back to you, but you wouldn't accept that. That's a weird double standard that you have.
You can't go into space. We all know this, but we know that you can travel and traverse Earth. So I'm asking: hasn't anybody?
Just 5 years ago, you could barely go to the grocery store to buy toilet paper, and now you're talking about reaching the extent of the boundaries of reality.
Well,
Take a chill pill. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. You've probably not even ventured out of a certain radius from your house. Go ahead, Elijah.
Actually, we've only used the stars to navigate. Now we have north and we have south. And here's the thing. Beyond that, there's no mapped territory. Now, 1,500 years ago, there was no mapped America fucking either. So what do we? Where was the edge of Earth then? Like,
Yeah, we have technology now, though, so it's a little different.
Well, yeah, but what the fuck does that have to do with my point?
Because you're saying like back then we thought this.
What technology? Hold on. What technology can I use to get to the? See, it's fucking hard because
an aeroplane.
This isn't a real conversation because you don't understand how navigation works. Because no one is going to get in an airplane and fly without the sky as navigation or the measurements that we've taken. Okay, so that's not possible. Like,
you really don't think there's any private pilots that are flat earthers that would not?
No, but they would have to be able to know where they're going because if they get lost, they're never coming back.
It's not true. The Smoky God shows you can come back.
Excuse me?
People have left the outermost layers and come back and told stories, so that's not true.
Oh, you're making a claim about that?
I mean, it's a claim. I'm just saying that you made one. I made one.
Are you making that? What claim did I make?
Well, you're also claiming they can't come back if they get lost. You don't know that.
Well, no, because we use the stars to navigate. So
okay, surely you can use the stars to get back.
No. You can't, like, for example, use the North Pole beyond a certain latitude south. So now, if I'm south now, and I go beyond what's mapped, I can't use the stars because there's no mapped measurement for reference. I only have what I've already mapped.
So you guys are saying it's possible to go further, but no one's doing it. That's new to me. All right.
You're saying that in your worldview as well.
No, I am saying.
I say there's an ice wall. You guys
literally did. No.
You guys. I say there's an ice wall. You guys don't agree to that.
But I am saying that.
I think you can't. I think you can.
But I am saying that. And what's ridiculous about the fact that there was less territory years ago, and now there's more. You're saying, well, we have technology and planes. That technology is limited to the measurements that we've already taken and used for the coordinate system that we use it for. So if there's land outside of that coordinate system, you can't fly over there and then use the navigation system that you're no longer inside of.
Okay, why don't you just go? Why don't you just? Why don't
That's
you just
common
go,
sense.
Yeah, common sense also dictates that you can go.
How you gonna go straight? How you gonna go straight? Do you know that? How the fuck can you go straight on water?
Nope.
So why the fuck do you think that in a windy sky you can go straight? You understand that what the 3-in-1 rule is? How to actually let me pull back from that. I think I thought it was something else never mind. The bottom line is though that pilots are constantly correcting their heading straight because they're veering off of course. So guess what? If you have no fucking course, how can you correct to keep going straight?
Well, I'm sure I don't know all the modes of navigation. I'm sure there's other ways.
I know you
do
don't.
it.
No, there is no other way if you don't have a frame of reference. That's the point.
Well, none of them are Grand Theft Auto either.
You can't just go straight. That.
Exactly.
I don't know if he got to be trolling me. I'm a grown ass man, dog. I'm like screaming at the top of my lungs like 3:00 in the morning at somebody that is probably fucking laughing his socks off with a big ass fucking bottle of lotion next to him, ready to fucking tuck it to sleep after we're done.
Sorry, Eli. If I may interject quickly, there's one thing that I think, I don't know if you guys intentionally skipped over it or just gave him the benefit of the doubt or whatever, but it would seem to me that this entire argument, right, is basically hinging on his assumption, right, based on his research that I heard him claim that he did earlier, right, that leads him to believe that there's an ice wall. And I just wanted to ask, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean like a giant ring around us that's holding us in type shit? Or like the typical quote unquote ice wall that's claimed from I think it was like the Navy or whatever, whoever navigated down there, just claiming that, Antarctica is just a giant continent with a really, really tall edge or whatever. So are you saying that the ice wall is just, the perimeter of a continent? Or are you saying it's a giant wall?
I'm getting
it. Circle around.
I'm getting it. I don't know if it's a circle. I know for sure it's on the north. There's an ice wall on the north end. I'm not too positive about this. I mean, no, Admiral Byrd went south, and then we have the Smoky God, which is a testament of the north. So maybe it is around the whole.
Right. Okay. So basically, this entire thing is hinging on your assumption that all of this is legitimate in the first place.
Well,
right.
there's an expanse beyond, regardless if there's an ice wall or not. There's still an expanse behind that we haven't discovered. Is my overall point. Even if ice wall or no ice wall.
Okay, so you mean to say that that there's no edge right at the edge of our known world? You know that for sure.
As far as we've been, no one's seen an edge, so we clearly haven't been far enough. Or, we haven't seen the edge yet. So there could be or there couldn't be. We haven't gone that far.
Okay, so
I don't know.
So there could be or couldn't be. So again, it's an argument from ambiguity, as Eli was pointing out to you. That's all you have is we don't know this, but it could be this. So any affirmative statements are basically chucked up in the air as, oh, well, you can't really say that because we don't know this. So basically you're arguing everything that you say is we don't really know. You shouldn't say anything because you don't actually know that.
No,
in a nutshell, is that not what you're saying?
I think you're close, but you're close, but it's not entirely accurate because. Okay, yeah. So you're overall correct, but I guess the problem I have is I just can't wrap my head around the fact that when we talk about Earth, which when we talk about something, we usually talk about its entirety, right? And I have the
actually,
same
I'll tell you what the difference is, Goran. I'll save you the heartache. The difference is we don't sell anything we can't verify. You do.
No, Globers, you guys are kind of doing the same thing.
You do. Globers. You basically are a Glober, mate.
Well, I would posit the same accusation against yourself because
Let's double check that.
No, you can't. It's just if I am on it, yeah.
Just like you're not talking about the universe, we're not talking about the whole earth. We're not talking about the earth. We're not talking about the underneath the earth. We're not talking about the sides of earth. We're talking about the surface that's definitely flat. I've given you examples of how far and how flat. I've given you an example of 80 miles. I've given you an example of 3,000 miles. And I haven't given you any more than that.
But the title of the room is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 top surface.
That's because that's what we discussed.
Yeah.
Wait, let's check. You said we usually think of things in its entirety. So is that what you do with the universe?
No,
who said
that?
Yeah, exactly. Cooked.
Guys, if I may, can I actually get an answer from him?
Good fucking luck.
Yeah. So you said you said I'm close in what I said before, and then I asked you to fill in the blank, and you proceeded to try and do so.
Basically, yeah. Because so basically the end of that point, I'll make it quick, is that the end of the point is basically just saying that, you know, you guys are too focused on one aspect of the Earth, when I think if we're going to talk about it at all, you guys should investigate and, you know, research more into the outer edges that we haven't discovered yet.
We're not though.
So how can we do research into something that no one knows about?
I was just going to say the same thing, right? So the thing is, dude, if you know, I don't know how much you've been in here. I think this is the first time I've heard you, but this room does kind of like, you know, from time to time speculate on stuff, but it's acknowledged as being speculative, right? Unless you're going to say it, what you're saying is it sounds like you're trying to speculate without affirming that you're speculating explicitly, which is a little bit, you know, kind of pointless. All right, so are you or are you not speculating in this manner?
No, I don't know how long you've been in here, but I've made my point clear many times that I am speculating. I don't have definitives. It's ambiguity around my claims.
So why are you arguing, right, with people who do have specific definitives, right, arguing against them with speculation that you haven't even verified yourself anyway?
Well, because I'm asking.
As if they contradict. But they don't.
When I ask you guys about like the edges, right? You guys go into defense mode when I'm more so just curious, because I thought that you guys did.
What edge? I was in defense mode. I didn't go into defense mode. I said I don't know.
Okay, but I'm just asking. It's an innocent question. Why don't you guys find it relevant to investigate?
I don't know. And you said, why don't we investigate? I said, because I can't investigate beyond the navigational world. Not me personally.
There's no footage of people going there?
So now, not only did I say that, I said, but everything that I've told you is still true. So the Earth still measures flat. It's still a horizontal surface on the top. And I still haven't made claims about the edge. You can't, so what's the problem?
No, I agree with that. Okay, listen, I was just debating my point of view. Surely you guys can debate Globers all day. That's no issue with me. But I just have I still hold to my belief that I think personally, and you guys have heard it many times, that you can't claim about but you guys have said you don't claim the entirety. So I guess we gained clarification on that.
Goran, we only claim what we can verify.
Right, got it.
Everything I claimed, I've claimed.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'll let someone else take over. I'll be back.
Here's another interesting thing, right? If I just want to point something out, right? So people say flat Earth. Okay. If you were to go online and you look up, you know, the speculative stuff about, you know, outer ponders or beyond the ice wall and shit like that, you'll see, not animation, but cartoons of all these different like little puddles and shit like that. The thing is, those are actually labeled with different names, right? So Earth being the, specific, spot that we find ourselves in, right? So if you're going to argue that, there's other stuff out there and it may or may not be, flat or maybe curving or whatnot, it doesn't even really matter because that wouldn't technically even be Earth according to these speculative depictions in the first place. Right, so when people say flat Earth, we're talking about what we do know, and
what would that be called then?
it wouldn't even apply to these other things anyway because they're not called Earth anyway.
What would it be
So
called
what are
then?
you arguing? I don't know. There's different names. You know, people. I've seen one that says, "Oh, there's a pond out there that's actually what Mars is." It's called, you know, Anunnaki land. All sorts of weird, you know, unverifiable stuff. So you would have to say, "Oh, well, Earth is flat, but Anunnaki land is curved, or Mars is curved, or some shit like that." Actually, describing that particular plot. Now, I'm not saying you adhere to that particular speculation or that particular map. Right? But it would seem to me that those things would have distinct names anyway and would have to be described as such. Therefore, Earth, being what we do know, is actually not just the entire landmass, right? But our particular spot. So when people say flat Earth, it's, you know, it's just the spot. So it's accurate.
Okay, well that's the difference. I ascribe the term Earth to mean the entirety, which you guys don't apparently.
There
That's
you go.
new to me.
Okay, well,
Flat
there you
is
go.
describing the surface, dummy.
Okay. Well, then there's a point that may have been talked past. I don't know. I wouldn't, you know, I don't know what everyone else was thinking. But to me, that would seem necessary to be ironed out earlier on. And it wasn't, right? But then, you know, that doesn't even really matter anyway, because you're still arguing from ignorance anyway. So there's not even real point talking about this.
Yeah, I guess you guys can move on. Yeah, I got you. We can move on. I'll let you guys engage with someone else.
But
I did tell him. I did tell him every measured part of the Earth is horizontal, aka flat. That's synonymous.
But you didn't make the distinction between the Earth as we know and see, and also the parts we don't know being different. You didn't say that.
Yes, I did. Because yes, I did. I literally said the whole globe projection is a bunch of flat Earth measurements. So the entire known world, at least that, is flat. So that whole surface, thousands of miles.
And then the other parts would be unknown Earth or unknown world. I mean, I don't know what else, like that's what I'm getting at. You didn't just make that distinction.
That I'm not talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I say the Earth is flat, well, what's the problem?
Listen, guys, I got work tomorrow. I'll just listen while I go to sleep. But you guys talk to someone else. I mean, I'll be back a different time.
Yeah, dude, this whole thing was a total mess. And it started from you assuming something and then kind of basically projected on us, making us adopt that assumption and argue for it, i.e. arguing from ignorance. Eli was spot on that. This was a big nothing burger, literally for nothing. Because we don't know. We're not even making a claim for it. Not even trying to.
Well, I don't even know. How am I supposed to know that unless I talk to you guys about it? Because I don't know what your guys' beliefs on these are.
Right. Yeah. How about this?
I tried to tell you that for an hour straight, and for whatever reason, for whatever knowledge or preconceived understandings that you had when you got here, you just could not receive or accept what I was saying. Everything you said I should have said, I actually told you.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. I was going to say, dude, you start off by asking if anyone ascribes to something, yes or no. And then, oh, okay, well, I will or will not talk about that or ask questions.
Well, I don't think Big Daddy is being entirely truthful, but I mean, I've talked with him a bit. I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say he's a liar or anything, but he's kind of calling me one by saying we didn't go over it, or we did go over it. We went over aspects. I will say, I will give him the credit. He did say that he did say that there's
how I went over it. You can't remix that. I gave you examples. So if my overall premise is that the entire navigated surface of the Earth is horizontal. So the whole Earth, as far as the top of it, as far as we're concerned and have actually traversed, is horizontal, because that's what I told you. The only thing you offered in response is that, well, it could be like a table with curtains, and the part of the table that you don't see could be curving, and it could be curving back in on itself from the bottom. That's the best you did. Which was an
we're
argument.
Just stabbing a dead horse at this point, but good luck, guys. I wish you all the best.
Yeah, take it easy, man. Burnt to a crisp, man. Holy shit.
But I mean, the scarier thing is whether he's witting or unwitting. I call that a virus, and that's as scary and as serious as and as alarming as
a heart attack.
You know, because it's a virus. Like if you're saying one thing and someone says something that corrupts your initial intent, because your intent is to say something, and the something that you're going to say is for whatever reason you're going to say it, and someone comes along and corrupts the conversation and gets you to talk about something else because of something they said, that's a corrupted fucking file at that point.
Yeah, I think you held that quite well, man. And your analogy, right, about asking the girl for, can you get your number? I'm seeing. Yeah, that was pretty accurate too, because he asked the question, you said, I don't know. And he proceeded to talk about that same thing anyway and argue for that thing that you don't know. You know, like.
He is saying, well, we can't call it flat Earth if we don't know the entirety of it. That's just again, just talking about like, hey, the best response that should get is a rolled eye and an ignore. Because any response, look at what responding to that did. Look at all that wasted time.
I mean, to be fair, at the very least, I don't see anyone else in here that we missed out on. We got Booger, but it certainly was a waste of time. But I don't think there's anything lost except our own time and energy. Not necessarily a good conversation,
And I don't mean it was a wasted conversation in general. Like it's a waste of time if I'm only thinking about our interaction and how successful that was. But again, us recording it and these streams, I really think these things could be super pop. At any point in time, someone can go and take just the year 2018 and fucking probably get like a fucking year's worth of viral clips. Just 2018.
That little mind virus was nothing but a dishonest piece of crap. Every single one of us he spoke to, he basically reset, and the only reason he had to bail out is you basically called him out on what he said earlier. Because he said the different thing to yourself, Eli, as what he did to 20. And that's when you called him out on what he said, and that's why he backpedaled. Every single person, he hit the reset button and just pretended he hadn't even spoken to the previous person.
But he also tried to claim, like he claimed about, I would say 3 times that I said something that I didn't say.
Yeah.
Like that one thing, I forget exactly what it was, but he claimed I said something, and I was like, well, okay, $1,000, I'll give it to you right now if you can pull it up on the live stream. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. Who in their right mind, like, let's stop fucking playing games. On the street, at a baby shower, at a funeral, If somebody challenges you on something and puts bread on something that you know you're right on, you're taking that fucking money.
Fucking oath. You've got your hand out already waiting.
They do this shit every time. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, so now you're super fucking Christian and super fucking moral now, all of a sudden. Even though you just lied on me 3 times, which is why I'm fucking offering $1,000 for you to substantiate that I lied. And then he said, well, I'm not gonna call him a liar, but you tried to earlier. There's only 2 outcomes. Either these people are dumb or they think we're dumb. He thought he could just get away with that shit.
Heretics Razor. Both.
You guys know why I'm quick to lead with the "you're not a bigot, are you?" line. You guys realize why I do that?
Not exactly. What's that about?
I've found that that's the only way to stop a Glober in its tracks. It's been consistently the most efficient way to get them to stop putting things on me and listen to me. Forces them to respond to me versus this ghost argument that they're trying to build based on a position that I don't hold. So they may still try to do it like he did, but every time I was like, are you a bigot? He consciously tried not to do that, which weakened his position. That's why I do it. Because for whatever reason, Globers can't help but not want to be a bigot. Who wants to be a bigot? And it's not like I'm just saying it like, oh, you're a retard, or you're a racist, or you're the like. I'm like, well, hold on now. You're not a bigot, are you? Okay, because are you making a claim about a wall, or did I say anything about a wall? And they'll go, well, no, technically you have. Oh, right. You see? So now you got to find a way to work in your agenda because I took it away from it off of me.
Is there anything that they're doing or saying or whatever that actually qualifies, being labeled as a bigot? Because I don't even know the technical definition of a bigot. I just hear it thrown around.
Someone who
check it out.
A bigot
I'll
is
read it
someone
out.
who
Dictionary definition from Cambridge.
Okay, go ahead.
A person who has strong, unreasonable beliefs and who does not like other people who have different beliefs or a different way of life. That's definition one. And the second one, a person who has strong, unreasonable ideas, especially about race or religion, and who thinks anyone who does not have the same beliefs is wrong.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So it can be appropriate, right?
That's part of it. That's part of it. But so what does a bigot do in practice? Let's say you're a Christian. So if you're a Christian and you run into a Muslim, you're not going to talk to that person as an individual. You're going to be arguing against his what is it? You're going to be arguing against Islam or what you think is Islam in general. That's a bigot.
Okay.
Unless there are certain tenets or principles that are absolute. But in religion, there's no such thing, right? But as far as measurements are concerned, it is. So it's not like you can do that with me saying, okay, well, the Earth measures flat, and then someone argues that I think that's just true. But if someone argues, well, you think there's a dome, oh, you're a bigot. Suck my dick. I just told you that I don't think that, and you're going to say it anyway. And why do they think that? Because it's not just that they believe it's a globe, but they'll go a step further and they'll just go ahead and copy paste what they think flat Earth is onto me as a part of a whole rather than me being an individual. Okay. So they'll treat me as a part of the whole.
Right.
And that's what
sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, that was it.
So there's a mixture of bigotry because they're arguing as if what was the definition again, Matrix? They don't like a hatred towards someone else with a different worldview or something.
Hold on, I'll just get it back up.
Oh, okay. Whatever that, there's a mix of that. Then there's the stereotype fallacy. And then there's kind of like, gaslighting / projection all mixed into one type shit.
So the two definitions. First one, a person who has strong, unreasonable beliefs and who does not like other people who have different beliefs or a different way of life. And the second one was a person who has strong, unreasonable ideas, especially about race or religion, and who thinks anyone who does not have the same beliefs is wrong.
Okay. So yeah, I think it's applicable. But then how it kind of comes out, it's that whole mess of mixtures of different bullshit.
Yeah, if you I'm looking at an AI overview. I just typed in stereotyping bigotry. And this is exactly what I just laid out. It says, no, stereotyping is not inherently bigotry, but it is a cognitive process that can lead to bigotry, which is what does happen in the conversations that we have.
Right on.
So you have, let's just go ahead and read the whole thing. Stereotyping, a cognitive function. The human brain uses stereotypes as mental shortcuts to simplify and categorize information about the world. This helps us process information more easily, but can result in faulty and inaccurate assumptions. Not always malicious, stereotypes are often unconscious and result from a lack of exposure to a group rather than a conscious desire to harm them. So if you notice, when I bring up the bigotry thing, I don't lead with "you're a bigot" because I don't know that. However, because I know that stereotyping is not always malicious, because it's usually unconscious, I'm going to point out and say, hey, you know that thing that you said about an ice wall? You know, I didn't say that. I'm my own individual. You don't want to be a bigot and charge me with something that I'm telling you is not the case, and you ignore that and go ahead and label me something anyway. You're not going to do that, right? Usually people go, no, because they're not doing it on purpose, which is why me asking them if they're a bigot in the right way typically works. If anyone's ever been around to hear me do it, it usually slows them down because people aren't aware, most people, that they're doing this subconsciously. So then bigotry is a hostile attitude. Bigotry is a hostile and unreasonable attachment to one's own prejudices. It goes beyond simple categorization and involves an active intolerance towards anyone who differs. So that's like, your average anti-flat earther. Always malicious. Always. Ooh, unlike stereotypes, which can be neutral, bigotry is an active and negative prejudice against a group of people. I hate those flat earthers. Those flat earthers are dragging us back to the Stone Age. Yeah. I'm definitely going to call you a bigot. Definitely.
They're not exactly splitting the atom.
I may as well read this last part. The link between stereotyping and bigotry. While not the same, stereotyping is a foundational step that can evolve into prejudice and ultimately bigotry. Stereotypes develop initial oversimplified beliefs are formed about a social group. So here's where we are. This is where it applies to us. Initial oversimplified beliefs are formed about a social group. That's what we are. Prejudice is formed. If the stereotype is negative, it can trigger prejudice, which is the emotional hostile response to a group. Bigotry is the result. When this prejudice is reinforced and becomes unreasonable, obstinate, intolerance of others, it becomes bigotry. And we all understand what the fuck the government is towards the truth of the flat earth because they went in Congress and did what? Reinforced the idea that flat earth is unreasonable and intolerable. Discrimination. The bigotry is then acted upon through discrimination, which can range from biased behavior or violence. Does any other video, like Bigfoot or aliens or anything else that is, imaginary, are those labeled as archaic, or is that just us? So this is why I say what I say, because it's disgusting, all up and in here with this bigotry shit. I made that word up. That part I did, bigotry, but it just flows so well.
Okay, I gotta say something. You believe there's a conspiracy? You know how many people it would take to cover this up, to keep this covered up currently?
28.
28 people. Really? Where does that come from?
That's the ones that have allegedly been to space. So if you threaten 28 people to say that they've done it, it's quite easy to threaten 28 than convince a whole lot of others.
No.
Or to help convince them. No. You asked, I gave an answer. So don't say no. Whether you like it or not, that's another question.
Fair enough. Let me clarify my question then. The entirety of the source material and sources that tell us the Earth is round.
That's not true.
No, I'm talking about like every organization, every government, all the
Yeah, but
all the
the
satellite
sources.
companies, all the rocket companies, all the weather companies. Like, so they would
Yeah, that's
all
not
have to be. So how many people? Wait, so how many people like?
Why you keep like you got to either stop and challenge me, like, because you can't, like, unless what you're saying is true, we have to stop. And I'm telling you, it's not true.
How is it not true? So NASA's telling the truth.
For example, well, NASA is a make believe place agency here on the ground.
What?
Yeah, it's an organization that specializes in a place of imagination. Space. That's an imaginary place that they specialize in. I don't really
Okay,
care.
so NASA's part of the conspiracy.
We're not talking about just NASA because listen, your claim was listen.
How many people are in on it?
Listen, you just claimed, unless you want to walk it back, because I don't want to argue with you. I'm only going with what you said. You just said all of the organizations and all of the sources. Now, I said that's not true. That doesn't prompt you to give me one example because it prompts me to give you one example of how it's not true. Since you're saying all of them are.
No, I'm
You
saying
don't have
all the ones that are. There you go. So every source that purports to give us primary documentation that corroborates Earth not being round or flat.
I'm sorry, what primary documentation? Oh my God!
Whether or not it is satellite imagery, whether or not it is image in space, whether or not it is documentation, robots that go to another
primary documentation?
Let me.
Photos and videos and measurements. Jesus Christ, it's not
Can I
rocket
take care of this? Can I take care of this? Because he's not going to allow us to boulder through him. So unless you're going to take the approach of extreme calm and extreme patience, I would like to try and take that role.
He's yours, my friend.
Go on and say what you were saying. Because when I start talking, I don't want to hear any interruption.
Look. I gave you just a number right there. I could give you 100 if you really gave me time. But like a photograph from space would surely be, if it's real, primary documentation. Correct? So every single person
Hold on.
that has been involved.
Do you have a premise, or are you asking me to give a conditional acceptance? Because you just said, like that's saying if you could go to space and see the Earth is a globe, it would be a globe, right? Absolutely.
The question was what evidence? What primary sources?
If pictures were primary source from space, that's if, and I'm saying sure, but is that the case?
People who were involved in taking that picture would have to be in on it.
Okay, that's assuming they took. Mm-hmm.
So whoever did take the photos, whoever edited the photos, they are in on it, correct?
What photos?
Of the Earth.
Post one. Give us one source. Just one.
Oh my God.
Easy. Just give us one.
This. No, but it's like, okay.
Why the exact?
I can't type in the chat. I can't type in the chat. So, and I'm on my phone. So, like, I could describe a photo to you. The flat Earth.
One, so I can then say this isn't a photo. Like, what? I need to know, because I know that 99.9% of the things that people think are photos of Earth are not actually photos. So I need to get your exact claim of what is a photo, so that I can tell you whether it's a photo or not.
No. Photos to demonstrate that they are in space.
Yeah, okay.
In space.
I need just one.
Okay. I can't type in the chat, so I don't know what you were asking me to
So
do
what do you
here.
want? So what do you want me to what do you want me to type into Google? What website do you want me to? Where do you want me to go? I'll go for you.
You know, fair enough.
Wait. No rush. No rush. I'm sorry. That was a little.
No, you're good. You're good. You didn't mute me. Okay, apparently the best ones are taken from.
Post it.
He can't. I gotta look
He
for it.
can now.
No, I can now.
It's
I can
turned
now.
on.
He gave it to me. Look, I gave you. Look, I could give you the one from NASA, but you're not gonna.
No, why not? Just give me one. I don't give a fuck where it's from.
Here you go.
Am I in the right chat?
He hasn't posted anything yet.
I did. I accidentally responded to someone, but
it's not in this.
Oh wait, in post. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's not. All right.
He did make
Matter
the
of fact,
claim if it was real.
So what's this called? Where's? Give us the link. I need the link.
It's called Rising Earth.
Yeah, Earthrise.
Earthrise, right?
I know. I already knew. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So you're saying that now I'm going to go in a roundabout way about this because and I'm going to be honest with you, there's no other way for me to get out of this. I'm trapped because I could tell you that this couldn't possibly be a picture because it's claimed to be taken from what I would say is a second law of thermodynamics violation. I don't think you would like that, would you?
No, but I would say that planets we'd see, or what you would call planets in the sky, also would, from what your perspective, violate that law too.
Absolutely, like Jupiter, of course,
Yeah, or the
and
moon.
the sun. Yeah, of course.
But that's what we witness. So clearly, it
what we witness is the things in the sky. What they claim about them being gas giants in the vacuum of space, that we don't witness that.
No, but we witness spherical bodies.
There's nothing gaseous about it. There's no expansion. There's no nothing.
You can witness the texture of the moon. You can look at craters.
I already said that. The moon is not a gas, is it? What are we talking about? The bottom line
it's
is
a spherical body. That is.
Accept that, right? You said no. So moving on. So my only way out of this is that's a real photo of Earth, right?
Apparently.
All of that blue is water, right?
I don't know. All of the blue water.
This is a picture of a perfect sphere.
Sure, yeah.
This is a picture of a perfect sphere. Do you think that the Earth is a perfect sphere?
That's not a perfect sphere.
It looks like a perfect sphere.
It looks like it, but it's going to be like if you were to measure it, it wouldn't be one. It would be slightly. Slightly.
Heavier at the equator and flatter at the poles. I get it. Okay, right?
Yeah, right. But, I mean, yeah, it's like an obloid.
Okay, but like 4%. So that doesn't really 4% would be the change in the diameter and like this oblateness. So it's not really a real.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, it's gonna still look like a sphere.
Yeah.
All right. So then, that water on the surface should be curved on the surface. So it shouldn't be horizontal.
What's not horizontal? What's horizontal?
No, I said that water that we're looking at, if that's the surface of the earth and that's the water of earth, then there should be no horizontal water on the earth.
Where's the horizontal water?
Where is the horizontal? Are you, hold on. Yes or no? That's a conditional statement, like you asked.
That there should be no horizontal water.
Correct.
In what dimension? Like,
let me say this again. Let me.
By horizontal, you mean what? Like, what is horizontal? In this
picture, I'm looking at this image, this picture. Whatever it's not a picture, but that would you're not going to accept that. So I'm going to play the game. So my only out is talking about whether or not the water we're looking at, like it clearly looks like it's not horizontal because it's curved. That's a 360-degree sphere, supposedly, right? On the surface, right? So
water is. I think you're when you say water is curving. It's like I don't know what you're talking about. It's like
I'm sorry. Are you looking at a flat Earth, or are you looking at a flat Earth, or does that look like at least 180 degrees of curve?
No. Yeah. Yes, there is water that at the surface level. The surface level, yes, curves. Yes.
So it can't possibly be on the actual. So, like, if I were to go to a beach, there shouldn't be any fucking segments of horizontality.
No. A beach would be the scale of microscopic.
It would depend on the sphere.
It would look completely flat.
No.
If you were an ant on a
all right. Here's where we're getting disingenuous. This is supposed to be my argument, and you're taking it over. You realize that?
Sorry, go on. But I was just saying, like, that's proportionally.
I hear you.
Correct.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense what you're saying, because what you're saying is not going to provide any values, which I was about to.
Okay, but what you're looking at is not the size of a beach ball.
No, it's the size of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to see the curvature on the sand, like if you're sitting on a beach. It'd be hard to.
However, the claim that the horizon is a definitive distance because the Earth is a sphere, that's true.
No, not necessarily. There's elevation. There's relative elevation.
Not on the water, fam. Other than waves.
Underwater, there is also land.
On the water. Thank you.
You want to hold on? You want to stop talking, bro? Because I'm trying to talk, and it's like you're misunderstanding me, and I don't like that. Like, I don't think that the surface of the water is 2D. That's retarded. So what do you? So
You think the Earth is flat? I mean, okay, but that's the point. The water is it's it rises and flows and goes down relative to in and out, season, tides, temperature.
Right.
There's different things that it's variable. It's not like there is a rough texture on the surface, but overall, it is a globe.
So if this water is consistently curving in all directions, we should be able to measure this.
No, I didn't say that. I literally just said it's a.
Your photograph says that.
Yes, on average, overall. But that photograph.
You're bringing your photograph in as some kind of hostile witness. It's JJ. You're the one that brought the photograph in. It shows consistent curvature. So, if that's the case,
on the scale,
if that's the case,
on that scale,
there's nothing in that photograph that says Matrix has to comply with that scale. If that's the case, why are you still talking, bro? How about we just make you not talk? That's easier. Because then I don't have to yell at you. Because then I'll get accused of yelling at you, and then someone else will cry. If that's the case, that thing is consistently curved, we should be able to measure the curvature. We should be able to measure where the horizon is. It's that simple. This does not happen in reality.
And the tough part is, right, his retort, right, is basically saying that the rough undulations and shit like that are drastic enough to throw off our ability to measure that, even within a certain degree of error, a margin of error. So I would then ask him, what is that margin of error that we need to overcome, if any at all, right? Yeah, sure, a wave, couple inches, couple feet, and all that stuff, if that even exists. Yeah, okay, I take that into account. But over 10 miles is, 6 inches, a 6-inch wave, significant enough to throw off the observation or measurement? How would you even know? So you're saying, oh, well, we can't because it's imperfect. You got to specify the imperfection so we can overcome it, right? Otherwise, we'll just take a general, higher level general measurement and then adjust ad hoc, right? Can you be more specific, JJ, when you say, oh, you can't because X? Why? What's all that about?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, dude. Can you answer the question?
I'm sorry, I was pulling up a study
You weren't
or an
listening.
experiment on the water because I heard, you're talking about.
You weren't even listening. Why don't you be honest?
I didn't listen to the last 20 seconds of what you just said. No, I assumed I was out of the conversation anyway.
No. How specific when you say, right, when someone tells you, hey, we take measurements or whatever, and you retort with, oh, well, you can't because it's not perfect. Well, how off are we? How specific do we need to be? Right? I'm asking you that.
I didn't say you can't take measurements. I said that it's not going to be uniformly everywhere you measure, you're going to find the same curvature. Because
So what? Right. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we understand there are waves and tides,
but you can use measurements, and there are measurements that have demonstrated the curvature of the Earth. Look, I just posted one.
Hold up! Where's this at?
Which one? Which ones?
I posted in the chat.
Where are these measurements that demonstrate curvature of the Earth? Not just modelling of a alleged Earth. We're talking about actual, real life, out in the real world measurements.
And hopefully those have specificity, right? Right? Because he didn't specify how specific we need to be, right? Hopefully those have them, right?
This has very, very specific details. It has GPS, refraction measurements, predictions, observations, the equipment, location. They have all the files that you can go through.
Cool.
Over a body of water. Confirms it's curved.
But you're talking about you're saying they're using GPS, dude.
They're using a number of things. Look at it.
Okay. How did we get those GPS devices in the sky in the first place? Shouldn't we have known the radius already?
They're using a number of things. Just look at it.
Like what?
They improved GPS with something called differential GPS.
You're not answering the question, dude.
What?
How did we get the radius in the first place to be able to put those GPS devices in the sky to then use to measure the curvature, calculate the radius then? Like, there's a bit of a chicken and egg situation here.
We use other measurements also, I think, from radar, to help us confirm the actual distance between things, and they pretty much confirm them. My understanding.
How do they do that?
We can measure how long it takes light or a beam to bounce back from a different object at a certain distance. Like the same way we can measure the distance of many.
Okay, what does that tell you? You have a distance between point A and point B. Sorry, Eli, you want to take this? You trying to get in?
Oh, my bad. I'm sitting here having a real full-blown conversation with my cat about how he can't hump on his mom. So, I'm sorry.
No problem. You're hot. That's all. Okay. Okay, so JJ, how do you do that? So you get a distance from point A to point B. Then what?
What? But then you see how long it takes.
Okay.
Time over distance.
So you get a
distance over time.
So you get right. So you get a distance. Okay. What do you do with that line segment? Because that's what it is, right?
Line segment? No.
A distance is a line segment, right? You draw a line, right?
Well. Also, I mean, yeah, you account for if there's other factors you need to account for. You account for stuff like I don't.
Yeah. Like what? What did they do in this case? Because the thing here, we want to ensure that they're not already presupposing some sort of model or whatnot that they're then kind of wrapping around their measurements, right? That they're not wrapping their measurements around to try and like basically data fit an already preconceived model. Because we're trying to figure out, quote unquote, the model from grassroots, right? That's why I'm asking this question.
Well, hold on. If you use measurements based off of angles of light from the sky, from the sun, and so on, that can give you, some, that's still measurements.
Yeah. We're not even at the point of disputing the measurements or the method yet, right? I'm asking you what they do, just to make sure that they're not presupposing anything, right?
Do you not know about who is what, if we're not disputing radius, then what are you?
Dude, no, you didn't hear me, dude.
If you're measuring, angles from light, no, you're not presupposing.
No. You're trying to preempt what he's going to say, and you've just chopped yourself to pieces.
I don't know what you're going to say.
That's why you should be shutting up.
Please continue.
Bro, I asked you. Okay, what did they do? How did they do it? And I'm basically filling in why I'm asking this type of fine detail, right? Because we want to make sure that they're not presupposing anything. Right?
This is called sea lining. I could ask you a bunch of questions, and I'm sure I get muted within one question.
No, I'm not muting you, dude. I'm waiting for an answer.
I can't ask a single question of flat earthers, but it's like a basic point,
bro.
We were talking about an image that is verifiable proof, and now you're asking me how.
No. Yeah.
He won't mute you, but I bloody well will. How about Ice JJ? You have a little bit more good faith because 20 is pretty decent to talk to, or you can put up with me. I don't care which way you roll, but I know which way most people go.
Right. So just to recap, right? I asked you, right? How do I forget the exact wording of the initial question, but along the lines of how do they get the radius? You made the claim different ways, one of them being GPS. I followed up with, oh, well, hang on. I thought we knew that we had a radius long before we had GPS. So what were the methods? What did we do to get the radius before having GPS? And you went into all sorts of other stuff like radar and stuff like that. But that's modern times, right? Supposedly we had it done with primitive tools, right?
Yes,
so if you want to entertain radar, if you want to entertain this radar stuff, then we got to get into the nitty gritties also because it's highly technical, right? And more prone to having certain layers that have embedded in them presumptions and preconceived notions. So, if you want to get into it, let's go. Let's start the first level. What did they do?
I don't want to get into the how do we know the radius of the Earth? That is a sidetrack. We were talking about a specific thing. Now you're asking me to re-summarize all of the. Tell me how we got to where the radius was. Tell me what you think gravity is. The point is we're having a discussion.
I'm not making
having a discussion.
Bro, you made the claim. I'm asking you to back it up. I didn't make a claim about gravity.
You're asking me to back up.
Dude, you said, did you or did you not say, or are you not claiming that we're on a ball?
We are on
right?
sphere, yeah.
You used the images before, right? You showed the image from from NASA, from the moon.
Yes.
right? Eli followed up with, oh, well, we see curving water there, right? But in reality, we don't see curving water, right? But you're claiming now it is curving water. Okay, well, by how much, right? That's when you get into the geometric aspects of the surface. One of them being
and then a
product of the radius, right? Or a byproduct of having a certain radius. So let's figure out what this radius is, how they got it, right? And then use that and go out and make sure that it actually adheres to reality, right? So you're saying they did. I'm asking how. What's the problem?
You're asking me how the people who did the radius, because you just skipped the whole part of, you were talking about the curvature over water, and then I said, oh yeah, we've measured this. Here's an experiment. They measured it, and now you're gish galloping. Or sea lining. Sea lining.
No, he's not sea lining you. He's not gish galloping.
He's not
It's okay. Dude, I'm not gish galloping, bro. All I did was summarize everything. Yeah, I kind of skipped over all the details of you asking for, you claiming that the undulations of water make it imperfect and all that. But fine, whatever. I can highlight that too, whatever. Right? But more to the point, there is an overall general radius that you're saying has been measured. How? What did they do? Please.
You take angles from the sun and you compare the distance and the angles, and you take relative measurements based off stuff, and then you take that to derive the distance or it's not. If I need to explain this to you, then this is called, you need to look this up, sea lining, because you said we should see the curvature over water. I gave you the study experiment.
Actually, it was measure curvature over water. We should measure
that's a very good point.
Not calculate. Slightly different. Yeah.
There's a big difference.
Try again, please.
Yeah, and I guess you're trying to invoke
our experience over water would show flatness, but this obviously demonstrates it's a round.
Wait, how? Okay, hang on. So you're going to invoke Eratosthenes, right?
No, I'm invoking an experiment. I'm invoking an experiment.
Okay, and do you know where that came from? Taking angle measurements to the sun and taking multiples of them, getting the distance from point A and point B, getting another angle measurement, all that shit. Right? That came from Eratosthenes.
I'm talking about a recent experiment. You can look at it, or you can refuse to look at it. I gave you something to demonstrate. You can refuse to look at it if you want.
No, dude, I'm not. Bro,
apparently,
chill out.
They've done the experiment. You haven't done the experiment. Apparently, they have. Just look at it.
Chill out for a second, dude. Okay, all I'm saying is what you're talking about originated from Eratosthenes. I'm just confirming that. If you don't know that, well, you maybe ought to know that. Unless, of course, what you're talking about is different or distinct from Eratosthenes, in which case I would like to know the details, because it sounded exactly like what Eratosthenes did. Could you confirm that or not?
No, this is not about Eratosthenes. No, not about him.
Okay.
This is an experiment. I'm currently reading the specifics on this. I suggest you do the same. You said we wouldn't see curvature or anything like that.
So you don't even know what this quote-unquote experiment is.
No, you said you were...
You don't even know what this quote-unquote experiment is if you have to now read up on the specifics of it. And you recommend us do it also. Maybe you should have a good look into the specifics of it.
Yeah, maybe go, read it first and come back and summarize, and we can talk about it. Make your point, make your case first, and then we'll get into it. It's not hard, bro. It might be hard for you, right? But in general, it's not a hard thing to do.
No, yeah, they looked at something. They looked at an object or an area between two poles, 10 kilometers away, over water, at eye level. They counted for refraction. They have all the things that are measurements and recount mathematic posted, and it also looks at what you would expect to see on a globe model versus a flat model, and then they take the measurements, and apparently it confirms the globe measurement.
You
Very
can
good.
you can
Okay,
look
so
at it if you want.
very
You
good.
can ignore it if you want.
Very good.
But you bring this up,
No, relax,
and I'm
bro.
bringing like
No,
you haven't
dude,
done any of these studies or
relax,
experiments. I am not claiming I've read this.
relax, dude. It's okay. My point, I have a follow up to that. Right? I'm not antagonizing you, bro. I'm walking through it with you. So I want to know how what math did they do to account for quote unquote refraction? What model did they use?
So for refraction, what? They use the standard refraction.
Yeah.
They use a refraction coefficient. K equals R over R squared. They use Snell's law.
Okay, cool.
The refraction coefficient, the refraction factor.
Gotcha. Okay, so already there's a problem. Because if they're using a model that already presupposes R, to find R, right, there's a chicken and egg situation again. Right? So how would they even know what the refraction, coefficient is in the first place if they didn't have R? Because they're trying to find
from air pressure, temperature, and temperature gradient. I can tell you exactly. Okay. Refraction coefficient equals air pressure.
Yeah, ice JJ. We don't
measurements.
Okay, JJ.
No.
You're gonna have to start listening, bro. With your formula, which includes the coefficient, it has R, radius, baked into it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes. I mean, yes, it has 6,701 kilometers. Yes.
So it has R baked into it.
Yes. So it is, yes, assuming.
We didn't need the rest of it. Just a yes or no was more than enough, mate.
Yeah, bro. We don't need an assumption. Okay. Now, what would be grand, right? Is if they used some sort of refraction model that did not have R in it, that was purely based on all these other factors that actually contribute to, the refraction. Right? If you can find that, then it would be actually reliable compared to this, which is, it's begging the question right from the get-go. So we need not go any further.
No. But the issue is that this is saying if you assume
it's begging the question. Ice JJ, just follow it. Ice JJ. I know you're excited. I know you're excited to prove something, but you're not going to prove anything. It's begging the question.
Yeah.
It's false logic. They're using a model of a ball and then inserting R into their formula, and then they're comparing that to the model of a ball. So they've got a formula with R in it and a model of a ball with R in it. Of course they're going to get the same answer, mate. You don't want to see that for some reason.
Just throw out all your models and just measure the surface and let it tell you what it's doing.
No. Okay.
And by the way, you don't account for refraction. You don't account for. Hey, bro, you don't account for refraction.
Can I measure it? Can I give a response or not? Am I allowed to respond?
Bro, one last thing, and then I can give you the floor. If you shut the fuck up. One last thing. You don't account for refraction. You're supposed to measure it.
Let alone R in the first place.
Okay, one. These are based in measurements, which I was giving you. You said, how do you get the refraction coefficient? I was giving it to you. 2, you say it's based off of the globe model. No, they only use
it is
that. No, I'm explaining it to
Ice JJ, you can explain the fuck out of it. I want you to read out the formula for all the people of the panel. You know, the one that's got the K in it and the R in it? I want you to read out the formula.
I already did. And I'm explaining to you.
We don't want the explanation. We want you to get it through your head that it has the radius presupposed. Do you not understand what that means?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know which part the radius presupposition is in?
Obviously, we'll take that as a no if you're still harping on about it.
He doesn't get it, man.
No, I do get it. I'll explain it. No. You asked me to repeat the formula? I'll do it for you. Like for refraction, for standard refraction coefficient. Oh, that's how you got to R. Refraction coefficient. K equals R over R squared. And guess what?
So why are you using R? You don't know R.
Because
you don't know R.
Here's
There's not a no. Don't sidestep it. The reason they did these observations is to prove R exists. So you don't know fucking R. You are supposed to be agnostic. You don't know flat, you don't know R, you don't know shit. You're supposed to be out there testing that, and now you are sticking R in like it's a knife. I am gonna get you in there, you bastard. If you don't know what R is, how are you pre-assuming it?
We do know what R is. Did you do your homework yet, Matrix?
Jesus Christ! You need to let me finish a fucking sentence, you man-child, you baby.
Right. You gotta understand something, dude. What you're describing here is basically a form of data fitting. Okay, if they used an R of 3,959 miles, okay, then they got some data, and then basically slid, a little slider and found the right number, 1 point something, whatever, and then their data fits that model, they're going to go and claim, hey, there we go. We found the appropriate refractive index that would justify this view on the assumption that we have the right R. Okay. Problem is, if they take a different R, an arbitrary number, they could then slide that slider again, find a different number, might be 0.9 something or 0.5, depending on what number they put in, whatever. And then justifiably, according to that, that data and that model and shit like that, can go on to say, hey, this data fits a radius of, say, 4,500 miles with a refractive index of 0.9, whatever it is, right? It's assumptive. It's on the assumption that this is the radius, this is what the refractive index would be, okay? This does not prove what R actually is. All they're doing is fitting data with an arbitrary parameter. You have to understand this.
You're wrong. You're just wrong. I can explain it to you, but I got muted.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
because traditionally this is how it has been done. Please go. Go ahead. Traditionally, this is how it has been done, right? So please proceed and show how it was different. I'm waiting, dude.
Okay, so let's see how long it takes for me to speak before I get muted. 1, the measurement of the unit of R they use is only for refraction index, because the way they measure refraction has that as part of the arbitrary number, because you have to use a fixed number if you believe the globe is if the world is a globe. So this would work with any shape. This is made explicitly clear within the documentation. Any shape would work with this model, with their experiment. You can take away the refraction part, then experiment holds up. If you look at what the Earth is, assuming it was a globe, you could test the experiment. To a hypothesis is, if it's a globe, we will see X. Therefore, and then we see X. If it's a globe, then by X model of the world, we should have accurate measurements.
Are you talking about the experiment that you posted up, or are you talking about something else used to confirm the experiment you posted up?
I'm talking about the experiment I posted.
Yeah.
So they removed refraction to show that refraction is not a problem.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so you're acknowledging that they're performing, they're in a performative affirming the consequent.
No.
If X, we would see X.
They're doing the very thing you asked to do. They're doing the very thing you asked to do.
There is absolutely nothing you just said.
How do you account for refraction? What is your
anything that Matrix or 20 Cups have said to you? No, there's absolutely nothing that you have said in the last 5 minutes that has refuted anything that was said to you previously. Actually, all it's done is confirm that that's what you're doing. Exactly what they said you're doing, you just reiterated it.
Yeah, you just use different words to try and mask it. Dude, I told you, right? They're going to assume a certain R, right? They're going to get some data. They're going to fit it to their model. with a sliding scale and get an output of the ideal refractive index that would justify this observation under the condition.
It's one model. It's the same number we all use for the radius of the Earth. It's not fitted.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. They don't have to change it. They use the same model, the same number we use for the radius of the Earth, and it works. It checks out.
Dude, you don't.
The experiment confirms.
Relax, bro. Shut the fuck up. Now I'm going to start getting mad. Kailis, you already have matrix. You don't need me. You don't understand what data fitting is, dude. Okay, unless you do, but I'd be very surprised from the way that you're speaking about it. Okay, they're fitting the refractive index, okay, to the data, wrapping around an assumed radius. That output, whatever the number is, right, 1 point something, conforms to the assumed radius of 3,959 miles. So what they're getting is an idealized form or idealized model, assuming R to be the case. They're not deriving R from first principles out in the field. They're assuming something and then getting an arbitrary value out of this entire procedure that would then suggest, oh, maybe, yeah, you know, this would be the appropriate index if R was the case. But it's still conditional. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm posting. They even have a simulation that you can interact with for the refraction. And I'm going to post this.
And let me guess,
He's not even listening to you, 20.
Yeah.
I am listening.
So there's a slide.
No, you're not.
It confirmed. Yeah, so confirm to me that there is or is not a sliding scale on that simulator that you can kind of slide back and forth and get like a different, you know, view on whatever.
On whatever.
Yeah, so I presumably,
it gives you many different sliding scales.
Right. Thank you. So one of them is a refractive index, right? Okay.
I don't even know. No, that's not one of. There's.
Is there a slider to adjust the refraction? Yes or no?
Not from. There's a. Not a slider. There's one thing for refraction, zero refraction, standard refraction, or custom refraction, where you can create your own.
Thank you. Okay, so right. So it's a select. It's a
and then you can do globe model, flat Earth model.
Right. So a more discrete form of exactly the same thing. So you get to pick and choose. Okay. Which right. So which K do you want? Right. Doesn't matter whether it's a slider or not. So
but you can test. You can test what like they give the standard option.
Right.
They give zero option, and they let you choose whatever you want. So if you think that the standard option is wrong,
So my point is,
the standard option is wrong, you can test it.
Hang on, dude.
If you think that the standard model is wrong, then you can test it.
Dude, no, you don't fucking understand shit. Okay? You need to understand, bro. You need to get it. That this is not deriving R. This assumes R in the first place, and they then get some magical parameter called refraction, right? That fits this presumed model. Now, there's no real way for you to actually go out in the field and confirm that that value, that 1 point something, is appropriate unless, of course, you get all the necessary components and derive it yourself. Okay, you don't need to backwards engineer shit. Okay?
It's not backwards engineering.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. So what you should be doing, Ice JJ, you should be out in the real world. You should be taking temperature readings, humidity readings.
They did that. They did
light readings. Yes, listen. Why are you talking? They should take these readings first. Then they should take photographs, and then they should say, this is what the refractive index is. This is what the result is. On your end, it's this is what the result is. Let's fudge the sliders until we get it to match.
No. They gave the primary document.
Yes, you're reverse engineering. You've done it backwards. Do you understand that?
No, they posted it. You're just rejecting.
No, I check this out, dude. Is the output of whatever mathematical equation or function that they have in there the refractive index, or is the output of the function R?
They have many different functions and outputs.
Okay,
I don't know
so find me one.
They give you raw data. They get everything you asked for. They
get me. Right, so go get it. Go get me the one where they show that they output R. I want to see what the inputs are.
A measurement.
We don't need to input R. We don't need to,
Okay, wait. So you're saying? Okay, wait. Hold on. So wait. Can we do experiments?
Does not show R. Does not prove R. Does not find R. It uses a presumptive R initially, right? So not what we asked for right out of the get-go, right from the get-go, right? So what the fuck are you bringing this to us for?
The only thing that R is used for is the refractive coefficient, refractive index, which they give data.
So why would you require JJ?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I got.
Why would you require R if?
I got this, bro.
Go 20. 20.
I got this, dude. You need to understand. I think this is about 5 or 6 times now. We don't want that. We don't want a presumed R and then data fitting to that R. We want the output of a function, a mathematical model, right? Or data plot, whatever, to give us the real R. Do you understand? Do you know what's the difference?
It's not data fitting. They give the actual. No, it's not data fitting.
That's not what he just asked for.
Do you understand the difference between a mathematical model outputting, right, R versus a refractive index?
When it comes to refraction,
like Matrix said, you've got to pretend that you don't know R. Just no pre-assumptions, none. Then go do your test and your measurements, and see what it tells you. Get the data directly from your test. Don't put anything into it. Don't have any ideas about what it should or shouldn't be. Just let it tell you. Just let the data, the results tell you what is or isn't.
Again, the data is there, primary data. In fact, radius of Earth data.
Do it without R. Do it without your R.
What? Yes, you can do it without
your refraction. Ice JJ. Your refraction formula has R in it. Take the R out of the refraction formula, and we'll let you go. No questions asked. You can go balls deep into it. You must remove the radius factor out of the refraction formula.
Well, that's a different thing.
You don't know this yet.
What do you think?
Know this yet.
How do you calculate the glow refractive, index? It's like coefficient.
You don't know you're on a globetard yet.
No.
You're not that far into it.
No, dude, you missed it, dude. Hang on, bro. You missed it.
If you think you are taking an issue with me,
no. Ice, you missed it the entire time, dude. We asked you for the radius, and you're giving us this paper or whatnot, okay, that provides both, a refractive index and an R, but sneakily you're throwing it, you're throwing in there a presumed R and outputting a refractive index that would justify that R, right? And then bitching that we're not taking a refractive index from you when we didn't ask you for that. Do you see the problem yet? Go ahead.
Where'd their R come from? How'd they get R? How'd they get that R?
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. You don't understand what data fitting is, dude. Obviously.
If your claim is they're all lying, the data's all fake.
No, we're showing you that this is affirming the concept. And you don't recognize it.
You won't answer. Okay, it's like snaky as shit. Dude, it's like the data is being fit some shit.
No, you're dumb as fuck. Get the fuck out of here. I'm done. I can't stand this. He's a fucking moron. He's never worked with data in his life. Modeling and shit like that. Doesn't even know the terminology. Yet he's trying to argue from that point that he can present a properly a justified model, data model, when he hasn't worked with that in his entire life. Doesn't even know the words, proper terms. It's pathetic. Eat shit, bro.
Yes.
Kingsley. He loves it.
Oh, it is, man.
Fuck yeah.
This is pathetic.
He doesn't get the fact that I've got no problem with him making claims of all these data points. That's great. That's what we want. So why do we have to insert R into refraction?
But anyways, where's the White Knight? Click, you're up.
So just one sec, because with your refraction, right? So I know how touchy that word is, right? But with your terrestrial fraction, okay, so you're going to claim that light's deviating through the single medium of air due to confounding variables within that single medium. Density changes, temperature changes, humidity changes, moisture, blah, 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 right? Okay, so don't pre-assume, don't guess what the light is doing. Don't reverse engineer with some calculation that you think the light did a certain thing. Measure what the light did through the medium of air. Measure it. Sorry if he ran away while I was monologuing a bit. But this is what you do. So you can set up a laser, right, and at this, and have a storyboard or a target at the same height in the distance. Shoot your laser, and then record how much it misses the target by. This will be your deviation of light path through the single medium of air. This will be your what you're calling terrestrial refraction.
You guys want to take a stab at it? He came back. I think he's trying to, get away from the mute. Oh, he's gone now. Never mind.
What's R?
That's what your friend was trying to prove by using refraction.
Okay, but what is R? What are we talking about here?
What do you think R would be, Mansky? Come on.
You tell me.
The supposed radius, dude. Come on.
Isn't that amazing, 20? After all that, and then you read his march out text. This is how you act when you're confronted with experiments showing your entire worldview is wrong. LMAO. Sad. Took 20 minutes to get to acknowledge the orbs in the sky. What the fuck have they got to do with Bisland's Rainy Lake observations, which was a fail anyways? Maybe you'll click the link. Well, we did click the link. That's how we know it was Bisland's Rainy Lake show.
How's he going
also,
in the text chat?
Yeah. Also, you should figure out where places on Earth are relative to Earth other. Is that meant to be each other? So this is how you act. You run away when we tell you that you're begging the question or affirming the consequent. Okay.
How's that VLBI research coming along?
Well, actually, we had a look at it, and in order for you to get radio reflections off of a quasar, you'd have to be like over 1,000 million years old. So that was a big fail.
What?
What's a unit of power?
Oh my god, you guys already came up with
You can't,
bullshit.
Mansky, you can't even verify what they're getting radio signals. The claim on Wikipedia, when you look it up, is that it's off of quasars. The nearest quasar is like 500 million light years away. So in order to get a signal, you'd have to send it there. Assuming it reflects back properly, it would reflect back. This would give you a time frame of over 1,000 million years. So you're not that old.
No, it's just receiving signals.
Random signals. So how do you confirm what they are?
They process the signals. They have like a processing chain that they go through.
They've got a processing chain. So these are radio telescopes. At no stage do they get an image, and yet you're claiming that they get images.
I don't know if it's an image. It's a signal.
They're radio telescopes, mate. They're not getting images.
So what?
I bet you're glad you got me to do my homework, eh? Maybe you should just dump and run like you normally do.
So when you have radio telescopes all over the Earth and they're receiving signals at different times when synchronized, how do you explain
signals from what?
Quasars.
That are 500 million light years away, plus.
Yes.
Okay, we'll let you have your fantasy. Run along.
What?
Wait, so what do? They point various radio telescopes in the same direction, right? And what do? They get signals from that whatever's at that point in the same direction?
Yeah. I've already posted links and articles. You can look it up.
You fucking lying sack of shit. I posted the Wikipedia thing up today because you lying little prick, wouldn't do it.
Dude, I
you go on mute for being a lying bastard. They got radio telescopes. The claim is that the timing delay between the different telescopes proves Earth rotation. But the claim also says that they send signals out via one of the telescopes and the other ones receive it. And what it bounces off of is a quasar. Well, the nearest quasar is 500 million light years away. So unless this kid is some kind of time traveller and he's come back to tell us that, oh, by the way, it did hit, no, I'm not going to take it.
Yeah, Mansky, how long did they say that the signal emitted from the radio telescope took to hit the quasar and then come back?
I don't think they're sending a signal out. I think they're just receiving signals.
Well, according to Matrix, what was posted describes them sending signals.
Where? I'm reading it right now.
Post it up so we can read the same thing. Yeah. Just in case we might have read something different.
Because you would think, right, that this would be necessary. I mean, this is kind of like more or less the same or a similar process that they claim to have done with the moon, right? They send a particular signal so they know it's theirs. It has a particular signature, right? Particular bit stream or whatnot. So when they get a signal back, they have high confidence that it's their actual signal being reflected off something. Otherwise, it can just be noise, and they have no way to confirm that. Right? So unless they do something similar with these objects, how do they know that what they're receiving is not just arbitrary garbage?
Well, I've posted multiple
right? I don't know.
in your Discord that were deleted, and I posted them again.
So could you use your words to summarize?
Hold on, 20. The claim is he came in earlier whinging that Indio had deleted his stuff and then banned him from the server. That he posted up this earth-shattering, earth-proving bullshit and Indio deleted it. He's never yet posted anything up. He's claimed he's posted it up in here. He's claimed he's posted it up in the home server. I've never seen it in here. All the times he's been in here, I have not seen it. I requested he post it up. The best we could get out of him was the acronym for the VLBI radio telescopes. That was it.
Oh, yeah. That was okay, so Mansky, how about you use your words?
You're such a snake,
send me a DM.
You're such a
send me a DM
snake.
of your material, please. That would be cool. Why am I a snake? I'm asking a question. You and I haven't spoken
asking
before.
you to clarify. So highlight the parts from
Matrix.
what you said you posted.
Matrix is a fucking snake.
Talk about.
I posted sources so many times
don't worry
saying that I've never posted them before.
That's meta. That's meta, bro. That's meta.
Man up by deleting what I post and saying I never posted.
That's meta, bro. You just let's talk.
If
about
you're so hung up on it, post the fucking thing again.
Yeah,
post it inside chat now or fuck off.
Highlight. But don't just elephant hunt. Highlight the parts which are significant, and let's talk about it.
And send it to me too, and I'll post a screenshot of our DMs. How about that? Ain't nobody deleting my shit. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm just a mod.
How's it go? Piss or get off the pot? Come on, Mansky, post it up. We're still waiting. You claimed it was deleted. Why wouldn't you be reposting it?
I don't have permissions. This is what you guys do. You don't give me permissions to type in chat, and then you mute me, and then you
hold up then. Stop crying. Let's have a look.
Matrix.
Nick,
dude.
Dummy.
Mansky, how are you posting in the past?
Why are things getting deleted in the first place?
Bro, how were you posting in the past? How were you, bro? Hey, you there?
Mm-hmm.
If you were posting in the past, how could you have been, right? If you don't have perms, it doesn't make any sense, dude. You're contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
All right, post it. If you never had the ability to post, how can you be complaining about having something deleted if you never had the ability to post in the first place?
It's because I'll post something, and then, I don't know, one of your mods doesn't...
You never had the ability to.
I had the ability to, like, this morning. 10
no, you didn't.
Ago, 12 hours ago.
Okay. So you mean to say that somebody revoked your permissions after having already given them to you?
But I was having the...
You're a liar.
With,
post it.
Indrio, whatever his name is, in your Discord. I got banned from there. I don't have access to that Discord.
You got banned for carrying on like this. Post your data.
Yeah, watch this, dude. Water under the bridge.
Holy shit.
Watch. Right.
And what I was saying earlier as well is this isn't a debate. This isn't a debate. I'm simply informing you of the technology that proves you wrong.
Bro,
you haven't posted it yet.
You're claiming that we're wrong, right? So you're opening a door for scrutiny. So can you engage with that or not? Can you send me the material? Please.
There's dozens of studies. I've posted probably 10 different studies.
Okay, so you're not going to respond with the specifics that I'm asking for, so we can actually engage. You're just going to whine about the path.
What do you want proof of? Do you want proof of radius? Proof of rotation?
First, I asked you to confirm whether or not what Matrix posted was aligned with what you posted about the radio telescopes emitting a signal. Okay,
they're not sending a signal. That would be ridiculous. If they're not sending a signal to a different galaxy and waiting for it to come back.
Gotcha. I didn't think they would have, but you would think that they should. Otherwise, how could they confirm that the signal that they're receiving is not just pure garbage? Because if they send a signal, right, has a particular signature, they know it's theirs, right? So if it reflects off something and comes back, oh, it's our signal that we sent, 10 seconds ago, and it was received within, a predicted value, and it matches up perfectly, so we know it's us, right? If they're not doing that, what the fuck? How do they know that different radio telescopes are not just getting different signals from different things? Right?
This isn't a debate with me. I'm simply informing you of a technology that
so you don't actually know that.
Well, you're not informing us because you haven't posted it yet.
Yeah,
see, you guys are.
And you
want the truth, but you're not searching for the truth. Matrix, you just read a Wikipedia article.
Bro, we are looking. That's why we're asking you, because obviously you know more than we do.
Has he said anything to you yet, 20?
But obviously you don't. What was that?
Has he sent anything to you yet?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna check. Nope.
So he's nothing but a lying sack of shit.
Yeah, Mansky, you're a piece of shit, bro. Like, come on. My DMs are wide open, bro. Send me this material that you're talking about.
Oh, he's posted something. Let's have a look.
There we go. Okay. Okay, so I'll unmute him in the meantime. I'd like him to summarize this for us.
No, this isn't a debate with me. I'm simply informing you. You're free to educate yourself.
Mansky, you've got to listen now. We're not asking you to debate anything. We're asking you to summarize the data that you just posted up. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm looking at this now. Sorry, dude. I'm just so you know, I'm looking through this now. Dude, this is a massive article. Do you expect us to
multiple
be able to
massive articles? It proves you guys wrong. Instead of engaging with
okay,
it, you're
but
like,
you haven't shown us where or
I told you to highlight the significant data. I told you that.
Yeah.
You didn't listen.
Yeah, dude.
Open your ears, bro.
Cite something in here, bro.
Nah, it's more fun just to elephant hurl. I'll throw a big heap of shit at yous. Yous can spend the next 3 years sifting through it. And in the meantime, I'll run amok in fucking chat and side chat. And yeah, that'll keep you fuckers entertained. So, that's how I operate.
I mean, Mansky, you're starting to sound like Mansky,
not happening.
Mansky, you're starting to sound like Ice JJ.
no, because I've actually provided. See, like, this is how they determine the radius of the Earth.
But so did he. He provided different,
I'm not
some different
presupposing
material
shit.
based on different
They're
topics.
measuring the diameter of the Earth using this.
Yeah, what page was it measured?
Dude, okay, the furthest we got with Ice JJ, okay, was basically that. Okay, he didn't provide a citation. It was just kind of going over some stuff, and we broke it down, verbally. And we acknowledged that there's problems. You've done basically the same thing. You didn't cite anything. He didn't cite anything either. You read some stuff off.
What are you talking about?
Elephant hurling is not citing.
Yeah, dude. Did you pass high school?
Not reading shit. It's not elephant hurling or whatever the fuck you're calling it. It's you being lazy.
No, dude. I'm wondering if you even passed high school, bro. Do you know the distinction between a reference and a citation?
Oh, now I have to do like an APA formal.
I didn't ask you to.
Wow.
I didn't ask you to format it. No, I didn't ask you to format it, dude. I don't need a full bibliography. Okay? I'm just saying, you're making a claim that this paper provides some information. Okay? We're asking where in this article does the specific information come from? Where is it? Which paragraph? Blah, 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 blah. You're just giving us the whole article. You see the problem? I mean, we can read this on our own time, but while we're here, if we're going to talk about it, I mean, hone us in, bro. Give us the magnifying glass and point us where to, show us where to point it.
Right, yeah. Show us that you read it and that you have some sort of level of understanding of it that we can then discuss with you about it.
Has nothing to do with this proving you guys.
You've not read it. That's what you've just proven to us. You've not read it. Because if you had read it, Mansky, you would have said, page 7, about halfway down somewhere, or paragraph 3. That's what you would have said if you'd have read it.
Man, at best, dude, you read the headline. He said, this is proof, because it says so. Like, are you retarded?
It can't be the entire whole thing which summarizes what they did, right? Like you must be able to highlight, point to significant parts of the document.
3.1. Okay, let's go to 3.1.
Okay, 3.1. Okay.
Whereabouts?
See, but there's like dozens of articles that prove you guys wrong. It can prove rotation. It proves the diameter of the Earth.
Thank you very much. What's in 3.1?
Bro, fucking read, dude. Holy shit.
You haven't read this, Mansky. I'm calling you out. You haven't read it.
You guys don't want to. You guys know this proves you wrong.
You're the one that's supposed to have read this and understands how it does what you're saying it does, right? About proving rotation and curvature and blah blah blah, whatever, right? You're the one that's putting this forward to us, saying this does that. You should understand that and where in the documents the significant points are made regarding this claim. So direct us to it. Let's talk about it, specifically the parts which you say do this.
You're free to read it. This isn't a debate with me or a discussion.
Yeah, see, he's not going to do it. You're right, Matrix. He hasn't read it. Yeah. He hasn't read shit.
Yeah, so check this out, right? So I'm reading part of it. There's a part in this paragraph. It says, in this case, right, I'll just skip through some stuff. In this case, the target source is located at a distance significantly larger than the Fraunhofer distance b squared over lambda, where b is a projected baseline and lambda an observing wavelength. Okay, how do they know this distance? Can you point us to where they determined that, please?
Bro, it's a massive fucking paper. There's dozens of papers on
thank
this.
you very much.
That's what we're fucking saying.
No. This is what you do.
Shit.
You hyperfixate.
No. Yeah, you're damn fucking right. We're going to hyperfixate on stuff. Sorry, I unmuted you when you were already muted. You're a piece of shit, bro. You didn't read this. You don't know any of the material. You cannot stand on any square on this to back up your statement. Fuck you. I would say get out, but rather stick around and, stew in your own shit. Okay? And enjoy the show.
There's nothing in those documents which prove what you said it proves. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. I mean, all you motherfuckers come in here and do the exact same thing. I try to be cordial with you. I ask you simple questions, and you can't even fucking answer them. At least I don't raise my voice often. Okay, I try to do my best to not let you guys piss me off. But you do an
20.
awesome
It's taken
job
me
of it.
2 days just to get him to post that data.
Yeah.
All we've had is meta about how Indio deleted his shit and how he doesn't like Indio and how he one-upped Indio. And it's like, seriously? You're in a room full of anti-FE clowns and you've one-upped Indio? I can tell you now, you'd be in here telling everyone how to do it so they can annoy the shit out of him. But no, he wouldn't even do that.
My God. I wonder if half these guys even finished high school yet.
Probably not.
They sound like they're in kindergarten, but that's just my personal opinion. All right. Maybe come back when your ball's dropped and y'all think differently of you. Or at least, display some mental faculties that would suggest otherwise. That would help too.
Well, he kept on saying, I'm not here to debate. I didn't even suggest a debate. I suggested him highlighting the significant parts that he thinks prove what he says it proves, and we could discuss it. I said discuss it. I didn't say debate it.
Yeah, that was his whole stick. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to shit and run.
And I tried, man. I asked him a simple question. They make a claim in there that this thing is further than X or whatever. Okay, what's X? Where'd it come from? Well.
Let's see how our other mate's going. See if he's still broken.
Hey. Go ahead, Fish.
I don't even know how to pronounce this shit. You understand that we use satellite, but the modern model is like, I didn't actually know. And so just recently now. And so what the standard, there's a technical model that modern, GPS and satellites and world organizations and everyone uses. Do you guys know what it is?
Oh, the WGS-84 coordinate system model. Yeah, we know what it is.
Yes. And
the funny part is, that model that you use where it's got that rough looking rock thing, you could change that to banana and that shit'll still work out. So it's not really going to prove anything.
Because it is.
No, Ice JJ. It's a coordinate system model. That's what it is. You can paste that model onto any shape. A Dorito, a banana, leftover peanut shells. It doesn't matter.
No.
It's the reference system that's on top of that shape that counts, not the actual shape underneath it.
No. It is. Yes, it is around a shape. And we measure the shape of.
No. Yes. So you got to make up your mind. Ice JJ, if we'd have measured it, where is your curvature measurements?
Didn't you
get broken down earlier with that?
They use satellite lasers, and they also use ground-based lasers.
Oh.
And
they can lasers now. So the same lasers that we use to shoot across large expanses of water to show zero curvature?
Yeah, like the one that I posted in chat, which shows that there is curvature.
What one that's in chat?
Model makes no sense.
Hold on. What laser? Hold up.
I must have missed it.
I don't know.
What timestamp? Timestamp? Give me a timestamp.
I posted the Rainy Lake experiment.
Oh, that was a fail. Because you couldn't provide R. Yeah, so you're begging the question. So you're providing R within the formula for refraction. Yeah. No, me. You have R. You're begging the question. You've got R in the fucking thing already. Can you not see that? You read out the formula for your refraction. If you've claimed refraction, terrestrial refraction, you are pre-assuming you are on a ball-tard. So you can say no, all you like as if you've got some stutter or some shit like that. That's great, but you've got to get it through your thick skull that you're assuming it's a ball in the first place. So as soon as you mentioned we accounted for refraction, that was an instant null and void. Gone, out, see you later.
I gave you the data that they use to determine.
Mate, you could have given me a blowjob for all I care. You still put fucking refraction in it. That's the bit you're not getting.
Oh, yes. And when it comes
Ice JJ, you're not getting it. Please understand, the second you invoked terrestrial refraction, it was an insta fail. Do you not comprehend that?
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that as soon as you invoked refraction, it was a fail? Game over. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Can I respond?
Do you understand? Yes or no?
I understand what you are saying, but do you understand?
Excellent. So there's no retort to that. You failed. You've just admitted you failed.
No.
You just admitted you don't know me. I just questioned you about the refraction. When you put it in there, you fucked up. You failed. Game over. No more credits. And then you're going to still double down? Mate, what is wrong with your brain? How many times as a kid were you dropped?
Look, you truly don't understand a single thing I just said. And I gave
You're the one that doesn't understand. What part of, if you invoke refraction, it's an instant fail, did you miss out on?
Yeah, I've responded. You were deeply confused. And I've given you just now.
I am not deeply confused. You're the one who's deeply not fucking listening.
And
if you use terrestrial refraction, are you invoking curvature? Yes or no? Let's try again. If you invoke refraction, terrestrial refraction, do you require an R value? Yes or no?
No.
Liar.
No.
It's baked into the formula. You read it out earlier.
You can take it.
It's baked into the formula. You read it out to us earlier. Did you forget that bit?
As a fixed arbitrary number, which could be adjusted to anything, and you would still get.
It has an R value baked into it. You read it out to us before. Did you forget that bit? All you're doing now is grabbing the slider and moving it up and moving it down. It is an arbitrary value. It is an arbitrary value. You can repeat that all day long, my friend. The sad part is, you shouldn't have an R value there at all. So pick your little R value up and just go and put him to the left-hand side there and have another go.
Yeah, so if you hold, yes, assuming R is consistent. GEO, SCY. There's many different forms of measurements that we have, which has led us to an advanced model of the Earth, which coincides with magnetism, which coincides with all the stuff that we see with actual measurements. Unless you believe everyone who's involved in all these primary measurements and the satellites and everyone who's ever worked on stuff that's gone into space or orbit, everyone who's worked in these machines, they're all in on it. There's actually
in on what?
A conspiracy that to cover it up.
To cover what up?
To make it look like we're on a globe. That we're not. It's not flat. That we.
It's measured as flat. We've already discussed this.
There's no such thing as the poles are not work how they think we do. How the sun is not.
What's that got to do with no measurable curvature? What's the sun got to do with no measurable curvature?
Is that all this would entail at all these different levels?
So all of a sudden, so the same lasers we shoot over the lake that show no curvature.
No, the lasers that we
the same lasers. Hold on a minute. The same lasers we shoot over the lake that prove zero curvature. The same lasers, Ice JJ. The same lasers that you also said refraction.
I'm pretty sure the lasers in the end of the, as you know, the end of that duct. Now you guys just reject it because it goes against you. But flat earthers
poisoning the well.
Yeah, no, it's not poisoning the well. It's like
yes, you are. You've already told me I'm going to reject something. Ice JJ. You've already just told me I'm going to reject something that you haven't even fucking spoken of yet. So that is a poisoning of the well. So how about you put forward your argument before complaining about if I am going to reject it, maybe, maybe not.
Now, asserting that lasers are laser experiments demonstrate it's flat when you know as well that there are ones that do not and that determine it is not flat.
Lasers that do not what? I'm asserting it's flat. No, I am asserting it's a ball. We go out there with a laser. We go. Why is he not listening? Help him listen. Ice JJ, this is how it works. Numpties like you grab a fucking laser. They put a collimator on the end of the laser to make sure the beam doesn't diverge too much. So it is applicably used over a 20 or 30 mile distance. They are expecting to see curvature. They assume we're on a balltard of 3959 radius. So that would mean at 10 miles, there's a 60-foot drop. At 20 miles, 260-foot drop. 30 miles, 600 foot. 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. They are assuming these things should be there. So they turn their laser on. And it's fuck me, where is it? It's not there. So if we're on a balltard, expecting to see balltard behaviours like drop over distance, and we don't see drop over distance, maybe you can answer what the fuck we're on.
If I have to explain refraction to you, then nothing conforts with the flat Earth model.
I haven't put forward a model, my good friend. Oh, it doesn't wash off. So I haven't put forward a model. So telling me that something doesn't comport to a flat Earth model when all we've done is gone out and tested for drop over distance, you are, what do they call that? Sidestepping? If there's no measured drop over distance, Ice JJ, please tell me what the fuck I live on.
Yeah, there is, and if I can't finish a sentence...
There's no measured drop over distance.
If I can't finish a sentence, I got a dip. Like, this is...
See ya. What is Anthony putting up? This will be good. What the shit is that thing? Refraction adjustments for globers. Alright, so now the clowns have gone, the normal people can do their thing. JJ's not too bright, telling us how lasers from satellites work, but yet the same lasers can't be used on the ground because of refraction. Why wouldn't he have refraction with his little satellite setup, being that it's over a further distance? Interesting.
Has anybody spoken to Midnight yet?
I try not to stay up that late, but no.
Q? Are either of you guys there? I guess not.
Well, I don't know about you lot or not, but I just went through that document and I can't find where it measures curvature or proves rotation. Maybe I missed it, so I'll make the benefit of the doubt at the moment. But has anyone else found it yet? Or did you just round file it?
The one from Mansky?
Yeah.
No, I let that go like an hour ago, man. That was pathetic. I'm not gonna not.
I ran out of proverbial toilet paper, so that came in handy.
I just went through it and I can't find anything where it shows curvature or rotation measurements.
What's the title of the article?
Let's scroll back to the top. Lunar Orbital VLBI Experiment. Motivation, scientific purposes, and status.
Is there like an abstract that summarizes the whole purpose of the?
Normally there is. Oh, back to abstract. Hello.
Oh.
That I'll post that up for you. Hold on, since the other idiot wouldn't. Copy. Paste. Hopefully that'll take you to. Yep.
So it's glorified abstract art.
So what's his thinking? Because satellite in space, therefore globetard? So by getting radio telescopes and putting them further apart, they've got a better angular view. That's what this is. Okay.
Oh, chat reset. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, so I just read the abstract, and basically it just says, this is what this experiment does. We got this, machinery or whatever, with all these components, and we got it up there. It says the initial results demonstrate the successful performance of LOVEX, verifying its capability for both astronomical and spacecraft tracking observations at ultra-long VLBI baselines. Okay, so they got it where they expected it to go, which is allegedly, 300? I just saw it.
380,000 kilometres.
There you go.
The baseline of the radio telescope. So what they're doing, instead of having a radio telescope array like we're used to on the ground, this just extends the array, so it gives them a wider angular view. That's what it does. So it increases your angular view, which in turn gives you a further distance that you can see things. Same as our eyes.
Like it's a maximum.
Yep.
Maximum range. Okay. So what the fuck does this have to do with getting quasar radiation signals or something like that and saying, proof of rotation?
Well, that's in the Wikipedia thing. If you read the Wikipedia article, that's what it has in that.
Oh.
So what they do is they use the quasar thing. They have like atomic clocks to keep track of timing, and they'll get radio signals from quasars or whatever they're getting them from, and they generate images of that. But you need atomic clocks to synchronise all the radio telescopes.
Okay, so they build like a heat map of the radiation that they pick up.
Yep.
Okay.
So what they can do, in effect, is reverse the function of this timing thing. So they broadcast a signal, and the time it takes to go out and reflect back, they can use that allegedly to time Earth rotation. But there's anywhere that says that. All it says is it's possible to do it.
In the wiki, it says it's possible. You mean, or in this article?
I'll grab the wiki for you. Hold on.
So it says it's possible, but doesn't say that anybody's actually done it.
No.
In the wiki.
Hold on. Grabbing wiki. Loading. It's just under V.
So then
VLBI.
So then Mansky sends us this article, which was alleged to show that it was done.
Yes.
What the fuck? Mansky, if you're listening, dude, what the flying
All right,
fuck,
I'll
bro?
read it out. VLBI is best known for imaging distant cosmic radio sources, spacecraft tracking, and for application in astronomy. However, since the VLBI technique measures the time differences between the arrival of radio waves at separate antennas, it can also be used in reverse to perform Earth rotation studies, map movements of tectonic plates very precisely, within millimetres, and perform other types of geodesy. Using VLBI in this manner requires large numbers of time difference measurements from distant sources, such as quasars, observed with a global network of antennas over a period of time. That's it. That's the only reference of...
Keyword, can.
Yeah, not we have done, or this is how to do.
And this paper, this abstract that you sent me, was one particular instance of a device that would theoretically have to be linked up into this wide array of devices doing this stuff. Okay. So we got one piece of a giant puzzle that is yet to be constructed. Great. To try and perform this, monumental fucking task. Mansky.
Yeah, it was just a...
Yeah, don't bother doing what he asked. Or what he expects, which is just you to sift through fucking hours of literature.
Well, if I see him again, I'll remember that this was horseshit. Didn't show what he said it showed.
God, by the time you find what he's talking about, you'll be an astronomer.
Fuck.
Oh, shit.
Well, thank you for that, Matrix.
Yeah, hold his feet to the fire next time you see him. Get that concession.
Oh no, you won't get it. All you'll get is how he's hard done by because India banned him and didn't look at his data, and how we kept deleting his data.
Yeah, we were holding him pretty hard, man, but he kept whining and then left. It's like, okay.
Two sooks today, JJ and Mansky. But nothing out of the ordinary there.
$5, it won't be the last.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like we're here to babysit.
I can't believe it's only up past 8. Fair dinkum. I hate daylight savings, T-Dub. I'm blaming you for this.
He'll come waddling in here like a kid with a stinky diaper, and then start back talking when you're trying to teach them something, and they get mad and just call you a duty head and run out of the room. Same crap, different day. Sorry, kid, Santa's not real. But I've got this app that tracks Santa's sleigh, and all the reindeer have bios on social media.
Yeah, well, if he's not real, who eats the cookies then?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
But the granddaughter when she was 4, Mum did a whole like Easter thing one year, like footprints on the carpet, rabbit footprints on the carpet and everything. And so granddaughter gets up, the kids get up, and and my mum's like saying, look at the rabbit, the Easter bunny came. Look at the footprints. Granddaughter looks down, looks up at her mum and goes, "What the fuck?"
Lovely.
She didn't get it on video because that would have gone viral, man. But the funny thing is, she wasn't around a lot of swearers, so it's she must have picked it up from her mum and dad. But they rarely spoke like that. I mean, so she just heard it once or twice and. Just she got what it meant, though, right?
Yeah, use the expletive in proper context. So,
yeah.
I saw a video the other day. It was either yesterday or the day before, and this little kid, his mother's picking on him, acting like she's on the phone talking to Santa, and she told him not to come. And that kid's like, "F you, mama." She's like, "You know what? F you, mama. F you." But he actually said the word. I'm like, damn.
Whoa.
I know, right? I was like, what the?
If I'd have said anything like that to my old man, he'd have cartwheeled me across the floor.
He lies to the kid about Santa being real and then gaslights him. Damn.
And my family was like, sorry kids, we're pretty broke this year, so it's time to tell you Santa's not real.
Really? That's literally how they broke it?
No, but it would have been cool.
Oh.
If that's what it was.
Because I was thinking, man,
we're too poor to have you believe in Santa anymore.
Oh, that would be brutal. But I was just thinking to myself, man, after all this shit that we talk about, this whole kind of, rabbit hole within rabbit hole shit, all this stuff, I don't know if I could even entertain the Santa Claus idea with my children, future kids there. I don't even know if I want to do it.
There's no reason to deceive them, and then make them question you later on if they can trust you. Like, so you telling me another joke, he's playing a trick on me like that Santa thing?
Yeah. But then trying to navigate, like, the kid goes to school, right? It's like, oh, well, yeah, little Johnny, Santa isn't real, but friends are all going to believe that he is. So either you tell them or don't let them play pretend. Like, how the fuck do you, how the hell would you manage that? You know what I mean? The kid goes to school, comes home, argues with you. Oh, Billy said it was real. It's like, no, like, one nightmare or the other.
I think some parents, it's good intentions because they recognize that life sucks, so they're trying to give their children some sense of wonder or something, and they end up going to that fantasy for that.
No.
It's just more escapism.
Pick your battles, right? I don't know. I think I'd rather pick the battle of, telling them straight up and then wrangling all that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems more honest.
These days, kids have the internet. They can just get on their tablet and Google whether or not Santa's real.
Imagine that. Tell your kids he's real. You get him an iPad for Christmas. First thing he does for Santa's not real. He's like, what the fuck? By the way, good to hear your voice, AG. Haven't seen you around in a bit there.
Thanks. Life's been
Are you home?
lately.
Are you home?
Yeah. There's just been a lot of other stuff going on, but I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah. No. All good, though.
Yeah, everything's all good. It's just a bunch of stuff.
Still back and forth with the hospital and shit?
Just life.
Okay.
Family member passed away. I mean, there was a hospital too, but yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's a downer topic. We got other stuff we can talk about.
Yeah, no problem, man. Just saying. But to hear you're good.
Yeah, man. I decided to Google the Santa thing and see what it actually says. That's in the side chat. Welcome.
The Napalm Doctor. Interesting name.
Well, wondering if the napalm's used to help people, or does he help people who napalm's been used on? I'm doing surgery with napalm. No, let me quit.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Some globetrotters would be good, but you guys keep scaring them off with your facts.
Darn those pesky facts.
Freaking bright outside. I don't think it's quite a full moon, but it's pretty bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon's meant to be brighter than normal throughout the next few nights.
Wait, what? Why is that?
I don't know. I can't explain it.
It's getting more sunlight.
Possibly, T-Dub. With stronger reflection.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Okay, not welcome. Here's all.
Yeah.
Why join if you're just going to leave as soon as you get welcomed? It's weird.
All right.
I'm going to join, and if someone welcomes me, I'm out of here.
Those flat earthers were so rude.
Yeah, I don't know if it was in here or English Hubbards. Fella was bringing up the whole cold moonlight thing with the temperature difference in the shade versus direct moonlight. And I was thinking to myself, has anyone done it when the moon's not there? Like measured the air, like, or measured a surface that's not in the shade if the moon was there, and then measured a surface that would be in the moon shade if the moon was there, to see if there's a temperature difference. But without the moon, you know what I mean? Because it might just be that that's just the way it is all the time, moon or not, right? Don't know.
I watched a YouTube short of it once before, and they actually set up a little box and tested inside the box to show that it was in the shade of the moonlight and outside, and apparently it's colder outside. The moonlight is a cold light. So I'm yet to do this myself to confirm it. But yeah, interesting stuff.
But that's what I mean. Do it when the moon's not there as well, at night.
Yeah.
Right. Put it inside the box and measure the temperature, and then bring it outside the box and measure the temperature without the moon being there, without any moonlight. Because it might be that just the way it, like, there's something else going on. You know what I mean? Because that would raise questions, right?
When you compare the two lights, I was reading an article once a long time ago about it, and when you leave, say, food out, the difference between sunlight and moonlight, moonlight seems to be like putrefying, and cold sets things off easy, whereas sunlight doesn't. It's really odd. It's like they are just complete opposites, the way they operate. Probably is. Who knows? Yeah. Light in the sky.
Does that mean if you spend a lot of time in moonlight, you'll age quicker or something?
Don't know. I notice a lot of people that do shitloads of night shift age quick. So whether that's just their rhythms being out of whack or what, or maybe it is moonlight causing them to stare and howl at it. Who knows? I got nothing, man. I just find it very interesting. That's all.
Yeah, it's particularly bright, but there's like hazy cloud as well, so it's like it's piercing through it. Having no trouble. Probably a moonbow. I got up and had a look for it. Directly, not through glass.
Yeah, moonbow.
The moon rainbow.
Well, it's not exactly a moonbow, but like there's coloration around it. There's not really a ring, but there's like a, I don't know, almost like a tan sort of color around or surrounding the moon on the like in the wispy clouds.
All right, I'm going to have a look. I'm taking my phone too.
You might have a clearer night there, Matrix. Just clouds. I think they've been spraying again.
Is it something like this? Post in the side chat. There was others that were way more vibrant, but you said that it was kind of tan looking, so I'm assuming that the colors were limited to something about like this.
Yeah, that's a nice example of one. Not quite what I'm seeing, but yeah. I have seen that before.
Yeah, man. Me too.
No, overcast, not happening.
Oh, damn. I tried that thing that Elijah said too, like you get your hand and like make it real small. Like almost like a pinhole. Like with your fist and look through it.
Looks like a magnifying glass.
And look at the moon. Like, and it's amazing just how small of an area you can fit the moon into. Like,
yeah, it's a
but then you
lensing effect
take
off
it
the
away.
side of something. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like you wouldn't think its angular size is that small, but like because you look at it and it looks big, but then you look through it, like you can fit it inside this tiny little.
Yep. Okay.
area.
Remember when I was saying to one of the Globers about getting two sheets of paper, putting a pinprick in one and a pinprick in the other, and trying to look at the sun through two of them because of the way light scatters through the holes?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Is it actually, if you get it set up right, it actually creates a mini lensing effect. But the downside is the focal point of that lens changes and it scatters the light, so it won't pass through the second piece of paper. You closing your fist, making an itty bitty little hole, is creating that same effect.
Ooh. Super duper thermal imaging camera. It's got Snap-on on front of it. That would have cost you a kidney. When I was working over at the jail, we had thermal cameras over there. They still do. The system that they use basically has open parameters on it, so you can adjust it to see whatever you want it to see. We had it wound up, so if there was any more than a 0.5 degree temperature change, the alarms would go off. So even if a gust of wind would come through and cool the grass that was in front of the cameras, alarms would go off. Very tidy stuff. We actually had to back it off. We got it to, I think they said anything smaller than a cat, than a household cat, and moving so many meters per second speed-wise would not trigger the alarm. So if we had rats, cats, anything little, it wouldn't trigger the alarms because it was that sensitive. But it did look spectacular when you're in the control room and a gust would come through and hit one of the fields, and you could see the colour change go across the main field. It looked awesome.
Never messed with it really. I'm gonna have to check that out.
But they were telling us that the cameras that they had there were like 20k each. They weren't cheap. That was the thermal ones. So, yeah, really cool stuff.
It was like 4,500.
I want a good night vision camera or goggles.
Yeah.
You go outside and look at the sky and it's just alive.
Need a gun license for night vision goggles.
In Australia, you need a gun license for night vision?
Yep.
Really? That's interesting.
What else would you need them for?
Yeah, I guess. That test I did was just a really quick one. I want to get into some really more in-depth ones using like water and stuff. So I got that coming soon, hopefully. That was just kind of a quick one just to mess around with.
That's pretty cool, man. Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
So there we go, boys and girls. We've had it done in front of us, filmed. So hopefully that answers a few questions.
I always get my baller friends to go out and stare at the moon when it's like tonight, like a nice bright full moon. And, just tell them to sit there and stare at it for 5 minutes. And then you tell me that it's not its own light, it's the sun reflecting off of it. And usually I can get them to agree with me. Only a fool would think it's not its own light. Even a little kid can tell.
Another quiet morning, start to the week. I think it's funny how NASA and most governments around the world, if not all of them, are absolutely silent on the 3I Atlas speculation going on. It's almost like they're taking a hands-off approach. They just want the public to get spun up and develop their own conspiracy theories.
lovely boys. Hello there. It is I, GAW. Oh, yes. Hello there. I've come to debate why the Earth is flat. Oh, yes. Intelligence is so high.
It's measured and observed flat. Deal with it.
It is. The Earth is flat. I'm an intelligent species.
Are you trolling?
No, my intelligence knows no bounds.
Okay. Show me proof of curvature.
Proof of curvature. I said that the Earth is flat.
You sound sarcastic.
There's no proof. I'm not sarcastic. There is no proof of the Earth is flat. The Earth has always been taken from pictures that are using the curved lens. It's not necessarily that they're taking a picture of the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
Just because I think the Earth is round doesn't mean that I'm unaware of the arguments proposed by flat earthers and the validity of their arguments. Don't think that I'm naive because I might think in a certain way.
Just ignorant.
It's not ignorance. No, I'm not ignorant. As I pointed out, I'm aware of the arguments. I'm aware of the validity. However, I'm not going to believe them because I just think that they're false. However, the argument does have some substance.
So you'd rather believe something else that you can't prove?
Well, I can't give you 100% proof why God isn't real, but I know God isn't real.
No, we're talking about the Earth.
No, that is what we call an analogy. An analogy is used in order to show a principle without necessarily keeping in line with the topic of conversation. That's what an analogy is.
Yeah, let's not talk about analogies. Let's talk about the Earth.
Okay, but I use an analogy to show a point. If you are unaware of analogies, I can explain them to you.
I know what an analogy is, mate.
Okay, so if you know what it is, then why when I used it did you get all like defensive?
Because we're not talking about an analogy. We're talking about...
But I used... Okay. But we don't discuss analogies. You're just stonewalling it. An analogy is used for the sole purpose of like showing an argument or like helping in defining or explaining it. I don't know why you're getting upset about it.
No one's upset here.
I'm getting upset because you're getting upset. I'm literally bored as hell. I actually wanted to come in here and start spewing crap because I thought there'd be a bunch of people screaming because I saw people in the room, but there's no one in here, so I was just by myself.
No, you lit up the room, so that's good. Your presence is welcome.
Thanks, bro. I want to start saying a bunch of crap, but there's no one else in here. But do you genuinely believe the Earth is flat? Like, do you genuinely believe that?
Well, it's an issue there, mate. I don't believe it. I know it because I've gone out and
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then, how come don't we see like elves in like video games and fantasy movies where elves can literally see until the end of the Earth? Well, what's stopping us?
You know, video games are flat.
Okay, but yeah, because they're simulated realms. But no, they're not flat. Technically, they're not flat. Because flat would insinuate that it's working inside of a certain realm. It's just code. So code, I don't think code is flat.
Yeah, and they code the map to be flat.
Do they code it to be flat, or do they code it to just be linear?
Linear, flat, same thing.
Is it?
Oh no, you could call it synonymous if you want.
Ah, so then if words don't have definitions, then why do we even speak with them? If we can say one is synonymous with the other, if we can say that two words that aren't necessarily the same thing can be said as the same thing, what's the point of speaking in a language then? At that point, we might as well just call a dog a cat.
Well, if you state that English makes sense, then you'd be incorrect.
I never said it did, but I said that we work in certain realms in which words have meanings, and we have got the understanding that a cat and a dog aren't called the same thing.
Okay.
Are you an Australian or New Zealander?
I'm an Aussie.
Ah, okay.
What are you?
I'm South African.
Okay. I would not have picked that.
I am grateful of it. The amount of times I get compared to Aussies and New Zealanders is about $1 for each time I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we sound nothing alike, but to their naive pea brains, I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you know, this is the first time I'm meeting a flat earther. I thought these were just jokes, you know, people, I didn't think they were actual flat earthers.
Yeah, everyone starts that way. I thought it was a joke to start with, and I looked into it. You know, I tried to prove the globe, and I couldn't. I became a flat earther.
So you just gave up?
No, it's impossible to prove the globe, and I emphasize that.
So do you think if we just, it's impossible now, but maybe in about 400 years, if we could go into space, and if we could zoom out of space like enough to a certain point, you would just see the curvature, and it's not just a flat, you know, plate.
I'm sorry, did you just state that when we go into space, you're saying that we've never been there? I would agree.
No, I said when we get into space into a certain point, like if we get, I don't know, about 15 million kilometers. Okay, that's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah,
but like,
you've got a huge issue there, my friend. You know why? Because
you think we've never been there?
No. Going into space is a violation of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics.
What is the second law?
Second law is pressure needs containment.
Okay.
It's entropy. You know
what I'm going to do? I'm going to appeal to authority because I don't have the energy to argue. According to the scientists, we can
learn something. You could seriously learn something here, and it's quite interesting because gas fills the available space.
Sure.
Gas goes in all directions to fill the available space.
Yeah.
And the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of its container. Do you understand that?
I don't know. I haven't learned thermodynamics, but sure, yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. So you got a car tire.
Mm-hmm.
So a car tire cannot exist without the tire, like the pressure in a car tire. Sorry.
Could you not fill it up with concrete or water?
No. The pressure inside the car tire cannot exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I can understand that. Yeah.
Without its containment, so the actual tire needs to be there to be adjacent to the medium surrounding it.
Okay.
So that's gas pressure in a basic concept. So therefore, we are breathing gas. Therefore, there's a pressurized system surrounding us.
Yes.
And they're trying to say that there is a vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system, a vacuum that is 10 to the minus 17 torr, which is massive amounts of vacuum. It's just.
But 10 to the minus 17 is just a decimal.
It's just.
That's not a very big number. 10 to the negative 17 isn't a very big number.
Dude,
it's a decimal point. It's 1 over 10 to the power.
It is 11 orders of magnitude more sparse than the best laboratory vacuums that they can build on Earth today.
I think you're ignoring what I'm saying. 10 to the power negative 17.
No, we get what you're saying.
It's just 1 over 10 to the power 17.
Pressure, doofus.
Okay, now you're doing ad hominem. Cool.
No, yeah, there's a lot.
You tried to say that I didn't understand what you were saying, okay? And that was wrong.
You didn't. Well, what am I saying?
You said that it's just a very small number. It's a decimal. Yeah, no shit, because you're going to imply that we thought that the negative meant that there was some kind of reversal, some kind of negative pressure or something, and that's definitely not the case.
I wasn't doing that. I was just pointing out how 10 to the power negative 17 is just 1 over 10 to the power 17. It's not a very big number.
You said it was insignificant, like as if you know.
No, I didn't say it was insignificant. Never said insignificant.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't say verbatim. Never said insignificant. I can assure you that.
And why are you trying to minimize it?
Because 10 to the power of 17 with 1 divided by 10 to the power of 17 is not a massive number. It's not.
No shit.
Maybe 10 to the power of 17 divided by 1. Oh, yes, sorry. I actually understand what you're saying. Never mind. I apologize.
Yeah, that's why it's such an amazing vacuum. And it's actually getting more vacuous by the second.
No, sorry. I forgot. I had to put that into another calculation.
Right, because it's like a syringe that they're constantly pulling upward on. They're creating more volume.
Yes, I realize how it works. I do realize.
Yeah, okay. So how do you deal with an infinity volume and gas pressure?
You stick it into a quantum computer and you ask it to solve it for you.
Yeah, you can take that and shove it up your ass because you can't.
Will it fit? I'll try. Just show me how big it is. If you try and shove it up there. How much lube will I? No, but how much lube will I need to shove it up my ass?
How much what? How much lube? Oh, probably more than your ass can handle.
Okay, well, I'll try and I'll get back to you on that one. Maybe while I'm at it, you can help me, give me a lending hand. I don't know. If that's your sort of thing.
Yeah, enlighten him, Yoda.
Genuinely going to get nowhere if you're trying to insult me. It doesn't really work.
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't.
Sorry, I understand. I said my pea-brained sentences don't get to your higher echelon, but I was just saying that.
Drunk. That could probably explain it if you've been drinking.
No, I'm not drunk. I've just got a speech impediment.
Is it alcohol induced?
No, it's retard induced. Induced retardization.
That's unfortunate then. I mean, you probably shouldn't be here.
No, I'm kidding. I just woke up and I've got something called post-nasal drip. So I've got phlegm dripping in the backside of my throat, which means that I'm constantly talking in the sound of like a drunk person. But all it is just phlegm in the back of my throat. So my tongue is constantly in a weird position.
So you haven't been snorting whiskey through an Eddie pot or anything like that?
Nah. As fun as that might sound, no, sadly.
It sounds like parasites.
It could be brainworms, yes.
Maybe that's what's making me believe that the Earth is round. I'm not too sure.
Oh,
absolutely. Did I say believe? I meant to say no that the Earth is round.
That makes sense.
Because from my perspective, is how would seasons and day and night cycles work, especially seasons. The Earth was flat.
How do they work when we measure the Earth flat? Yeah, that's a good question. How do seasons work after a flat Earth measurements?
It's pretty simple. They work over a non-curving Earth. Yeah.
Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. I have one more question. How come is that majority of the planet believes that what's it called? The Earth is round and not flat. If it's some revelation.
Because they believe that they live in a technologically advanced age when they're actually booger-picking dumbasses.
Oh, okay. What about all the scientists, the ones that have degrees in physics and stuff?
Yeah, the ones we talk to all the time. They don't know. They don't know shit about this.
Oh, okay. And even the ones who can do math better than you, those ones.
How do you know that? How do you know they can do math better than me? Like every time we talk to scientists, they think some other department, some other academic institution has figured out how the Earth is a globe. They don't know. They play hot potato with the subject. Round and round they go.
Yeah, they're afraid to come here. Fact.
As much as you about how the Earth is a globe.
I don't like believing that the Earth is flat because it makes me believe that everything I've been told is a lie, and I like to live in my ignorant world. So,
not everything. When they tell you you're a dumbass, that wasn't a lie.
No, I know it wasn't a lie, but I mean, is it so wrong being an ignorant dumbass? It sounds quite nice, very pleasant actually.
I mean, but that's just willful ignorance, right?
Well, no. It's not willful ignorance. It's me preferring not to engage with your insult. I could sit here and I could, have this whole long plethora of words in which I explain why I'm not a dumbass. But that's pointless. If you believe I'm a dumbass to such a big degree that you want to believe I'm a dumbass, you can believe anything. You can believe in God
you
too.
Demonstrating it. I've been listening, and that's you demonstrating that. It's not that we're saying you are. It's that that's the way you're acting.
But it's the way I'm acting.
Your actions.
The way someone acts isn't necessarily the way they are. Have you never heard of an actor?
Well, that's why it's acting, because you're acting, right? You could be serious about the conversation and consider the information of what's being said to you, but you're deciding to act like a retarded dumbass.
I am. Yeah, I could consider it, but the problem is this is like me trying to consider why a new religion is real. Yes, you could provide the best possible argument with all the facts and all the information.
The surface of the Earth is a religion, dude. Like,
yeah, it's a description of what you see. That's not like a religion.
Okay. That's not a religion.
So it's not a philosophy. You guys don't know the philosophy.
Water is not a religion. There's nothing religious about water, dude.
I didn't say religion. I said philosophy because a religion is just a philosophy.
You actually did say religion.
Well, I said religion initially, and I changed it to philosophy.
Yeah, so it's not even a philosophy. It's a description of observable reality.
Well, I'm sure religious individuals would say the exact same thing to you, that their religion is just a observation of reality.
What makes you think this is subjective, like a religion?
Religion will be the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space. That will be religious.
Yeah, like what about this is subjective?
Pretty simple. Your belief that the Earth is flat is a
no, it's not a belief.
Opinion.
Anyone can go measure it. Anybody can. No, anybody can go measure it flat.
A what?
We can all have the same experience. We can go measure the Earth flat. Everybody can do it, and that's how it's always done.
Like the one video where they used the light and the light had fall off, like it dropped off a bit, showing the curvature. Like that one, where they used the laser.
Which one was that? Yeah, which one was that? I've never seen.
So one guy shined a laser, and if the Earth is flat, there'll be no drop off or curvature of the light. And they did this, and the guy I think stood like a kilometer away or whatever, and he was holding up a sign. And if you look through the camera, if there's no curvature, it should be shining directly at the center of the sign the guy's holding up. And lo and behold, there is curvature, so the light drops off a bit.
It's just a YouTube documentary.
Yeah, are you talking about the Netflix special?
I don't know. Yeah, I just saw it on a.
Yeah, well, because if so, you probably got this all wrong because they didn't use a laser. They had a collimator on the front of the laser that melted because they were being dumbasses. So they ditched the laser. They used a flashlight. It's uncollimated. So now when they shone it through the hole that was in the middle between the two observers, that uncollimated light created a new point light source at the end of the hole. That's called the Huygens effect. And so now that point of light is is going out in all directions. And that was a problem. So, yeah, they couldn't measure temperature from that.
What you were talking about since you spoke about it. We knew that.
Because this is the one that, like, the only thing the Globies seem to know about. We talk about this every day in here.
So
I was just checking to see how much you knew about it.
If a religious person came to me and they provided the best possible argument for why their religion is, truthful, and I know nothing. Let's take it on the basis I know nothing. And they give the best argument, I'm going to believe them. But then if an atheist came up to me and they provided the best possible argument, and I only know religion from what the other individual told me, and it's believable enough, I'm going to believe them. So all I'm saying is that if you give me the best possible reason for why the earth is flat, I'll go say the earth is flat. But then if an individual came to me and said the earth is round and they gave the best possible argument, would I not fall for it? So that's all that you guys do. It's all that any of you do.
Actually, no, I don't want you to believe me.
Yeah,
I never said. Okay, fine.
He just said that he will believe the better sounding explanation.
We can show you observations, but would rather you go out and test it for yourself. That's what we're saying. Don't believe us. Go out and do it for yourself.
Yeah, there is explanations, and then there are demonstrations that can be explained with words. But then there are explanations that have no demonstrations. And the difference is that reality can be explained or described for what it is, and then the fantasy globe idea is just explained, not based on any demonstrable, testable, or verifiable information. It's just like explaining Narnia or Superman flying to the sun.
So then, is it true that then on your flat Earth, Africa is bigger than, for instance, North America? Because if you take the map, for instance, and you fold it out, or not fold it, if you put it on like a flat surface, the certain continents look smaller than other continents. So on your flat
Africa
Earth,
is big, yeah. Africa is really, really big, yes.
Dude, why do you keep deviating?
Mediating? No, I'm asking questions. This is I'm not deviating. I'm asking questions. That's how conversations work. I don't have to stick on one specific topic and sit and debate with you because I don't feel like
you guys think
I don't want to
Africa
debate.
is big? Yes, Africa is big. Yes.
Wouldn't you rather get into one topic and understand it and talk about that one topic and go, okay,
no, because
instead of
debating, I would
this
rather.
This is not a debate, dude. Don't get confused.
Yes, sorry. My apologies. Hope you can all accept my apology. I'm so sorry.
You sure you haven't been drinking?
No, not at all. Why does it sound like
playing a video game, so half his attention is in the video game, or probably 80%, and then 20% is here. That's why he sounds kind of like drunk and confused.
I mean, I asked because being drunk on Discord's a TOS violation.
He's actually correct. I'm sitting playing Hogwarts Legacy right now. I'm surprised you got it like that.
Why would you be doing that?
Because I've always been a big fan of Harry Potter. So I wanted to play it. I mean, I'm realizing the game isn't as good as people said it would be. I might just go play Cyberpunk.
It's probably more your speed.
Yeah. Which I don't even know what you mean by that. I'm sure you're trying to insult me in some manner, but I'm not too sure how.
I was trying to insult you, dude.
No, but he says it's.
Remember,
sure it's
you're
more
not
my
even
speed.
serious about having a conversation with these people.
That's a good point. That's actually a very good point.
Dude, I agree and amplify with your remark, and you take that as an insult. I find that funny.
I don't know, as a comedian. Maybe I'll be like Trevor Noah.
Yeah, one where people laugh at
I mean, why would somebody agreeing with you and amplify what you say be an insult, right?
If I said I was a retard and you said, you definitely are one, that'll be a bit insulty.
How so?
Well, because I could mean it in a joking way, and then you're just agreeing with it would mean that you had believed it the whole time. It's like someone says, I'm stupid as a joke, and then they say, yes, we can all see that, and they aren't joking. Then that's normally an insult.
No, it's more like, oh, I never considered that before until you opened your mouth about it. And I'm like, oh shit, he's right.
Okay.
Someone can say they are a retard, and if you don't take their statement seriously, they're gonna be like, hey, you making fun of retards? They weren't joking.
Go the other way.
Yeah.
The safe route is to agree and amplify. That's how you build rapport, especially with retards.
I've never spoken to a retard. I've only spoken to people with Asperger's.
Not outside of this conversation.
I don't understand what you're saying.
That's fine. That's completely fine.
I mean, technically, you have to be diagnosed of retardization to be called one.
Retardization?
Retard? Maybe your doctor is a retard. He never catch up to your retardedness. He didn't diagnose you. Because he is a retard
Get
himself.
retardized.
Good point.
Retardizing. What's all the retardizing going on in you?
Protego. Oh shit, but game over. Wait, hold on.
What was the reason you believe the globe? You said that because
that's called an appeal to authority. That's called an appeal to authority.
Someone said so.
Lucky honesty.
Technically, an appeal to authority is a little bit more than that, but yeah, you could call it that.
It is that. Someone said so, and therefore you believe it.
No. An appeal to authority is a authoritarian figure or a larger group that is higher than you, in which you appeal to. But that's a little bit more than a singular person or a person as a whole, because a person as a whole could insinuate a being or individual who's lesser than you, and that would be an individual who I would not be appealing to. So technically, no, it has to be an authoritarian position or power.
I don't believe you. How do I know you're right? How do I know you're right?
I don't really care whether I'm right or wrong.
So how do you know you're right?
Because I believe my words. I gaslight myself into believing I'm right.
You believe someone else's words.
You appeal to authority.
Good point. I do appeal to authority there. And I gaslight myself into believing what they're saying is right. Gaslighting is a fun thing to do.
You gaslight yourself into believing in authority?
Sometimes, yeah.
Authority doesn't gaslight you?
I don't know.
Or do they gaslight you?
Does it matter?
You don't know?
Does it matter?
Kind of does.
So what makes you different? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what makes you different than this person that you're appealing to? You're both just human. Can't you go out and do the test for yourself?
That's what I'm saying.
because I'm 17.
Oh, yeah. Age. Appealing to age.
Yeah. No, I am. I'm hoping maybe you guys could feel bad for calling a child a retard. I don't know. Maybe you guys lack empathy or emotion.
You call yourself a child at 17? Dude, grow up.
Yes, I am.
17-year-olds have